That's right. I don't have enough gold coins right now and can't support the daily expenses of this magic tower. Hearing Sue E coldly penetrating through him, great magician Camilla didn't seem hurt at all. He just let out a soft sigh and directly admitted the truth. But Sue E, I don't like magic being polluted by the spirit of merchants. This is my principle. You don't need to spend all that effort to change my thoughts. Sue E slightly knit his brows. Your Excellency, great magician, can I ask why you feel this way? Magic and money coming together, will it definitely be polluted? From what I can see, this is a complete paradox. Just like I said just now, money is innocent, and as for how it is used, it completely depends on a person's thoughts. You might think that money and magic coming together is bad, but rather I feel the complete opposite. If money and magic come together, it can create very wonderful changes. Wonderful. Great magician Camilla gave a strong snort. For a fellow like you with such a strong talent for magic to become a lowly merchant, how is that a wonderful change? Sui knit his brows even tighter. Your Excellency, great magician, your prejudices are too strong. Perhaps in the tradition of the Signs continent, magicians are higher than merchants, but from what I can see, the merchants of the Signs continent are stronger than the magicians. Nonsense. Great magician Camilla suddenly slapped the desk and angrily stood up. He pointed at Sue E as he cursed. You actually dare say that a magician can't compare to those dirty merchants? What can those merchants do? They only rob people of their money with their black conscience. Whether it is their eyes or their brain, it is filled with thoughts of money, and they don't even have any honor among themselves. Those fellows, you are actually comparing them to magicians? Are you trying to shame me? Then, Your Excellency, great magician, what can magicians do? Sue E said with a cold smile. Keep researching more powerful magic to become more efficient at killing people? You. Great magician Camilla wanted to say that Sue E was speaking nonsense, but he suddenly stopped. This was because he realized that Sue E was actually completely right. That's right, magicians had a high status on the continent. But why was that? Of course it was because magicians were stronger than normal people, and the easiest place for that to manifest itself was on the battlefield. Magicians had much greater killing power than normal soldiers with their magic. In the history of the Signs continent, many countries had countless wars, and in those wars, magicians played a very important role each time. Even some more powerful magicians, like those at the great magician rank, just one or two of them was enough to change the situation of a battle or even influence the entire war. Therefore, from a long time in the past, magicians had always been feared and worshipped by people of the Signs continent. Their statuses kept increasing without stop. But no matter how high of a status a magician had, that didn't change a fact, which was that Sue E was completely right. Magicians had always done a single thing, which was to keep studying more powerful magic. As for the reason why they studied more powerful magic, of course it was to have a bigger role on the battlefield. To be more precise, it was to be more effective at killing people. Thinking of this, great magician Camilla's face that had been red because of Sue Yi's words instantly turned pale. His finger pointing at Sue, he began trembling, and after a while, he fell back into his chair and didn't speak for a long time. Sui gave a sigh and shook his head. If it wasn't for the special circumstances, he wasn't willing to be this direct with great magician Camilla. But this was indeed his true inner thoughts. He could understand why magicians had such a high status on the Signs continent. But that didn't mean he agreed with this. From what Sui could see, having powerful strength was indeed important because this could allow one to protect oneself and one's important things. But other than this, the most important thing was normal life. Humans created civilization because they chased a more beautiful life. Because of this point, humans invented various tools. This was the case from the ancient Stone Ages to the highly advanced civilization on Earth. With the development of civilization, humans could go from not having enough to eat to not worrying about food or clothes. They could even go into the sky or ocean, or even reach outer space. If they lost this point, that means that human civilization would lose their driving force. At that time, they would be no different from animals. Magic was very powerful, but Sui was more willing to use magic to increase everyone's quality of living instead. So using his magic and his mechanical knowledge, he invented the magic fan to allow the people of Banta City to enjoy a cool breeze in the burning summer. He then invented the magic harvester to increase the efficiency of harvesting wheat. It made Viscount Leslie and the other nobles confident in planting even more wheat, increasing Banda City's grain yield indirectly. After this, he would invent even more and more magic machines and help the people of this world to obtain a good life through these magic machines. He even hoped to establish a complete industrial system on the Signs continent, letting people of the Signs continent have the same lives as normal people on Earth. Sui knew that it was very difficult to complete this, but he wouldn't retreat at all. This was because while he was researching the magic machines, not only did he find again the joy of researching machines he had done for over 3 years, he also felt the joy of changing the world. And right now, the first thing he needed to change was Great Magician Camilla's thoughts. Your Excellency, Great Magician, if I may be frank, although merchants are like you say where their eyes and minds are only filled with thoughts of gold coins, it is because of this that they would have the idea to make and sell products. It is because of the drive from the profits that products would circulate on the Signs continent, so people will not suffer the predicament of lacking anything. Perhaps there are quite a few degenerates among them, who even sell their conscience for gold coins, but can we deny the changes they bring? Great Magician Camilla was silent for a bit, and his expression kept changing. After a while, he let out a long sigh and looked at Sui. Sui, I admit that your words have reason, but is this related to what you want to say? Speak. What exactly do you want to say? Sui seriously looked over Great Magician Camilla's face and found that he had seemed to have regained his calm. He couldn't help revealing a smile. Great Magician Camilla was after all an old person with experience and wisdom. He would not be easy to strike down. Your Excellency, Great Magician, let us return to the main problem. You don't have enough gold coins right now to support your magic tower, then are you willing to cooperate with me? I can completely provide you with enough gold coins. Hey, I won't hide it from you. My recent income isn't bad. Sui said with a smile. Humph, you want to cooperate with me again? Great Magician Camilla gave a cold snort and waved his hand. Don't say any more. I said that this is my principle. I won't change it. Your Excellency, Great Magician, how about you let me finish first? Sui continued. I think why you hate combining magic and business is one, because once it is combined with business, the magic research will be affected. And two, you feel unsettled about helping merchants cheat money from normal people. Don't you think so? Great Magician Camilla gave another snort, but didn't reject this. Very good. If your scruples are with this, I can tell you that if you cooperate with me, these two things won't be problems. Let's not talk about whether the magic research will be affected or not. If I were to cooperate with you, you won't cheat money out of normal people. Great Magician Camilla asked in a thoughtful voice. You think that I would believe a weak reason like this? Hearing how more relaxed Great Magician Camilla's voice was, Sui laughed. He took out a blueprint from his chest and put it on the table in front of Great Magician Camilla. Of course, I won't say that I won't cheat normal people's money. But what would you think if I were to say that people would look forward to me cheating them of their money? Are you joking? Great Magician Camilla's eyes popped out. Would there be anyone hoping that others would cheat them of their money? It's very simple. It's because they need something, and other than me, no one else can give them this thing. These things are especially important to them. So in this kind of situation, do you think they would care if I cheat them out of a bit of money? Sui said with a smile. How could there be such a thing? Great Magician Camilla looked at Sui, but his eyes couldn't help looking over at the blueprint. After looking it over a few times, Great Magician Camilla said in a strange voice, What is this thing? Why does it look so strange? What is it used for? Since Sui began inventing magic machinery, he didn't even know how many times he had heard this question. This is the very special thing that I just told you about. With this thing, it will solve a problem that has puzzled people for a long time. They will clearly know that I am relying on this thing to make money, but their hearts will be filled with gratitude towards me. Without knowing it, Sui had already come beside Great Magician Camilla and had bent over to start explaining the blueprint. First, this thing is called the magic plowing machine. This time, when Sui left Great Magician Camilla's exclusive research lab, he didn't look as sorry as he did before. Instead, he had his head up high and he had a proud smile on his face. Still had been waiting outside for a full 2 hours and had already become anxious from waiting. When she saw Sui come out, she immediately rushed over and expectantly asked Sui, How is it? How is it? What did grandfather say? Sui smiled as he raised his right hand's index and middle finger at still, showing the V hand sign. Then realizing that Still might not understand what this meant, he quickly said, "Relax, His Excellency Great Magician agreed." Agreed. Still called out in surprise. She looked over Su-yi with a face covered in curiosity. Grandfather actually agreed. I say, Su-yi, how did you make grandfather submit? Could it be that you used the legendary dark enchantment magic on grandfather? How could I possibly know that stuff? Su-yi snappily looked at Still. Then again, your grandfather is a great magician. I am just a fellow who hasn't even passed the Magician's Guild certification examination. Wouldn't I be rushing to my death if I cast magic on him? Then how did you get grandfather to agree? He is someone who absolutely hates businessmen, not to mention working together with them. Still kept questioning him in a curious manner. This? Sui paused for a bit before giving a helpless sigh. His Excellency Great Magician had no choice. In the end, a magician still needs to eat, and the problem your grandfather faces right now is real. He doesn't have any money. Although an old person like him is very stubborn, compared to this magic tower that he painstakingly built, that stubbornness doesn't count for anything. Then again, cooperating with me is better than cooperating with other merchants. I at least am considered a merchant with a conscience. Moreover, at the same time, I also have a status as a magician, which makes it easier for your grandfather to accept. A dispirited look appeared on Still's face as she gave a slight nod. She said with a sigh, "That's right. If it wasn't for the fact that he really had no other choice, grandfather definitely wouldn't do this." After saying this, she looked at the door to Great Magician Camilla's exclusive laboratory. "I'm going to see him." Watching Still walk in, Sui considered it before turning to leave the magic tower. He had just discussed this matter with Great Magician Camilla for a full 2 hours. Suyi's harvest could be considered quite rich. The most important harvest was naturally finally being able to cooperate with Great Magician Camilla. Since what he studied was magic machines, magic naturally had an important role to play. Before now, the magic machines Su-yi studied could be considered light machinery, so the magic used wasn't any high-level magic arrays. With his current strength, it was enough to complete it. But when Su-yi prepared to develop the magic plowing machine, he ran into a problem that he had already expected. That was the fact that his magic power wasn't strong enough. Because the magic plowing machine needed to loosen a large area of earth, it needed a power source that was stronger than the other magic machines that Su-yi had developed before. After Su-yi made some careful calculations, he confirmed that if he were to use wind-attributed magic arrays, it would take at least a level 6 magic array to work. Although Su-yi's magic power had been constantly increasing, since it had been a short period of time, he was still only between a 3rd and 4th grade magician. He could only use a few 4th grade magic spells and magic arrays. He had no way of using 6th grade magic arrays at all. Even if it was Still, Evita, and Akali who were stronger than Su-yi, they also couldn't use a 6th grade magic array. Su-yi was helpless in this matter and could only steel his heart to look for Great Magician Camilla for help. Speaking of this, Su-yi should thank the Lampuri Kingdom's royal family. If they didn't suddenly cut Great Magician Camilla's funding, causing this economic crisis for the Great Magician, Su-yi wouldn't have been able to make this clean sweep with him. Who knows when he would have been able to convince Great Magician Camilla to agree to working with him. Su-yi was not in a rush for success. He knew that even if Great Magician Camilla agreed to work with him, the prejudice against merchants in his heart would not easily disappear. So, he only brought out this magic plowing machine to let Great Magician Camilla study and didn't raise any other requests. It had to be said, a great magician really was a great magician. Not only did his magic power surpass Su-yi's, his eyes, wisdom, and realm all surpassed him. After Su-yi thoroughly explained the concept of the magic plowing machine, Great Magician Camilla only said a single word that stunned Su-yi for a while. "Since it's to plow the earth, why do you use a wind-attributed magic array? Why not use an earth-attributed magic array?" When Su-yi heard this, he was stunned for a while before slapping his forehead. Great Magician Camilla was completely right. Since the magic plowing machine was used to plow the earth, using an earth-attributed magic array was the more direct and effective method. It was far from something that plows moved by a wind-attributed magic array could accomplish. Su-yi understood that he was completely limited by his structured thoughts. This was because in his original world, all the machines used energy transformation and then used that energy to power the machine. So, when Sui researched the magic machines, he had followed this same logic. For the first magic fan that Sui made on the Science continent, he found that the wind-attributed magic array could simulate most engines from Earth. So in his further studies, he simulated the machines from Earth and naturally used wind-attributed magic arrays. However, now that he had been reminded by great magician Camilla's words, Sui suddenly realized that he had made a mistake. The Science continent in the end was different from Earth, and the biggest difference was magic. Although it wasn't able to compare to the highly developed industrial system of Earth, magic had its own advantage. Before this, Sui sighed with emotion at how efficient magic crystals were in powering magic arrays. But now he found that magic had a powerful advantage in terms of flexibility. Just with the magic plowing machine. If one followed Sui's thoughts, it would be the same as plowing machines on Earth and would use a wind-attributed magic array as a power source. Because the land that had to be plowed had been desolate for so long, the power needed to move land that was this firm was quite high. In the end, Sui determined that it would need at least a grade 6 wind magic array. But after being reminded by great magician Camilla, Sui quickly changed his thoughts. If he considered it from the angle of Earth-attributed array, he found that it only needed a second-grade Earth magic array, the Earth-splitting array, to satisfy this requirement. As long as the design was fine-tuned a bit, the effects would be even stronger than what Sui had estimated before. In this process, the most important thing to Sui was not making the design of the magic plowing machine much simpler or greatly decreasing the cost. Rather, it was that his thoughts had been open. Before, Sui only used his rich mechanical engineering knowledge and used a bit of magic to make copies of the machines. Now, Sui found that there were many uses to magic and he could completely change the design, perfectly combining magic and the special mechanical engineering knowledge that he had together. In other words, the magic machines Sui researched before could only be considered magic-powered machines. But this new magic plowing machine that he designed after researching with great magician Camilla, that is a product that was a true fusion of magic and machines. It represented the true fusion of the culture of the Science continent and Earth. Thinking of this, Sui's footsteps couldn't help becoming faster. The heart of a mechanical engineer inside him had already begun to burn, and he was impatient to rush back to the factory. He wanted to lead Cambi and the dwarves as they carried out research on the new magic plowing machine. But when Sui stepped on the little path to the factory and looked into the distance, he was stunned. In the empty space in front of the two buildings, it was filled with people forming a dense crowd that didn't leave a single opening. Seeing how noisy these people were, Sui's heart skipped a beat. Could it be something happened? Sui's worry only lasted a few seconds before he suddenly realized something. Oh, I remember now. Today is the day we're recruiting workers. Many days ago, Sui had already told Heinz that in order to increase their production line and their production capacity, they needed to recruit more workers. But during this time, whether it was the second-generation magic fans or the miniature magic harvester of the magic machine workshop, both workshops had been operating at full. Because of this, Heinz didn't have time for this matter. Now that summer was over, the orders for the magic fans had greatly decreased, so Heinz had some free time. After a period of preparation, he was finally prepared to officially begin recruiting workers today. Heinz had reported this matter to Sui yesterday, but because Sui had suddenly achieved his cooperation with great magician Camilla and a single word from great magician Camilla had opened up his world, he was too excited and had completely forgotten about this matter. I never thought that there would be this many people who would come. Could it be that this many people in Bana City have nothing to do? But this isn't right either. Sui looked at the sky and found that the sky was already slightly leaning towards the west. It's already the afternoon, so why are there still this many people? Could it be that Heinz has been wasting time all morning? Sui moved over towards the factory in curiosity, but he found that the entire area in front of the workshop was filled with people. He couldn't even reach the door of the workshop at all. Feeling helpless, Sui could only pat the person in front of him. He wanted to let the person move aside, but that person who seemed to be in his early 20s glared right at him. "What are you doing? Line up properly." Sui could only reveal a bitter smile. It was good that Heinz could make these people line up, but why couldn't he have these people line up in an orderly manner? Looking around, Sui found Alex, who was on site keeping order, and quickly walked over. "Chairman, you're back?" Seeing Sui suddenly appeared, Alex called out in a pleasantly surprised voice. Sui knew this was bad immediately. As soon as they heard Alex call out, "Chairman," the surrounding people who came for interviews all looked over. After those eyes fell onto Sui, there were many of them that were filled with doubt. Sui looked to be around 20 years old, so how could he be the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's chairman? While these people were still filled with doubt, Sui took Alex's arm and moved through the crowd. Those people recognized Alex, and seeing him lead the way, although their hearts were filled with doubt, they still opened a path. In the end, Sui still smoothly made his way into the household magic machine workshop. The situation inside was better than outside, but it was also filled with people. Other than the people who worked in the workshop, there were 20 strangers who were currently working on the magic fan production line. It seemed like they were currently taking their practical test. When Sui and Alex came in, they were spotted by Heinz, who was watching the test from a corner. He came up in a stunned manner and asked in a low voice, "Why are you here? Didn't you say that you were running the final test on the magic rice cooker today?" Sui looked at Heinz and couldn't help laughing. Since the magic fan stopped production, Heinz had been paying special attention to the new magic rice cooker that Sui promised him. When Sui told him that he would do the final test today, he even said that he would handle the recruitment alone to let Sui focus on his research. "Relax, the magic rice cooker is a success. It can enter the experimental production phase tomorrow, and it'll be officially produced in less than a week." Sui patted Heinz's shoulder and said this with a smile. As expected, when he heard Sui's words, Heinz immediately nodded with a smile. That's good. I was just thinking that after you made me recruit 100 workers, what would I do if there was no work for them when the time came?" Sui helplessly rolled his eyes as he wondered when Heinz would change his mentality of only caring about his own profits. Of course, he knew that a personality problem was very hard to change, so he gave up considering this question. He pointed at the strangers on the production line and asked, "Heinz, it can't be that you are testing each person on their abilities to see if you hire them or not, right?" Heinz looked at Sui with a confused look. "I shouldn't do that? If we don't let them test it, how could we know that they will be able to do it after they are hired? If they can't, they still have to resign, and that is a waste of time. It can't be right. This is the simplest kind of work. Shouldn't they be able to learn it as long as they aren't idiots?" Sui was stunned. "Look at how fast the 100 slaves Viscount Leslie gave me learned how to do it. Could it be that these people can't even compare to those slaves?" Heinz knit his brows and looked at Sui with a confused look. "I say, Sui, I feel like you're looking down on those slaves, aren't you? Let me tell you, you might not believe it, but although those slaves have low statuses, since they are slaves used by Viscount Leslie, of course they aren't fools, so they can learn fast. As for these people who come here for the interviews, there are quite a few slaves among them. Just this morning, there were quite a few people who couldn't learn how to work on the production line, and there were even 2 people who were injured while learning how to use the magic thread rolling machine. Tell me, compared to the slaves, who are the fools?" Sui was instantly speechless. He looked at the people operating the incomparably simple magic machines and working at the even simpler assembly line. If this kind of work was placed on Earth, even the most common of common workers would be able to grasp this kind of work. Unless that person was a true fool, how could they not understand it? After a while, he finally reacted. There was another important difference between the Signs continent and Earth, which was the level of education for normal people. The continent operated under a slave and feudal society, so their production capacity was low. Normal people already found it hard to fill their stomachs, so there was no need to mention if they had the energy and finances to be educated, so the average education level of normal people was relatively low. On Earth, most countries had implemented a basic education system, so the average person had more chances to be educated than on the Signs continent. People who had been educated normally had better learning abilities than people who hadn't been educated. Once they entered the factory, they could master the foundational skills much easier. If one used the slang of Earth, Earth had an advantage over the Signs continent in terms of human resources. Something that was very natural for Sui on Earth became a different matter when it came to the Signs continent. Thinking about the change in ideas he received from great magician Camilla, Sui understood. He gave a slight nod and seriously said, You're right. I'll leave this matter to you. Everything will be as you say. But Heinz, it's best if you speed this up, There are still many people waiting outside. Then again, we only need to recruit 100 people for now. It shouldn't be that difficult, right? It indeed isn't hard. Heinz's face suddenly became a bit unnatural. After pausing for a second, he lowered his voice as he said to Sue-E. Sue-E, I'll be honest with you and don't be angry. Hearing that our factory was recruiting, there are many acquaintances from before who want me to introduce their people in. I have known those acquaintances for a long time, and it isn't good for me to reject them. Sue-E revealed a faint smile as he patted Heinz's shoulder and said, I forgot to mention this to you, but of the 100 people being recruited this time, 10 spots are up to you to decide. I won't care. Of course, you have to ensure that those people can complete the work and won't affect the speed of the workshop, understand? Heinz's eyes instantly lit up and he kept nodding. I understand. I understand. Sir Chairman, you are truly amazing. Sui accepted Heinz's unskilled flattery. With how stingy Heinz was, if this was a company on Earth and with how big a shareholder Heinz was, not to mention a tenth of the quotas, he would have swallowed all the quotas. Sui didn't mind this request from Heinz. Interpersonal relationship, whether it was the sign's continent or Earth, it was always very important. After watching the recruitment process from the side, Sui silently left and went to the magic machine workshop. Since there needed to be a whole new design for the magic plowing machine, naturally he had to discuss this with the dwarves who were responsible for the forging. Unlike the household magic machine workshop led by Heinz that was close to closing, the dwarves led by Camby were incomparably busy during this period of time. After seeing the power of the magic harvesters, any noble with territory in Banda City would submit an order to the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Although the initial 17 orders had already been finished, it was quickly followed by 31 orders that the dwarves needed to finish quickly. Even if the dwarves slowly increased their production efficiency, to complete this batch of orders, they actually needed to step up their work time. In the past half a month, with Camby leading them, all the dwarves of the Magic Machine Workshop had been working overtime until late into the night. Sui proposed overtime pay to these dwarves, but Camby sternly rejected this. This was because to the dwarves, completing these orders was their work. Even if time was short and they had no choice but to work overtime, work was still work in the end. If they weren't able to finish it in the allotted time, that would mean their abilities weren't good enough. Therefore, for the company to specifically pay them overtime, it was an embarrassment to them. Sui was unable to understand the logic of these dwarves, but with Camby foaming from rage at this idea, he couldn't keep insisting on it at all. He could only let go of this idea and help them order some fine wine from the Sachi Manor as compensation. This idea was greatly welcomed by the dwarves. Only under Camby's strict supervision, the dwarves had no choice but to control their desire for wine. Only after finishing the orders could they allow themselves to enjoy the wine. Thinking of how disappointed the dwarves looked after hearing Camby's decision, Sui couldn't help finding this funny. It had to be said, these dwarves were a bit too honest. If all dwarves had this kind of disposition, it wasn't strange at all that they were defeated in the war against humans thousands of years ago. Of course, as the company's chairman, Sui mainly had to consider another problem. Not only did Heinz's household magic machine workshop need to recruit more workers, the Magic Machine Workshop also needed to recruit some more people. With the situation of the Magic Machine Workshop, the newly recruited people could only be dwarves. After these dwarves have lived here longer and the barrier with humans gradually disappeared, it would be possible to recruit humans into the workshop. While Sui was considering this issue, he had already walked into the Magic Machine Workshop. When he had just entered the doors to the workshop, he heard Camby's loud sound booming out. Hey, look! This is the new magic harvester that we've made during this time. Let me tell you, this thing is simply too easy to use. I've personally seen it. This thing doesn't even need an hour to finish harvesting an entire field of wheat. Don't you think this is fast? Sui was curious. Camby was completely correct, but which dwarf in this workshop didn't participate in building this magic harvester? Who was he explaining this to? Looking up, Sui found that beside Camby's short and stocky figure, there was a fat middle-aged man that could be described as round standing there. Chairman Farsak? When did you get here? Sui looked over and spoke in a surprised voice. Hearing Sui's voice, all the dwarves and Chairman Farsak all looked over. As soon as he saw Sui, Chairman Farsak's round face immediately revealed an exaggerated smile, and he stretched out his arms to welcome him. Ah, ha. Chairman Su, I was prepared to head to Banta City to look for you, but I never thought that you would be here. This is truly great. He gave him a hug, and after letting go, he looked over Chairman Farsak. He found that he had become a bit thinner. He asked in a curious voice, Chairman Farsak, since you wanted to come, why didn't you tell me ahead of time? I would have gone outside the city to welcome you. Chairman Farsak laughed. Chairman Su is too polite. With the current relationship between us, is there a need for such conventions? He revealed a faint smile. This Chairman Farsak really knew how to pull people in. Current relationship between us? Strictly speaking, it was just a cooperation relationship. Last time, He sold him 5 machines and then sent a few skilled people to Sultan City, helping the Farsak Chamber of Commerce set up a production line for the second-generation variable speed magic fan. They had had several exchanges during this time, so if one had to talk about their relationship, it was quite harmonious. But other than this, could it be considered intimate? That was not certain. When He sold those 5 machines to the Farsak Chamber of Commerce, he had written in the contract that all repair services and part changes need to go through the Frestek Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, there needed to be a fee that was paid each time, and that fee wasn't cheap. If it was said that Chairman Farsak didn't see that He earned a large amount of profit from this, it was something impossible. Only right now, only the Frestek Chamber of Commerce could perform these services. So even if Chairman Farsak knew that He was earning large amounts from him, he could only accept it and even try to create a good relationship with He. After all, the magic fan was very popular in Sultan City. Just based on the second-generation magic fan production line, after the Farsak Chamber of Commerce promoted the second-generation magic fan in Sultan City, it had completely pushed out the first-generation magic fan. They seized the market in one fell swoop, and in less than a month, they had earned a net profit of over 5,000 gold coins. After He and Chairman Farsak spoke a few polite words, Chairman Farsak's smiling face suddenly became overcast, and he said with a soft sigh, Chairman Su, actually I have some important matters coming to see you this time. What would you come for no reason? This thought passed in Yi's mind, but he said, Chairman Farsak, you are too polite. With the good relationship between us, is there a need to use the word request? Please speak if you need something. As long as it is something I can help with, I will not reject it. Chairman Su really is straightforward. Come, let me show you something first. Chairman Farsak brought He to the corner of the workshop and dug around in a giant bag before taking out a magic fan. Please take a look. He took it in a surprised manner. He looked it over before shaking his head. Isn't this just a second-generation magic fan? Chairman Farsak, what do you want me to look at? Chairman Farsak pointed at the symbol at the base of the magic fan. Pay attention to this. He looked over and found that the magic fan also had a symbol, but the symbol was a golden glowing lion and not the Frestek brand. Chairman Farsak, if I remember correctly, your Farsak Chamber of Commerce's symbol should be an eagle, right? Chairman Farsak gave a slight nod. That's right. So all the magic fans that we produce has an eagle symbol on it. He instantly understood. He raised the second-generation magic fan in his hand and asked, this means that this magic fan was not produced by your company and is an imitation from someone else? After that, he knit his brows. That is strange. In Sultan City, other than your Farsak Chamber of Commerce, there is another company that can produce the second-generation magic fan. That's right. This lion mark represents the Leo Chamber of Commerce, which is the largest company in our Sultan City. Chairman Farsak replied in a deep voice. He thought it over. There seemed to be no problem with this magic fan. It was only a normal second-generation variable speed magic fan, and other than the different symbol, it was no different from the magic fan the Frestek Chamber of Commerce and the Farsak Chamber of Commerce produced. And that was the problem. The magic fan the Farsak Chamber of Commerce produced was the same as the one the Frestek Chamber of Commerce produced. This was because the Farsak Chamber of Commerce used the same production line as the Frestek Chamber of Commerce, which they purchased from them, and they had the Frestek Chamber of Commerce helping them produce them. It could be considered from the same source, so one would imagine there would be no problems. But He was very clear on the fact that he had never come into contact with any Leo Chamber of Commerce. Naturally, he didn't sell a single production line to the Leo Chamber of Commerce. Since it was like this, how could this Leo Chamber of Commerce produce a magic fan that was exactly the same? I've already investigated this. In the magic fan factory of the Leo Chamber of Commerce, they also have 5 similar magic machines. Seeing Su Yi being lost in thought, Chairman Farsak added these words that had implied meaning. Su Yi looked at him and calmly said, "Chairman Farsak, please speak if you have something to say." Chairman Farsak's round face didn't have the same incomparably kind smile from before. His little eyes stared right at Su Yi and shot out 2 beams. "Chairman Su, although it wasn't stated clearly in the contract you signed with my company, if your company does sell magic machines to other companies in Sultan City, shouldn't you have informed me first?" Su Yi slightly knit his brows. "Our Frestek Chamber of Commerce sells magic machines to begin with. Do I need your permission to sell them?" Of course, Su Yi was very clear on the fact that while this was a very common business practice on Earth, it was not the same on the Science continent. After thinking for a bit, Su Yi pushed down on Chairman Farsak's hand, signaling him to be patient. Then he reached out and rubbed the foundation of the magic fan. After a while, Su Yi revealed an understanding smile that was already expected. "Chairman Farsak, first I need to strictly remind you. The magic machines are magic machines that our Frestek Chamber of Commerce has independently studied. As long as others give us a price, we have the right to sell to anyone." Seeing that Chairman Farsak's face sunk, Su Yi continued with a smile. "Of course, since we are in a cooperation, then as a partner, I naturally have to consider the benefits of your Farsak Chamber of Commerce. So, in a normal situation, we would not sell the magic machines needed to produce the magic fan to any other companies in Sultan City. Then what is the deal with this magic fan?" Chairman Farsak pointed at the magic fan in Su Yi's hand with a frown. "If it was made purely from manual labor, each magic fan would take a very long time to make and have a very high cost. But the price of the Leo Chamber of Commerce's magic fan is actually 10 silver coins lower than the ones from our Farsak Chamber of Commerce. If they didn't make them with the magic machines, I can guarantee that the Leo Chamber of Commerce will bleed themselves to death. Of course, I don't believe those fellows at the Leo Chamber of Commerce would be so foolish. Chairman Farsak, I think you have neglected something." Su Yi said with a smile. "Since the magic fans can be imitated, then the magic machines can also be imitated." "Imitations of the magic machines?" Chairman Farsak's small eyes suddenly popped out. "That is impossible. Those 5 magic machines are very complicated. How could it be possible they were copied?" Su Yi gave a shrug. "Although I don't want to admit it, this is the truth if my guesses aren't wrong. The 5 magic machines the Leo Chamber of Commerce you mentioned had, it should be imitations made by them. But are the magic machines that easy to imitate?" Chairman Farsak looked at Su Yi as if he didn't believe him. "Of course it's not easy, but that doesn't mean that it is impossible." Su Yi casually picked up a tool and very easily dismantled the magic fan in his hands into components. It was like he had expected. This magic fan not only had the same outer shell as the Frestek brand magic fan, but even the inner components were basically the same. In other words, this magic fan was a complete knockoff of the Frestek brand magic fan. "Can you see any problems?" Seeing Su Yi's actions, Chairman Farsak couldn't help asking. Su Yi picked up an axle that supported the fan blades to look over before laughing. "I can see many problems. Chairman Farsak, this Leo Chamber of Commerce shouldn't have sold this magic fan for more than half a month, right?" Chairman Farsak was stunned. After thinking about it, he said with a nod, "That's right. It hasn't passed half a month yet." "How did you know?" Su Yi pointed at the components on the ground. "They told me." "They?" Chairman Farsak looked at the components scattered on the ground and didn't understand. Su Yi looked over at Chairman Farsak. "You should have brought the magic fan your company produced on your trip this time, right?" "I did." Chairman Farsak took out another magic fan from his giant bag. Su Yi looked it over and suddenly knit his brows. "Chairman Farsak, when your company made this magic fan, did it strictly follow the standard that I set?" Chairman Farsak was stunned before saying in an aggrieved voice, "Of course. Chairman Su, this thing was developed by your Frestek Chamber of Commerce. How could I not follow the standard you set?" "I can't see it." Su Yi gave a snort. Looking around, he saw a Frestek brand magic fan that was spinning in the corner and he brought it over. He put it beside the magic fan Chairman Farsak brought and filled them both with a magic crystal of the same size and quality, pressing the switch at the same time. Two blue lights appeared, and the blades of the two magic fans began moving, making the same wong sound. He brought Chairman Farsak in front of the magic fan to test the wind being blown out before suddenly looking over and asking, "Can you see it?" Chairman Farsak's round face already had an ugly expression on it. Although these two magic fans looked exactly the same from the outside, once they were activated, there were some visible differences. First was the toggle speed. As soon as the switch for the Frestek brand magic fan was pressed, it only took the blink of an eye for the fan blades to begin moving, blowing out its cool breeze. As for the magic fan the Farsak Chamber of Commerce made, it took a whole 5 seconds before the fan blades started moving. It took a while before one could feel the cool breeze. Next was the stability of the fan. The fan blade speed of the Frestek brand magic fan was set, and the naked eye couldn't see any fluctuations. As for the Farsak Chamber of Commerce's magic fan, it slowed down from time to time, like something was hindering the movement of the fan blades. Other than these 2 points, for the Frestek brand magic fan, it only made a faint wong sound while it spun. As for the Farsak Chamber of Commerce's magic fan, not only did the blades make a large sound, there was also a ka sound that rang out from time to time. After the blades spun for a while, the noises would become even louder and the entire magic fan would shake, making people believe that the blades would fall out of its frame. Chairman Farsak, if you were a customer and these two magic fans were in front of you, which one would you choose to buy? Sui asked. Chairman Farsak's face had sunken and the fat on his face twitched. He finally revealed a bitter smile and replied, "Of course I would choose your Frestek brand magic fan." Without waiting for Sui to speak, he then asked, "But Chairman Sui, why is this? I have been very strict with the magic fan and have strictly followed the guidelines you have set during the manufacturing process. Even the 5-component making magic machines were bought from you. So why is there such a difference in the end?" It's very simple. The difference lies in 2 points. One is material and the other is workers. Sui stretched out 2 fingers which he shook and suddenly asked, "Chairman Farsak, the skilled workers that I sent you, you haven't placed any importance on them at all, right? How could that be? Those 5 people you've sent are there to teach the manufacturing process. How could they not be important?" Chairman Farsak raised his voice. "Since they came, I have fed them good food and drinks all day, not treating them like slaves at all." Sui shook his head. "Can you guarantee that the people under you didn't treat them as slaves?" This, Chairman Farsak's voice stopped before he said in an uncertain voice, "I have strictly told them before, so they shouldn't." "Cool, Chairman Sui, you also said material, right? I don't understand. Isn't it just iron being used to make the magic fans? Is there a difference?" Sui gave a sigh. If this fellow were to know that there were over 10 kinds of different pig iron alone, how many chunks of fat would fall off his face from shock? Of course, for this science continent that had an incomparably weak industrial system, even if Sui said all this, no one would be able to understand him. Feeling helpless, he could only slowly explain it in words that Chairman Farsak would be able to understand. Even with the same kind of iron, there are still differences. In the end, Chairman Farsak left Banta City feeling very satisfied. The reason why he could leave assured naturally was not just because Sui had explained the problem with the magic fan to him. He had also promised to also send several other skilled workers to help him increase the quality of his Farsak Chamber of Commerce's magic fan. To a well-qualified merchant like Chairman Farsak, something that could satisfy him naturally brought him enough benefits. To obtain these benefits, he had signed a new contract between his Farsak Chamber of Commerce and Sui's Frestek Chamber of Commerce. This contract was for an even deeper cooperation compared to before. According to this contract, the Frestek Chamber of Commerce would provide more complete technical support for the Farsak Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, when the Frestek Chamber of Commerce had a new magic machine product available, the Farsak Chamber of Commerce would have the rights to cooperate with them first. For example, on Chairman Farsak's trip to Banta City this time, he had heard about the small magic harvester. Other than coming here for the matter of the magic fan, his main reason was to collect information on the small magic harvester from Sui. Sui very cleanly gave him all the information on the small magic harvester, but he rejected the proposition of helping the Farsak Chamber of Commerce set up a small magic harvester production line. Even if Chairman Farsak was dissatisfied with this, Su-yi was unable to help him. The small magic harvester was not the same as the magic fan. The requirement in terms of forging technique was increased by several times. Currently, even in the Frestek Chamber of Commerce, only the dwarves could complete this work. Su-yi had not invented a magic machine that could replace manpower in making the small magic harvester, and of course, he couldn't just give these dwarves to other people. So naturally, he had no way of helping Chairman Farsak set up a production line. Chairman Farsak's request couldn't be fulfilled, so he could only take a step back. He proposed to Su-yi that they would be the only distributor of the small magic harvester in Sultan City. To this request, Su-yi agreed right away. With the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's current scale and fame, it wasn't a realistic idea for them to break into the Sultan City market. Rather, to enter Sultan City through this Chairman Farsak, who had enough strength and status, would be much easier. Letting Chairman Farsak represent the small magic harvester, even if they lost a portion of the profits, it could allow the Frestek brand and the Frestek Chamber of Commerce gain fame in Sultan City. In short, it was a quite efficient deal. Other than this, Su-yi firmly refused Chairman Farsak's suggestion of being the only buyer for the magic machines. Even if this rejection made Chairman Farsak very dissatisfied, Su-yi didn't plan on making any concessions. He was not just considering Sultan City's side. He was also considering from a long-term angle. If he agreed to this request from Chairman Farsak, all the products of the Frestek Chamber of Commerce would be limited in the future. With the precedent of Chairman Farsak, if the Frestek Chamber of Commerce wanted to sell their products to the entire Science continent, it would be hard to reject other merchants if they came with the same request. Like this, the Frestek Chamber of Commerce would be greatly limited and would even be controlled by others. This was something that Su-yi could never accept. Chairman Farsak wanted to keep struggling and even implied some vague threats in his voice, but Su-yi's tone was firm and didn't allow a single concession, so Chairman Farsak was helpless in the end. After all, there was only the Frestek Chamber of Commerce that produced the magic machines right now, and Chairman Farsak saw enormous benefits from this. If he really had a falling out with Su-yi from this negotiation and lost the chance to work with the Frestek Chamber of Commerce, it would be a great loss to his Farsak Chamber of Commerce. So after 2 days of back and forth negotiation, they finally reached an agreement. Although there were many conditions from Chairman Farsak that wasn't accepted from the negotiations, he could tell that the Farsak Chamber of Commerce would earn large benefits from this. So naturally, he was satisfied when he left. Compared to the relatively satisfied Chairman Farsak, Su-yi's heart was not that relaxed and happy. After sending Chairman Farsak off, Su-yi returned to the office. He looked at the magic fan on the desk that kept turning and fell into deep thought. The magic fan that was turning now was not the Frestek brand and was not the Farsak brand. Rather, it was the magic fan produced by the Leo Chamber of Commerce. It had to be said, the quality of this magic fan was definitely not high. Not only could it not compare to the Frestek brand magic fan, it was even a bit worse than the Farsak Chamber of Commerce's magic fan. Over the 2 days he negotiated with Chairman Farsak, Su-yi had placed the magic fan on his table to turn without stop. It had been 2 days and the magic fan was much looser than before. The magic fan kept trembling when the magic fan was set to the high-speed setting, and it made waves of ka sound, like it would break at any moment. For Su-yi to be able to convince Chairman Farsak, the performance of this magic fan had an important use. Personally witnessing the magic fan produced by the Leo Chamber of Commerce being unable to withstand this performance, the worry in Chairman Farsak's heart had scattered. Different from Chairman Farsak's heart, filled with schadenfreude when seeing this. When Su-yi looked at the magic fan, his heart was actually filled with great worry. Although the quality of this magic fan was very lacking, it could even be said that they were nothing more than fake goods. This magic fan did represent a fact. That was that other than Su-yi's Frestek Chamber of Commerce, there were other people and other companies that had set their eyes on magic machines. Su-yi was always worried that because the industrial system on the Science continent was too weak, and because the magicians had a high position, most people wouldn't place importance into the magic machine industry. As a master mechanical engineer, it was very difficult for Su-yi to accept a world with a weak industrial system like this. So he hoped very much that he could create a complete industrial system on the Signs continent. But building the foundation of an industrial system was an incomparably large project, and it was impossible to complete with just a single person. Only if more people became involved and they worked together could there be a hope in completing this idea. Now that the Leo Chamber of Commerce had appeared, this meant the people of the Signs continent recognized the importance of the magic industrial system. Although the Leo Chamber of Commerce only produced this magic fan in hopes of earning money, as long as they kept participating, this meant that they had the same idea and there was hope. Of course, this was not an especially surprising thing. The Frestac Chamber of Commerce had earned over 10,000 gold coins in just 2 short months with the magic fan, so this kind of income would naturally make others jealous. So it wasn't a strange thing for them to follow along and enter the magic machine research sector at all. Sui was not worried that the Leo Chamber of Commerce would be any threat to them because one could see from their magic fan that the Leo Chamber of Commerce was only at the initial stages of research. Even though Sui was surprised that they could make the imitation magic machines, he had a rough understanding of the production process from this magic fan. The fake magic machines had a great inferiority. They couldn't compare to the magic machines from the Frestac Chamber of Commerce at all. Sui suddenly gave a sigh and reached out to touch the base of the magic fan. Based on the style of the magic array, this should be well as handiwork. Based on what Latte said a few days ago, the company in Saltan City that she and Rem, as well as Cimarrot, went to should be the Leo Chamber of Commerce. Sui turned to look out the window in a northeastern direction, in the direction of Saltan City. If it was in terms of magic machine research, clearly our Frestac Chamber of Commerce is better. Wella chose the Leo Chamber of Commerce because she was afraid that Rem would be unwilling to work under me. As for Cimarrot, Sui gave a cold snort. He looked at the magic fan on the table of the office and a trace of ridicule appeared in his eyes. Choosing this kind of company for quick success, you'll deserve the bad luck you get. The magic fan on the table suddenly shook and the outer wire mesh of the fan was shaken off by the trembling of the magic fan. It slammed down on the table and made a deafening sound. It was already the latter half of September and the summer heat began to gradually dissipate. There was even a cool feeling that filled the breeze in the air. On the trees by the roads, there was a trace of yellow that appeared in the originally green leaves. When the wind blew through them, there would be 1 or 2 that fell down with it from time to time. However, even in this refreshing autumn weather, Freeman was covered in sweat, soaking the shirt that he was wearing. It was very uncomfortable having the shirt stick to his body, but there was no other choice here. Anyone who was carrying a 200-pound bag of wheat from Ireland to Banna City, which was a trip of close to 30 kilometers, would be covered in sweat. Actually, he didn't need to make it this hard for himself because the day of the fall harvest, the McGrady Chamber of Commerce from Banna City that specialized in the grains business had already sent someone to the villages to buy their harvest. Most of the wheat in the village had already been sold to them. Freeman had done this in the past few years, but this year he chose to send his best wheat to Banna City himself to sell. The reason was very simple. He had asked around this year, and he found that if he sold it in Ireland Village, each pound of would be sold for 3 copper coins less than in Banna City. If it was for over 200 pounds of wheat, this difference was around 7, 8 silver coins. Perhaps to the nobles of Banna City, if 7, 8 gold coins were to fall on the ground, they would be too lazy to acknowledge their existence. Even for the citizens of Ireland Village, they didn't care that much, so they almost all chose to sell their wheat to the McGrady Chamber of Commerce in their villages. However, for Freeman with a poor family of 3 children crying for food, 7, 8 gold coins was an amount he couldn't ignore. The other villages thought it was too troublesome, but Freeman insisted on bringing his wheat to Banna City just for these 7, 8 silver coins. A cool breeze suddenly blew and made it much more refreshing for Freeman. He temporarily stopped his cart and grabbed a towel to wipe his sweat as he prepared to rest for a bit. The walls of Banna City was already in sight, and there was still some time before noon, so he didn't need to rush. Looking up after wiping off the sweat on his face, Freeman's eyes suddenly fell onto a location outside of Banna City, and he suddenly made a sound. Outside the walls of Banna City, there was a giant brand that had been there the entire time. Not only were the citizens inside Banna City familiar with it, even the villagers like Freeman from outside the city were familiar with it. Each time he had business in Banna City, Freeman couldn't help taking a look at the sign. It was for no other reason than to see the beautiful and noble girl on the sign. But when Freeman looked at the sign once again out of habit, he found that the picture on it had changed. On the sign, other than the beautiful girl, there was the Frestec brand magic fan on it. The first time he saw the picture on the sign, Freeman had already been deeply attracted. Other than remembering the beautiful girl, he also remembered the Frestec brand magic fan. He even secretly made up his mind that as long as his family became a bit richer, he would definitely buy a Frestec brand magic fan to bring back, letting the three kids and his family enjoy a cool breeze on a hot summer day. However, on the image of the giant sign now, other than the beautiful girl that Freeman was familiar with, there were two other young girls on there as well. Although the two girls weren't as pretty as the other girl, they were also still quite pretty. One was very lively and one was a gentle beauty, giving people different feelings. The three girls in the picture were around a table, and based on the cooked dishes, they were prepared to eat. But in the center of the table was a strange round iron tub. The lively-looking girl with a round face had a rice paddle in her hand and was digging out fragrant rice from the strange iron thing. What is that thing? Freeman looked at the image in confusion. After thinking for a bit, he guessed something. The previous image was an advertisement the Frestec Chamber of Commerce did for the magic fan. So this should also be an advertisement? But what is that strange thing? Why is there cooked rice inside it? There were 2 lines of words on the image, but it was a pity that Freeman was illiterate. In the end, driven by his curiosity, he found a middle-aged man who seemed a bit educated passing by to ask some questions. What is written on there? The middle-aged man looked at where Freeman was pointing, and he revealed a smile. Oh, that. Let me tell you, that is the new advertisement the Frestec Chamber of Commerce just put up 2 days ago. It is to advertise their company's newest product, the Magic Rice Cooker. Magic Rice Cooker? It's that round thing inside the picture? What is it used for? Freeman became even more curious. You can't even understand that? Look, isn't there rice inside? So that means that this Magic Rice Cooker is used to cook the rice. The middle-aged man pointed at the sign and read it word for word. There are 2 lines up top. The first line is Frestec brand Magic Rice Cooker, letting you enjoy the purest rice. The second line says a healthy life, leaving behind firewood smoke. Do you understand what this means? Freeman honestly shook his head. I don't. The middle-aged man couldn't help rolling his eyes. What is there not to understand? If you use the Magic Rice Cooker, you don't need to use firewood to light a fire, and you'll still be able to cook rice. Not only is it faster than using firewood, there isn't any smoke at all. How about that? Isn't it convenient? Not using firewood? How is it possible to heat it up? Freeman asked in a stunned voice. The middle-aged man laughed. It seems like you still don't understand, but forget it. Without seeing it yourself, you wouldn't understand if I explained it to you. If you are really curious, you can buy one yourself to try. Let me tell you, I bought one immediately after it came out, and now it's much more convenient for my wife to cook the meals. After watching the middle-aged man leave while laughing, Freeman helplessly shook his head. He thought that although the Magic Rice Cooker was a good thing, he wasn't able to afford it. No matter how good it was, he had no use for it. After talking by the road for a bit, Freeman felt like he had recovered a bit of strength. He headed out on his carriage, continuing towards Banta City with his carriage filled with wheat. After half an hour, Freeman arrived at the McGrady Chamber of Commerce. After easily following the stream of people to where they were buying wheat, he sold his wheat and left with 2 gold coins, 37 silver coins, and 76 copper coins. After receiving this hard-earned income, Freeman looked at the restaurant beside the McGrady Chamber of Commerce before swallowing a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. After that, he took out cloth package that he carried half a day, which contained the sesame cake his wife had prepared for him this morning, and got some free cold water offered by the McGrady Chamber of Commerce to settle his lunch. He had just taken a sip of water and was prepared to eat the sesame cake when he suddenly heard the rushed conversation of 2 people beside him. Hey, are you going to participate in the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's Big Stomach King competition? I'm participating, but it's a pity that I can only eat 3 bowls. AI, only 3 bowls. Aren't you too lacking? I can eat a full 5 bowls. Jay, what is 5 bowls? When I went last time, that fellow who stole the championship ate an entire 9 bowls. The rice in 3 Magic Rice Cookers was eaten by him alone. That powerful. This fellow wouldn't be a pig, right? Freeman's ears peaked at this. Big Stomach King competition? What was that? The curious Freeman found out from someone working for the company what the Big Stomach King competition was. It was a contest the Frestack Chamber of Commerce had held since the morning to see who could eat the most. There was no limits to participation in this competition. It didn't matter who won was. They just needed to want to participate. In this competition, the competitors could eat as much as they wanted of the rice the Frestack Chamber of Commerce provided. Whoever ate the most would be the champion. The competition would last all day before deciding a champion. Not only would that champion win a magic rice cooker, they would also receive a special membership card from the Frestack Chamber of Commerce. No matter what product they bought from the Frestack Chamber of Commerce in the future, they would receive preferential treatment. Freeman didn't care about these prices at all. He just cared about the fact that it was free to eat the rice. Looking down at his dry sesame cake, Freeman thought about it before wrapping it up and putting it back in his chest. Then he asked the staff member where the Frestack Chamber of Commerce's competition was and headed off with large steps. When Freeman rushed to the market district, he found that the wide street was already completely filled with people. From time to time, there was even waves of cheering that could be heard. Even if Freeman was a strong man, he used quite a bit of effort before he could push his way through. There was a crowd gathered around a large area, and there were several tables in line placed there, with 10 people of different appearances sitting at the table. In front of each person was the magic rice cooker Freeman had seen on the sign outside the city. Each magic rice cooker was filled with white rice that released its fragrance in all directions. Each of these 10 people were holding bowls the size of their faces which were filled with white rice, preparing to shove them into their faces. The competition seemed like it had just started, and the 10 people ate very quickly. Not long after, the 10 large bowls had already been emptied. However, when it came to the second bow, there were already clear winners and losers. 3 people could only eat half a bowl before giving up, announcing they gave up. Not long after, another 2 also couldn't keep going. Of the remaining 5, only 2 seemed very relaxed after eating their second bowl, and the other 3 seemed kind of stuffed. As expected, those 3 only finished a small of their third bowl before giving up. The other 2 finished the third bowl in a single breath. As the 2 remaining people dueled each other, the crowd became more excited. They kept cheering for those 2, and the atmosphere became very passionate. After they finished the fourth bowl, the actions of the 2 slowed down. After finishing half the fifth bow, there was one person who couldn't keep going any longer. He spat out a mouthful of rice while the other person slowly finished the rest of his bowl. This competition had naturally ended. A young person walked out to congratulate the winner and handed the magic rice cooker in front of him to him as his prize. Freeman asked the person beside him in a daze, "Wasn't it said that only the final winner would receive a magic rice cooker? Could it be that this is the final competition?" That person looked at Freeman and said in disdain, "How could the Frestack Chamber of Commerce be petty? Let me tell you, no matter which competition you win, you can receive a magic rice cooker. The final winner not only receives a magic rice cooker, they also receive a special prize. What? You want to enter?" At this time, the young person who seemed to be in charge announced that the next competition would be beginning soon. Freeman quickly charged out and stole a spot by the table. Seeing the hesitant looks on the faces of the people, Freeman couldn't help feeling disdain. These fellows, there is clearly free fragrant rice, and they're actually not coming. This is just a waste. After a while, 10 people had gathered, and another 10 magic rice cookers were placed on the tables. Under the young man's instructions, the 10 contestants, including Freeman, took off the cover of the magic rice cooker. Once the magic rice cooker was opened, there was a fragrant scent that poured out that made the surrounding people cry out in shock. Freeman sucked in his nose with great force and felt the rich fragrance greet his nostrils, making him unable to stop his drooling. His stomach couldn't help making rumbling sounds. This magic rice cooker really was a good thing. He only saw people put rice and water in it, and it was cooked into fragrant rice in just a while. It was even more fragrant than the rice he cooked at home with his large pot. Let the competition begin. With the command of the young man, Freeman immediately used the rice paddle to fill the bowl in front of him. After blowing on it twice, he began to swallow in large mouthfuls. Since the morning, Freeman had only drank water and hadn't eaten anything. For him to carry 200 pounds of wheat such a far distance, the energy he consumed was quite shocking. His stomach had been empty for a long time, and not to mention white rice. He might have even swallowed down a bowl of wild wheat. The crowd felt like everything was a blur as the large bowl in front of Freeman had already been emptied. When Freeman continued to his second bowl, he was stopped by the young man in charge. "What? I'm not allowed to eat." Freeman looked at the young man in a daze, as his face filled with disappointment. Alex couldn't stop the cold sweat from appearing on his face. Since this morning, there had been 13 groups of over 100 people who had participated in the Big Stomach King competition, but this was his first time seeing a fellow who ate this quickly. This large bowl, he wouldn't be able to finish even if he ate for an entire day, but this swarthy-looking fellow actually finished it all in the blink of an eye. He really didn't know what his mouth and stomach was made of. "No, it's not that I'm not letting you eat, but I'm asking you to wait a bit for the other participants. It's more convenient for us to count this way." Alex maintained his smile as he explained to Freeman. "Oh." Freeman could only put down his bowl before looking at the participants beside him. "I say, can't you eat a bit faster? Could it be you don't want to win?" The other 9 contestants looked at each other in blank dismay. They did want to win, but seeing how you eat, was there any hope of winning? After that, 2 contestants directly left their seats and gave up on the competition. The other 7 contestants were a bit unwilling and finished their first bowls. After seeing Freeman eat the second bowl like a hurricane clearing up the clouds, the remaining 7 participants had all lost their appetites. There was no need to mention any chances of winning. So after Freeman had only eaten 2 bowls, he had already been named the winner of this competition. Watching the other contestants leave, Freeman was a bit curious. "Hey, why are you all leaving? This rice is this delicious. Aren't you planning to eat a bit more?" Everyone was speechless. They had seen many participants of this Big Stomach King competition, but this was their first time seeing this kind of fellow. Alex didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he placed the magic rice cooker in front Freeman in his hands. He tried his best to keep a straight face as he said, "This mister, congratulations on winning this round. This magic rice cooker is your price. Please take it. Other than this, I ask you to leave your name and to come participate in the final round at 6. Freeman looked at the magic rice cooker in his hands in a daze. He had just eaten 2 bowls of rice, and he had won a magic rice cooker? Was there really such a good thing in this world? Facts proved it, and the good things Freeman met was not just this. After doing some temporary work in the city for an afternoon, Freeman went to the competition area after receiving his 3 silver coins. In the end, he shocked everyone by eating 13 bowls of rice to win the entire competition. Based on this victory, Freeman was led by Alex, and he actually got to meet the legendary chairman of the Frestech Chamber of Commerce, Sui. Sui's eyes swept over Freeman before finally landing on his stomach, and his eyes became a bit strange. He had clearly heard from Alex that this fellow had just eaten 13 bowls of rice in the finals, but his stomach was only sticking out a little. He really couldn't see where he put the 13 bowls of rice at all. Perhaps this is a natural talent? Sui muttered in his heart. He straightened his face and said with a soft cough, "Hello, I am Sui. You are called Freeman? I've heard that you're from Ireland Village." Although Freeman was a bit surprised by how young he was, thinking of the other side's status as the chairman of the Frestech Chamber of Commerce, he couldn't help being a bit nervous. Hearing this question, he was stunned for a bit before awkwardly replying, Right. I am from Ireland Village. My appetite is just big." Sui laughed. "You don't need to say this. I already know." Freeman was instantly embarrassed, and his dark face filled with a rare blush. "All right, let's not talk about this. Since you're the final winner of this competition, our Frestech Chamber of Commerce has to give you some special prizes based on the rules. But before this, can I ask you a question?" Sui then said. Sir Chairman, please ask whatever you want." No need to be nervous. It's best you keep your calm in front of this question and answer me after you properly consider it." Sui paused. He looked at how nervous Freeman looked looking at him, and he knew it was impossible for him not to be nervous. He gave a nod before continuing. "Listen well. This question is actually a choice. Freeman, you have 2 rewards you can choose from right now. One of them is 50 gold coins. 50 gold coins. That much." Freeman stood up, and his limbs started trembling out of excitement. Although he already guessed that the prizes would be quite good, he never thought that it would be a high prize of receiving 50 gold coins at once. For a poor family like his, if they had 50 gold coins, this meant that he could immediately escape his poor living conditions. Not only could he fix several places in his roof that were leaking, He could even change the entire set of furniture in his house. Other than that, he could buy 2 new dresses for his wife and even buy several toys for his children that they had long fantasized about. Sue saw Freeman's fluctuating expression and didn't say anything to cut him off. Based on what Alex told him and the clothes Freeman was wearing, he could guess that this man's family background was a difficult one. 50 gold coins was naturally nothing for the current Sue, but it was a very important thing for Freeman. When Sue had just transmigrated to the Signs continent, because he wasn't familiar with the people and the land, he had almost starved to death. If someone were to suddenly give him 50 gold coins back then, his excitement wouldn't have been less than that of Freeman's. After a while, Freeman slowly regained his cool. He looked at Sue and swallowed a mouthful of saliva with great difficulty as he slowly asked, Sir Chairman, is this true? You wouldn't be lying to me, right? Can I really receive a prize of 50 gold coins? Sue gave a very certain nod. Of course it's true. I think that since you are someone from Bandit City, you should be familiar with our Frestec Chamber of Commerce. You think that I would throw away the prestige of our company for 50 gold coins? No, 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 of course not, of course not. Freeman quickly waved his hand. Sir Chairman, don't misunderstand. It's just that for a while. For a while, I didn't dare believe it. It isn't that I'm doubting you. Sue revealed a faint smile. I understand. Then Freeman, have you decided to pick this prize? I've decided. Freeman had just finished half his words when he suddenly stopped. Wait a minute. Sir Chairman, you said that there were 2 prizes that I could choose from. Can I ask what the other prize is? Seeing Freeman's eyes light up, Sue couldn't help revealing a smile. He thought that although this Freeman looked like an honest person, he wasn't dumb. Of course you can, but I don't think the second prize will excite you as much. This is because the second prize is not as real as gold coins. Rather, it is giving you a chance. Chance. Freeman scratched his head and looked at Sue with a confused gaze. Sir Chairman, what does this mean? Freeman, I've heard that you came from Ireland Village to sell your wheat. You should have seen the wheat fields around Bandit City, right? Sue asked back. Wheat fields. Freeman tilted his head to think before nodding. I saw quite a few on the way here. Speaking of this, Sir Chairman, it seems like the harvest near Banta City happened quite early. In the fields I saw, the wheat stalks had already been burnt for a long time. Sue nodded with a faint smile. It's good that you could notice this point. But if I told you that Banta City's harvest had already harvested 10 days ago, what would you think? How is that possible? After Freeman was in a daze for a bit, he forcefully shook his head. It had just ripened 10 days ago. How could it have been harvested in just a day or 2? Sir Chairman, a great person like you might not understand some things in farming. You don't know that the harvest is very troublesome. Even I had to spend a whole week to finish the couple of mues of land that I have. Sue reached out his right finger and shook it. No, I understand very well. Moreover, when the wheat fields outside Banta City were harvested, our Frestec Chamber of Commerce had participated. Freeman looked at Sue with a strange gaze. Sir Chairman, I remember that your Frestec Chamber of Commerce sells magic fans. So how could it help with the harvest? This is because we don't just sell magic fans. We also sell small magic harvesters. Sue laughed as he took a picture from Alex's hands and opened it in front of Freeman. It's this. What was drawn was a small harvester moving through the fields, but it was different from the scene Freeman was used to of several men in the field with blades. What was drawn was a large man pushing something strange through the fields. This strange thing had a large opening that swallowed the grains, and then there was a small mouth at the end that kept spitting out wheat grains. Freeman looked at it for a while before asking with a frown, Sir Chairman, is this thing real? How could harvesting the wheat be this simple? It's just this simple. Sue gave the picture to Freeman before honestly saying, Now, Freeman, we should return to the main point. The second prize you can choose from is an opportunity, and this opportunity is related to this small magic harvester, as well as the small magic plowing machine that we will be releasing soon. Why? Viscount Leslie slightly knit his brows as he looked down to read some documents Sue gave him. You should know that even with fall harvest over, as long as you continue to make small magic harvesters, the nobles in Banta City will snatch them up. As for the small magic plowing machine, there are a group of people who submitted orders to you for a long time now. With these 2 very hot magic machines and the total price of 120 gold coins, You actually want to give it to commoners for free who don't have any relationship to you at all? Sue, just what are you thinking? Sue looked up and revealed a relaxed smile to Viscount Leslie before shaking his head. It's not give, it's lend. This can't be mistaken. Viscount Leslie gave a soft snort. Lend? Not taking a bit of money and lending it to someone. What difference is there from giving? Of course there's a difference. Sue looked at Viscount Leslie's face and felt that Viscount Leslie treated this issue very seriously. After thinking about it, he gave him a good explanation. Lord Viscount, this is actually a part of the farmer support plan that I've developed. As for this farmer support plan, Seabass and I have discussed this before, and I think he should have reported to you already. He has indeed mentioned this before, but it was only a thought that you had, and there wasn't a solid plan at all. Why did you suddenly decide to do this? Giving. All right, boring the small magic harvester and the small magic plowing machine to the farmers. How will it help the plan? It's very helpful. Sue was very clear that Viscount Leslie was a very insightful person. If he wanted to convince him, he couldn't use ambiguous language, Lord Viscount. Before explaining the specifics, I want to ask you a few questions. Hearing what Sue Viscount Leslie immediately knew that Sue had been thinking about this matter for a long time, and his heart relaxed. He relaxed in his body and leaned back in his chair, waving his hand at Sue to continue after composing himself. All right. The first question, Lord Viscount, where do you think the small magic harvester and small magic plowing machine are used in? Is there a need to ask this? Of course it's on the farm. Then the second question, limiting it to the area around Banna City, what proportion of farmland do you and the nobles own inside the area of Banna City? I remember there was a count last year, and it was around 30%. Viscount Leslie thought before replying. Very good. Since you and the nobles own 30%, what about the remaining 70%? Whose hands are it in? Sue then asked. Nonsense. If it doesn't belong to us nobles, of course it belongs to the royal family. The farmland in the hands of us nobles was granted to us by the royal family. That is not quite correct. Sue shook his head. Although theoretically speaking, all the land in the kingdom belongs to the royal family, it is impossible for the royal family to have enough manpower and effort to open up all this farmland. Therefore, the farmland is actually given to the normal farmers of the kingdom. In theory, they are farmland owned by the royal family, but actually they are controlled by the peasants. Viscount Leslie considered this a bit before slowly nodding. It's correct if you want to say it like this, but how is this related to what you were talking about? It's very closely related. Sue continued in his certain voice. Lord Viscount, currently the small magic harvesters sold by our Frestec Chamber of Commerce has been sold to the nobles represented by you, but not a single one has gone to the peasants. This means that on the 30% of the farmland controlled by you nobles, it can enjoy the convenience of the small magic harvester, but those peasants still have to rely on pure arduous hand harvesting to complete their harvest. Viscount Leslie knit his brows. What? You're planning to blame the fact that those peasants can't afford the small magic harvester on us nobles. There is no meaning in blaming someone. Sue waved his hand. I'm just stating a fact. The facts in front of us are that just using Banta City as an example, only the 30% farmland owned by you nobles can be quickly harvested, and that is not the case with the other 70% farmland. What I want to do is help those farmers also enjoy the benefits of this quick harvest. So you directly gave the small magic harvester and the small magic plowing machine to that farmer named Freeman? Viscount Leslie was still confused. But Sue, what use does just giving one machine do? Based on the area Banna City covers, I think it won't be enough even if you give out 100, right? Then again, is there any benefits to you in this matter? Are there any benefits to the Frestec Chamber of Commerce? Lord Viscount, I want to remind you that it is not giving and it is lending. Although you can't see any income now, I can dare to guarantee that our company will earn a large revenue just based on this service. Please believe me. Sue said with a faint smile. Other than this matter is of great importance to me alone, and it will bring great benefits to the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Viscount Leslie shook his head in confusion. I can't see any benefits. Sue laughed as his expression became a bit strange. Lord Viscount, have you heard of a phrase before? It is called freeing up production forces. The conversation with Viscount Leslie proceeded very smoothly. Compared to the proud and stubborn nobles, Viscount Leslie had a very clear advantage. It was that when there was something he didn't understand, he didn't directly reject it. Rather, he patiently listened and tried to understand it as much as possible. For example, the freeing up production forces that Sue E talked about. Viscount Leslie was completely confused, and he showed that he didn't understand at all. But he didn't refute Sue E because of this and patiently listened to what Sue E said. When Sue E used the 100 slaves that he took from him as an example, he had a bit of understanding of the topic. When those 100 slaves were under Viscount Leslie, they could only do a few simple things, so their value was very limited. In order to support them, Viscount Leslie even had to take out a few gold coins each year. But after he lent them to Sue E, it had only been 2 months. If he were just to calculate it by normal wages, it could be said that Viscount Leslie had earned over 1,000 gold coins. Not to mention that they played a very important role in developing the factory, bringing large amounts of revenue to the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Viscount Leslie was a major shareholder of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, so the benefits the company received, he would also receive a portion. So even if Viscount Leslie was not willing, he had to admit it. What Sui said before was completely right. If those slaves remained in his hands, the value they had was far below the value they had in Suyi's hands. Thinking of this, Viscount Leslie became quite interested in the farmer support plan that Sui mentioned. Even if he didn't know the concrete parts of Suyi's plans, he still grabbed the bull by the horns and decided to fully support Suyi's plan. Compared to this, although Suyi's net worth had increased because of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, he was still only a small merchant in Banda City. There were many things that weren't easy for him to do. It was completely different for Viscount Leslie. As a famous noble in Banda City and having a deep family background, the power of his words in Banda City was not something Sui could compare to. With his great support, Suyi's plan was naturally much easier to enforce. After 3 days, the first small magic plowing machine was released. It made a demonstration on Viscount Leslie's farmland, as usual. This time was different from watching Viscount Leslie harvest the wheat last time. The Banta City nobles who received the invitations didn't have a trace of doubt in their hearts and joyfully came because they knew the effects of the small magic plowing machine being demonstrated this time. Although they only understood the name of the small magic plowing machine, that didn't dampen their enthusiasm. In the fall harvest before this, the nobles had already enjoyed the benefits brought by the small magic harvester. A field that needed around 10 days to half a month to finish harvesting was finished in at most 2 days with the small magic harvester. The increase in efficiency was terrifying. This time, when Viscount Leslie told them that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had researched another magic machine that could increase the speed of their plowing, there wasn't a single noble that doubted this. Without even knowing what the appearance of the machine was like, they all submitted their orders to the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Now that the small magic plowing machine was finally out, these nobles definitely wanted to be the first to see it. When they came to the set field, they were stunned to find that by the fields, other than the nobles, there were some fellows that looked like commoners. There were some among them who looked very crude, having swarthy faces and dressing like farmers. Seeing this scene, the nobles instantly felt dissatisfied. This was clearly a gathering of nobles. It was acceptable for the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's chairman Sue E to participate. But what was the reason for these commoners, and even these earth-working peasants being invited? But since it was Viscount Leslie that invited them, they thought that Viscount Leslie could have other intentions. These nobles were dissatisfied, but they didn't reveal it. These peasants felt very awkward, especially the normal farmers. They had never seen this many nobles before, and now that they were suddenly standing by these noble masters, they felt very awkward. It was a good thing that the strange-looking machine by the fields attracted everyone's eyes, and everyone's attention fell onto this machine. This machine should be the small magic plowing machine, but its appearance was even stranger than the small magic harvester. The front of the machine had a row of cylinders placed together, and the bottom of each cylinder was releasing a weak yellow glow. There were some nobles with understanding of magic, so they could see that there was probably Earth-attributed magic arrays attached to the cylinders. Thinking about the fact that this machine was called the magic plowing machine, it could be understood why there were Earth-attributed magic arrays on it. But the other half of the machine was something they couldn't understand. There was a firmly packed iron back on the latter half, and other than the thing that looked like a slit, they couldn't clearly see what it was. It made people want to open the iron box and see what was inside. The doubts in their hearts didn't last long. After a while, Viscount Leslie saw that everyone had arrived and he announced that it would begin. A large man came forward and after grabbing the handle of the machine, he pressed the switch. The row of cylinders with yellow glows lit up and then they fell down, slamming into the ground that had turned hard after they had finished harvesting the wheat. The cylinders moved through the ground, and everyone could hear a series of deep sounds coming from the ground. After that, they saw countless cracks form in the hard ground as it began shaking. Earth-splitting spell. The eyes of a young noble by the field lit up as he spoke in a surprised voice. Baron Hanas, you recognize the magic array on the ground? The noble beside him asked in a dazed voice. If I haven't made a mistake, there should be the earth-splitting array on each of the cylinders. The young noble called Baron Hanas nodded as he replied. Although the earth-splitting array is only a second-grade array, to have the array work like this, to control the affected area of the array, and to even let the arrays on the cylinders not affect each other, it is designed perfectly. It could be imagined how profound the magic array knowledge of the person who designed this magic machine is. Baron Hannes, this is your first time in Urbana City, so I'm sure you don't know. The one who designed this magic machine is the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's chairman Su E. He is definitely a magician, and it's said that even great magician Camilla has commended his talent for magic before. It is naturally not strange for him to be able to design this kind of magic array. You said that he's a magician? Baron Hannes was stunned. Since he is a magician, why did he start a company? Why didn't he properly study magic? He has such great talent for magic. If he completely focused on studying magic, he would definitely become a powerful magician. The noble beside him gave a shrug. I don't know that. But everyone has their own goals. Perhaps Chairman Su E likes studying these kinds of things? Baron Hannes shook his head with a frown and didn't say anything else. In the field, the small magic plowing machine didn't stop as it moved forward. As the cylinders in front fell down, the earth-splitting array on the cylinders easily cracked the firm ground into loose soil. The iron box in the back finally revealed its fangs, which was a fierce-looking iron rake. With the high-speed rotation of the iron rake, the plows on the iron rake kept scattering the soil blocks left behind and broke them down into pieces. When the small magic plowing machine passed through the patch of soil, the firm soil was turned into incomparably loose piles of soil. Seeing this scene, whether it was the nobles or the farmers, they couldn't help gasping in shock. If one was relying on just manpower to do the same kind of plowing work, not only would they have to spend a large amount of effort and time, it was impossible for the soil to be this loose. The effect would be greatly inferior. The more loose the soil was, the easier the planting work after the plowing was, and it would be easier for the seeds planted to absorb the nutrients in the ground. It would be greatly beneficial to the future growth of the plants. So this meant that with the help of the small magic plowing machine, not only could one save on time and effort, it would also greatly increase the growth of their plants. The group of people stared right at the small magic plowing machine as it easily finished a mow of farmland in less than 10 minutes before looking at the incomparably loose soil in the field. It took them a while before they came back to their senses. Several nobles with quick reactions charged to Su E standing beside Viscount Leslie and rushed as they shouted out. Chairman Su, how is the small magic plowing machine I ordered? Has it already been made? Send it to me right now. Send what? Chairman Su, I'll send people to your company now. There are fields at my estate that are waiting to be plowed. Hey, don't think you can act like that just because you made an order. I was the first one to make an order back then. Chairman Su, you must remember first come, first serve. Seeing the actions of these people, the other nobles instantly reacted. They all charged in front of Su E and began shouting. Seeing these noble masters shouting without a care, the commoners on the side were shocked before finally reacting. They looked at each other, and they all revealed dispirited looks. Although the effects of this small magic plowing machine was very shocking, it was clear it would be very expensive, not to mention them being able to afford it. Even if they did, those noble masters were going all out to snatch them. So how could any come to these commoners? Thinking of this, the commoners let out a sigh before preparing to leave while shaking their heads. They couldn't understand why Viscount Leslie had invited them at all. This kind of place, it wasn't a place for commoners at all. When the commoners wanted to leave, A man who, whether it was his dress or his expression, looked very serious came out. He smiled at everyone and said, "Everyone, please wait. I am the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's finance manager, Seabass. May I ask everyone, is there anyone who wants the small magic plowing machine?" The commoners were stunned. Seeing this very serious Seabass, they hesitated for a bit before they all nodded. It had to be said, this small magic machine had given them a strong shock, and they had to be blind if they said they didn't want it. Seeing everyone nod, Seabass revealed a smile before continuing. "Since it's like this, I think you will all be interested in the farmer support plan that our company has established lately." "You were introduced by Lewis?" Sui looked at this young noble that Viscount Leslie had attracted in front of him. He never thought that he would hear a name that he hadn't heard in a long time from him. Baron Hannes gave a slight nod before saying with a faint smile, "That's right. When he heard that I was coming to Banna City, Uncle Lewis told me that I had to contact the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Uncle Lewis also said that he is very regretful that he couldn't obtain the chance to work with you on the Magic Fan before. If your company has any other new products, he would definitely cooperate with you if there was another chance." Lewis' normal-looking face with an astute feeling passed through Su Yi's mind again. To a large client who ordered 1,000 magic fans right away, Su Yi had a profound impression of him. When the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had just been made and the magic fan had just been researched, they didn't enjoy the same fame as they did in Banta City, and they didn't have any fame in the surrounding cities. Even in this situation, Lewis dared to immediately order such a large number. It could be seen that his eyes looked quite far, and he was quite bold. What Sui never imagined was that he still remembered their small company after several months, and even sent someone to specially contact them. Sui looked over Baron Hannes and thought that although this fellow was young, he was still a baron no matter what. Moreover, he went through Viscount Leslie to look for him, which meant that he had some status in Anvilmar City. For such a person to call Lewis uncle, it could be seen that Lewis was indeed an important person. "Lewis, how was Mr. Lewis certain that we would have new products?" Sui asked curiously. Baron Hannes revealed a smile. "I also asked Uncle Lewis this, and he responded that although he had only met Chairman Sui once, he could tell that you were a driven person. You definitely wouldn't be satisfied with just one product like the magic fan." Sui awkwardly touched his nose and his face became somewhat embarrassed. "Am I that easily seen through by others?" Viscount Leslie, who was accompanying them, broke out in laughter. "Sui, if I couldn't see the ambition in you, do you think I would be willing to work with you?" Sui helplessly spread his hands. "Is the word ambition written all over my face?" Baron Hannes also broke out in laughter. "Chairman Sui is truly interesting. Having ambition isn't a bad thing, right? Since you have set up such a unique company, if you didn't have ambition, I like the word driven," Uncle Lewis said. "If you didn't have drive, how could this company have lasted this long?" "All right, I admit it. I have ambi. I have a lot of drive. I also like this word. Our Frestec Chamber of Commerce has just been established, but I will make it the best company in all of the Lampuri Kingdom and even the Signs Continent." Sui said with a firm nod. "I believe that." Baron Hannes nodded with a faint smile. "But Chairman Sui, I am also very curious. I've heard that you are an exceptional magician, and based on the small magic plowing machine from earlier, I can at least tell that the level of your earth magic array is quite high. Since it's like this, why didn't you choose to continue studying magic and become a powerful magician? Why did you choose to study magic machines? I think you should be very clear that even if the Frestec Chamber of Commerce becomes the largest company on the Signs Continent, as a merchant, your status still won't be as high as a powerful magic, right? You are not the first person to ask me this." Sui looked over at Viscount Leslie. Just a month ago, Viscount Leslie had asked him this same question. This question is not easy to answer. I can only tell you that this is my personal interest. Baron Hannes knit his brows and was very unsatisfied with this answer. "Chairman Sui, based on personal interest, it has urged you to give up a promising future as a magician and become a merchant instead." Sui gave a shrug. He couldn't just tell him his thoughts about creating a complete industrial system on the Signs Continent, right? Even when Viscount Leslie asked him, Sui only told him that compared to studying magic, he rather liked studying magic machines. This kind of response about personal interest was not something others could understand or be satisfied with, but it was not something they could refute. So far, Sui had only disclosed a trace of his true thoughts to great magician Camilla, and still. As for Baron Hannes, their relationship was just too lacking. Baron Hannes, I think you should give this question to Mr. Lewis. Perhaps he will have a better time understanding this than you. That's right. You said that Mr. Lewis wants to cooperate with our Frestec Chamber of Commerce. I wonder, what are the specifics of the cooperation? Sue quickly changed the topic. There aren't any. Baron Hannes was still young, and it was easy for Sue to change his focus. He shook his head and said, Uncle Lewis just wanted me to take a look first and meet you if it was possible to raise this idea. As for what the specifics are, I'm not familiar with this. Does Chairman Sue have any methods of cooperation? Sue knit his brows. Me? Actually, I know nothing about Mr. Lewis and don't even know what he does. So how could I know about any cooperation? Baron Hannes' eyes popped out in shock. You actually don't know Uncle Lewis' identity? Could it be that he didn't tell you last time? Sue shook his head. He only gave me a name card. There is only a name and an address on the name card. I don't know anything else. There was an address on the name card Uncle Lewis gave you? What was the address? I think it was Anvil Mars City's Sloane Street number 23. Or was it number 24? I'm sorry, I didn't bring the name card with me, and I can't remember it too clearly. As soon as his voice fell, Sue found that Viscount Leslie and Baron Hannes both had strange expressions. There was only a look of shock in Viscount Leslie's eyes while Baron Hannes looked at Sue like he was a freak. Uncle Lewis actually gave you his personal name card. My God, I never thought that Uncle Lewis treated you this importantly. No wonder he specially had me come find you. Although Sue was a bit surprised, he could guess from the reaction of the two that the name card Lewis gave him back then was not something that is easily obtained. This was even more strange. Lewis had clearly only met him once, so why did he treat him this importantly? Could it be that this fellow is a prophet, knowing that he would invent even more magic machines and would change the continent? Chairman Sue, I think I need to learn more about you. After Baron Hannes got over his shock, he revealed a serious expression. Uncle Lewis is famous for his judge of character, and since he has put such importance on you, I think there should be something worth this on your body. How about this? I will stay in Banda City for half a month, and in this half a month, Chairman Sue, can I learn more about you and your Frestec Chamber of Commerce? Sue couldn't help being stunned. How do you want to learn? For example, I can stay by your side all day and watch over your actions. I could also go to your factory and watch how you operate. I can also ask around Banda City and see what kind of evaluation people have towards your company. Sue felt a chill run through him. The thoughts of this Baron Hannes, why was it similar to that of paparazzi on Earth? I'm afraid this. Sue wanted to reject him, but seeing Viscount Leslie give him a nod from the side, he swallowed his words. Afraid what? Baron Hannes asked with an expectant look. Sue looked at Viscount Leslie's expression and considered it before saying with a smile, I'm afraid you'll be wasting your time? No, no, no. I'm very interested in your Frestec Chamber of Commerce right now. This will allow me to understand you better, and when I return to Anvil Mar, I can explain in greater detail when Uncle Lewis asks me about this. It's like this. Sue hesitated for a while before nodding. All right then. Since Baron Hannes has this idea, I will represent myself and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce to warmly welcome you. I don't welcome him. Heinz steeled his face and revealed all of the unhappiness in his heart. Sue, when you agreed to that fellow, why didn't you tell me first? Don't you know that now that we are producing the magic rice cooker, we are working at full capacity and I have my hands full every day. But now you want to bring in a weak and pale noble young master. Do you want us to produce properly? Sue looked over in surprise at Baron Hannes in the distance, who had a curious look and was skulking around like a cat, and he couldn't help asking, It can't be right? Didn't I already say that you don't need to care about him? Just treat him like he doesn't exist. You also don't need to care about the fact that he's a noble young master. He already said that you don't need to be that polite to him. You say it so easily. Heinz angrily said, No matter what, he is still a noble young master from Anvil Mars City, and based on what you said, he has a strong noble background. There are many magic production machines and components in this workshop. So if something happened to him, or if he was injured, would we even be able to keep running this workshop? Even if nothing happens to him, he is still interfering with our normal work by standing there. Look, he's even running over to harass our workers. My God. He actually wants to control the magic thread rolling machine. Sue E and Hines quickly ran over and pulled back Baron Hannes, who was eager to give the machine a try. This, coup, Baron Hannes, you can look over the workshop, but let's forget about operating the machines, all right? Sui learned from Viscount Leslie's signals that this Baron Hannes background was not small, so he should agree with him as much as possible. This magic machine is a bit dangerous, so if you try to operate it without training, it is very likely you'll be hurt by it. Look, the head can knock the head of the nail flat. I think it wouldn't be that difficult for it to break your finger or even your arm, right? Baron Hannes was a bit curious. It can't be right. It looks quite simple for those workers to control it. That is because they are our skilled workers. You have to know, when these magic machines were being used at first, there were some workers that were injured because of it, and there was even one who broke his arm. Speaking of this, Sue E looked over at the workers that were working the magic thread rolling machine. Those workers understood and quickly followed him. That's right, that's right. That kid Tucci's arm still hasn't healed yet. That's right, this thing is dangerous. I was almost accidentally caught in it last time, and if it wasn't for my quick reactions, I would have lost my entire arm. Right? This magic machine is not something to play with. People who aren't skilled with it will be injured. Hearing the terrifying words from the workers, Baron Hannes hesitated a bit before helplessly giving up with a sigh. All right then, I won't control it myself and watch you work it instead. Sue E and Hines had just given a sigh of relief. They saw Baron Hannes take out a small book and pen from his chest and write something in front of the two. There is danger in controlling the magic machines. Even workers can be injured. Sue E looked over the writing in the book and his face twitched. He never thought the things he said casually would be seriously written down by him. It was a good thing that there was no worker unions on the Signs continent. Otherwise, based on what was recorded here, his factory might have been shut down. Thinking of this, Sue E suddenly thought that even though he paid attention to the treatment of his workers, he hadn't really thought about safety programs or compensation plans. Currently, there hasn't been a workplace injury accident yet, so this hidden danger hasn't been revealed yet. But once this came out, it would cause trouble if he didn't have appropriate measures in place. The workers in the workshop before were slaves from Viscount Leslie, but now that they had recruited 100 workers, he had no choice but to attach importance to this issue. Thinking of this, in front of Baron Hannes, Sui made plans with Hines for everything. Seeing Baron Hannes record everything he said in his little book, Sui couldn't help revealing a faint smile. The things Baron Hannes were recording were clearly being brought back for Lewis. If these things became important to Lewis because he found them interesting, it would be very helpful to what Sui wanted to do in the future. After he finished touring the household magic machine workshop, Sui brought Baron Hannes to the magic machine workshop. Seeing that this workshop was filled with dwarves, Baron Hannes was quite surprised. Since the race war several thousand years ago, other races were appearing less and less in human areas. Even in the Lampuri Kingdom's capital of Anvilmar, it would be hard to find several dwarves. There was no need to mention an entire 100 dwarves. Baron Hannes couldn't suppress the curiosity in his heart as he grabbed the manager Camby and began asking questions. Only these questions were not related to the workshop or the magic machines. Rather, it was about the daily lives of the dwarves. Seeing Baron Hannes asking these gossip questions with an excited look on his face, Sui couldn't help shaking his head as he made a decision. If this Baron Hannes was placed on Earth, he was most suited to being a paparazzi. Thinking of the paparazzi, Sui couldn't help suddenly thinking of something. He remembered that over a month ago, he had asked Hines whether there was a newspaper in Bandit City or not. The response was that other than the occasional government notice from the City Lord Manor, there weren't any official newspapers. Now that he saw Baron Hannes acting like a paparazzi, Sui couldn't help thinking about those tabloids back on Earth. He then suddenly thought that since there were no newspapers in this world, why wouldn't he just make one? On Earth, before the internet, the newspaper could control what the public discussed. If one controlled the newspaper, it was equal to controlling the public opinion and could even guide it to a certain extent. If Sui could succeed in making a newspaper, he could definitely create some influence for himself. Of course, the idea of social classes was very important on the Signs continent, so trying to control the public's opinion was a way to seek one's death. However, this did not hinder the other conveniences of a newspaper, like in the form of advertisements. Thinking of this, Suyi's somewhat helpless gaze looking at Baron Hannes instantly changed. 10 days passed, and it was officially the October of autumn. Most of the leaves on trees were dyed golden yellow, and people on the paths gradually changed to longer clothes. There was a cool breeze that filled the air, as the summer heat from before completely disappeared. Today was a normal day in Banda City, but early in the morning, it was a bit different for the people of the city. Extra, extra, freshly printed, Banda Times. Any big and small news in and outside the city will all be in the Banda Times. A little boy who was around 11, 12 was running through the streets, shouting out in a clear voice. Hearing what he said, the people on the streets stopped moving and looked at the little boy with curious gazes. "Hey, kid, what is this?" Banda Times. "What small and big news? What is it for?" An uncle who was the closest to the little boy called out to ask him these questions. The little boy was not nervous as he took a newspaper from the sack filled with newspaper at his chest with a smile and handed it over. "Look, this is the Banta Times. There are many things recorded that are happening inside and outside the city. Are you interested in buying one to take a look? It's very cheap. Each copy is only 1 silver coin. Let me see it first to see if I'll buy it or not." The uncle prepared to take it, but the little boy swiftly dodged out of the way. "This customer, the most important thing about the newspaper is the content. If you finish reading it, how can I sell it to you? How about it? It's only 1 silver coin. You can read it as you wish." The uncle glared at the little boy, but while being watched by the crowd, he still obediently gave him a silver coin. After that, he had a high and mighty appearance as he read the newspaper. Compared to the commoners outside Banda City, the people in the city were much more educated. This uncle looked quite rough, but he still knew how to read. As soon as he opened the newspaper, he read in a loud voice. Front page headline, Farmer Support Plan, good. Some time ago, the Frestac Chamber of Commerce announced the small magic harvester and small magic plowing machines that they researched. They are prepared to provide support to farmers and make it easier for them to plant their fields. After a month of experiments, the plan is proceeding very smoothly. 3 villages outside Banda City, including Ireland Village, were the site of the first round of experiments, and the farmers have already enjoyed the benefits of this plan. To support this plan, Banda City's City Lord Count Sean Samo has said that this is a plan that helps the commoners and has praised the Frestec Chamber of Commerce as a conscientious company. Hearing the uncle read this, the surrounding people all broke out in discussions. "I've also heard about this farmer support plan before. I have a relative who lives in Ireland Village, and I've heard that someone from their village rented a small magic plowing machine from the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. It only took 3 days to finish all the fields in Ireland Village, and they earned over 4 gold coins just from this thing." How did they earn so much? It's very simple. He used this small magic plowing machine to help others plow their fields and charged 2 silver coins for each moo. Ireland Village has around 200 mews of farmland, and it was all taken by him. So how much did he earn? Then all the Ireland Village's people had him plow their fields, and they didn't do it themselves. Are you stupid? If you plow it yourself, how long will each moo take? Also, you would be tired to death if you let him do it. A single moo takes less than 10 minutes and only costs 2 silver coins. So would you do it? Couldn't you just do something else with all that time and effort saved? That is right. I've heard that the Lord City Lord is also repaving the roads, and there is work at the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. There is work everywhere, and with all that time, one can earn much more than just 2 silver coins. Hearing the discussion of the crowd, the uncle became more complacent and read even louder. However, many people were too impatient to listen to him read. They went directly in front of the little boy and gave him a silver coin, buying a copy for themselves to read. After a while, the little boy's sack of newspapers was emptied, and there were many people who hadn't received on. Seeing everyone's disappointed appearances, the little boy put away the silver coins in his hand and shouted with a smile, "There will be Banta Times sold daily starting now. If everyone wants to buy one, please come earlier." A horse carriage came out of Viscount Leslie's manor and quickly moved on the smooth road towards Banda City. Inside the carriage, Viscount Leslie was currently looking over a copy of Banda Times in his hands. After looking at it for a while, Viscount Leslie nodded in praise. "This thing really isn't bad. I dare confirm that this thing will definitely become popular. It'll be much more convenient for you to advertise on this thing in the future." Sui, sitting in front of Viscount Leslie, stopped flipping through the papers in his hands and looked up with a smile. Lord Viscount, although this is correct that I made this thing to make advertising much easier, you mustn't say this in front of Baron Hannes, or he will definitely be angry. Viscount Leslie broke out in laughter. That's right. That fellow has invested in this thing. So if you run in front of him and tell him that you want to add advertisements, he might even give you face as the founder, right? Sui shrugged his shoulders. All that doesn't matter. I made this newspaper thing to give him something to do. It was to stop him from following me to the factory all day, stopping Heinz from complaining to me all day. Viscount Leslie's laughter became louder. Sui, if Heinz hear you being this blunt, he would definitely be angered to death. Is he really that troublesome? No, no, no. Lord Viscount, you can't randomly say this. How could Baron Hannes be troublesome? Only, he cares a bit too much about me and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, so it does affect our work a bit. Now that I've specially researched the magic printer and provided enough funds and the location for him to set up this, Banta times, Baron Hannes is very grateful towards me. If he were to hear your misleading words about me, I would suffer quite a bit. Viscount Leslie shook his head. Hannes is still too young. He was easily caught up by you. According to his schedule, he should have returned to Anvilmar already. But now that you've made this, Banta times, he has been having too much fun and has forgotten about going back. When I met him yesterday, he even said that he wanted to stay here forever, making the Banta times better and better. I really don't know what he is thinking. Sui revealed a faint smile as he thought that it was very simple. The Banta times was a very novel thing on the Signs continent. Not only did it satisfy Baron Hannes' gossiping personality, it satisfied him as a passionate young man who was in his early 20s. He could control many things with this newspaper, so naturally he was quite enthusiastic about this. Of course, the reason why Sui made him the Banta Times' chief editor was not just as simple as finding something for him to do and to stop him from causing trouble. Towards the Banta Times, Sui had considered it quite a bit. Although this was quite a novel thing for the Signs continent, he believed that very soon that many people would be able to see the great things this new thing would bring. With Sui's current status, it was not suitable for him to control this thing. So when he created the Banta Times, although he provided the idea, funds, and location, the ownership of this newspaper was put in Viscount Leslie's name, and after talking to Baron Hannes, he was appointed the chief editor. On the surface, this Banta Times didn't seem connected to Sui and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. But this newspaper would definitely be affected by Sui. It would definitely be biased towards the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Actually, you can tell Baron Hannes that even if he returns to Anvilmar, he can still remain as the chief editor. At worst, he could just start in Anvilmar Times. Sui said with a smile. Viscount Leslie looked at Sui with eyes filled with deep meaning as he shook his head. You think Anvilmar is the same as this place? It won't be that easy to do the same thing in Anvilmar, especially with a sensitive thing like the newspaper. Do you believe that if this was Anvilmar, even if the newspaper could appear, it would become a thing that is completely different from what you imagined? Naturally, I believe this. Sui nodded with an understanding look. Viscount Leslie looked out the window to the north, and after thinking for a bit, he suddenly gave a sigh. He turned back and returned to his calm expression as he asked Sui, "Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Have you thought about what you're going to say to the Lord Count?" Sui tapped the papers in his hands before pointing at his head. "It's all prepared." "Then that's good." Viscount Leslie nodded. "This is your first time meeting the Lord Count. You have to leave a good impression. If you can obtain his support, whether it is to you or the company, it would be of great help." "Of course I understand that." The horse carriage moved through Banta City, moving to the north of the city without stopping. Finally, it stopped in front of the City Lord Manor to the north of the city. Sui and Viscount Leslie jumped out of the horse carriage, and a middle-aged man in butler clothes came to welcome them. "Viscount Leslie, the Lord City Lord has already been waiting a long time." The middle-aged man who should have been the butler of the City Lord's manor came forward to welcome Viscount Leslie before looking at Sui. "This should be Chairman Sui, right? Please follow me." There was a clear difference in the butler's attitude when dealing with Viscount Leslie and Sui. He was quite warm when dealing with Viscount Leslie and had a trace of respect, but when facing Sui, he was a bit cold, just like he was greeting a passerby. Naturally, Sue, he would be disappointed by this. With his status, it was all based on Viscount Leslie's face that he could see the Lord City Lord. Viscount Leslie treated Sue E quite importantly, so he introduced Sue E. Sue E. This is the Lord Count's butler, Hyde. You'll be seeing him many times in the future. You need to remember him. Sue E nodded at Butler Hyde with a faint smile. Butler Hyde looked at Viscount Leslie with a surprised look. When he looked back at Sue E, he revealed a faint smile and was a bit warmer than before. After exchanging simple greetings, Sue E consciously lagged behind Viscount Leslie by half a step as they followed Butler Hyde into the City Lord Manor. This City Lord Manor was not as big as Sue E expected. After walking for a bit, they came to a hall that seemed to be the reception hall of the manor. However, Butler Hyde didn't lead them in. Rather, he turned and led them to the side. The Lord City Lord has already prepared dinner in the dining room. Please come with me. Hearing what Butler Hyde said, Sue E couldn't help looking at Viscount Leslie. Although he already knew that Viscount Leslie and City Lord Count Sean Samo had a good relationship, based on Butler Hyde's attitude and the fact that the Lord City Lord directly invited them to the dining room, it seemed like their relationship was closer than Sue E expected. It seemed like the family behind Viscount Leslie was not weak. Otherwise, just based on the fact that he was a small viscount, he would not have such a close relationship with a respected city lord who was also a noble count. Very soon, the two were led by Butler Hyde to the dining room, and they saw Count Sean Samo already sitting in the dining room. Seeing the two of them, Count Sean immediately broke out in laughter and waved his hand to let the two come in. As soon as he sat down, Sue E felt a strange cool breeze on his back. Looking back in surprise, he saw a magic air conditioner on the wall of the dining room. It was releasing a faint blue glow and was blowing out a cool breeze. Noticing Sue Yi's movements, Count Sean broke out in laughter again. Chairman Sue, do you remember that the first time we met was at Viscount Leslie's banquet? If my guesses aren't wrong, this kid should have held this banquet because he was in cahoots with you and wanted to help you promote this magic air conditioner? Otherwise, with this kid's temper, how could he have found a large group of people to bother him for no reason? Sue E and Viscount Leslie looked at each other in surprise before he said with a smile, Lord City Lord truly is wise. That's right. That banquet was me asking for help from the Lord Viscount, and the goal was indeed to advertise the magic air conditioner. Of course, the effects aren't bad, right? Of course it's good. Can't you see that I couldn't hold back my temptation and bought several back at once? Count Sean pointed at Viscount Leslie. Back then, I felt that even this arrogant kid was willing to help you. Then you, Sue, you must be someone with true skills. I never thought that my expectations were too small back then. In just a short 2 months, your Frestac Chamber of Commerce has invented so many novel things. It has really opened my eyes. Lord City Lord is excessive with your praise. These are only a few small things I came up with when I had free time. It really isn't anything. Sue E immediately said in a humble voice. Small things. Count Sean looked at Sue E. He revealed a faint smile, but he said nothing as he turned to give a nod to Butler Hyde on the side. Butler Hyde clapped his hands, and a group of maids brought in all kinds of dishes. The maid walking in the back was different from the other maids. On the tray she was holding, there was a magic rice cooker. Seeing Sue E and Viscount Leslie's stunned expressions, Count Sean broke out in a long burst of laughter. What? You don't like eating rice? Viscount Leslie shrugged his shoulders and acted very natural. Lord Count, you know that I've never been picky about my food. Sue E knit his brows in an undetectable manner. The Lord City Lord kept displaying his knowledge of the Frestac Chamber of Commerce since the beginning. Was this a show of goodwill, or was it a warning? Even though there were only 3 people, this banquet in the City Lord Manor lasted an hour before it finally finished. After they finished eating, Sue E and Viscount Leslie went into a hall that wasn't big under the invitation of Count Sean. After chatting about a few things, Count Sean quickly changed the topic to Sue E. Chairman Sue, since you had this kid Leslie use his face to find me, you can't be silent like you were at the dinner table after getting to see me, right? Viscount Leslie looked at Sue E after hearing this, and Sue E nodded. He organized his thoughts and said with a faint smile, Lord City Lord, this is my first time being honored by your presence, so I was a bit nervous and couldn't help being a bit silent. Count Sean waved his hand. When this kid, Leslie, introduced you to me, he didn't say it like this. He said that you were a person with many ideas, and based on your Frestech Chamber of Commerce, I believe his judgment. You say that you are nervous meeting me? I can't see it though. Sui laughed and decided to abandon this method. After thinking about it, he continued, all right, it doesn't matter if I'm nervous or not. I can only be not nervous right now. Lord City Lord, I asked the Lord Viscount to arrange this meeting. So naturally, I have something that I need your help with. It's right that you have something. If you didn't need anything, why would you see an old man like me? I am not some kind of beauty. Count Sean said with a nod. Speak. Just what do you need? If it is like this kid Leslie, and you want me to help you advertise your company's products, I can't do that. There are many companies in Banna City. I can be biased towards any of them. He couldn't help smiling as he thought that this Count Sean's manner of speech was quite charming. This was also good. If he was a stubborn old noble, the matters he wanted to talk about today would be hard to approve. Of course not. As the Banda City Lord, if it was just to ask you to help me advertise, that would be too much of a waste. Oh, does that mean I have a bigger use? Count Sean felt interested as he looked at Sui. Hey, Lord City Lord, I think you should have some understanding of the farmer support plan our company has introduced lately, right? Sui asked. Count Sean nodded. Not only do I have some understanding, I have properly investigated it. I have to say, the plan proposed by your company is quite excellent. If it can be implemented smoothly, I think it will greatly improve the lives of our Banna City peasants. Improving the lives of the peasants is just a preliminary goal. Sui continued. The most important reason our company is promoting this plan is to improve the commercial power of the farmers with these agricultural magic machines. By increasing the planting power of the farmers, they will be able to open more farms and increase their food production. While changing their lives, they will be liberated from their farms and they have more time to engage in different forms of work. For example, working in your company's factory? Count Sean asked with a raised brow. Sui laughed. Lord City Lord, working in our company's factory is quite good. I think that if those farmers had the choice, they would definitely agree. Count Sean gave a slight nod. I already know a bit about that. I've heard that a normal worker in your factory can earn at minimum 6 gold coins each month. This is quite a bit in our Banda City. Actually, if I speak honestly, this salary is still low. I rather give these workers greater wages so they will work in our company's factory for a long time. You might not know this, but Sultan City's Leo Chamber of Commerce has been stealing many of our company's workers with higher wages. It has caused us to recruit even more workers and train them, causing our production speed to slow down quite a bit. Sultan City's company. Count Sean knit his brows. There are actually companies from other cities coming here to steal our Banna City's workers? You just let them steal them away. Sui spread his hands and looked helpless. There was no other way. The Leo Chamber of Commerce was offering a high price of 10 gold coins per month. Many workers couldn't resist this temptation and were stolen away. Count Sean gave a soft snort. 10 gold coins? They really were willing to put in money. But why is this Leo Chamber of Commerce stealing your workers? This is because the Leo Chamber of Commerce also produces magic machines like us. Sui explained. So it's like this. Then what methods do you have to counter this? Why haven't you raised the wages for your workers? Count Sean asked. This, Lord City Lord, although we want to raise the wages for our workers as a long-term plan for our company, it isn't the correct decision to increase the wages for our workers because this will disrupt our plans and will affect our company's future development. So we can only use other methods, like giving our workers more welfare benefits instead. Of course, there are only a small part of the workers that were poached, and most of the workers are willing to remain at our company. I don't care what plans your company has, but I hope that you will properly deal with this matter. Your Frestech Chamber of Commerce is our Banta City's fastest developing and most promising company. I hope that you will not be defeated this easily. Count Sean waved his hand as he spoke. Sui's eyes opened wide in surprise. Based on the meaning of Count Sean's words, it seemed like he was very supportive of the Frestech Chamber of Commerce. This was very good news for Sui. With the support of the Banda City's City Lord, it would save the Frestech Chamber of Commerce quite a bit of trouble, at least in Banda City. Lord City Lord can be assured. Although the Leo Chamber of Commerce is several times bigger than our Frestech Chamber of Commerce, I can dare to guarantee that at least in terms of magic machines, they are not our match. Sui spoke in a confident voice. Count Shan looked at Su Yi for a while before nodding in satisfaction. Very good. Then let's return to the previous topic. The farmer support plan that you have. Its main goal is to free the farmers from their farms and let them take other work. I can understand this logic, but do you know that to Banta City and to the entire Lampuri kingdom, farms are the most basic things? If there isn't enough food being produced, everything else is for nothing. When people are hungry, they can do anything. Seeing Count Shan's serious expression, Su Yi also became serious. He gave a strong nod and said, I understand the Lord City Lord's worries. But Lord City Lord, I think that this is because you don't understand the agricultural magic machines, and that is why you have this kind of worry. In this aspect, perhaps you'll doubt me if I say something. So I'll let the Lord Viscount explain it to you. Count Shan's eyes turned to Viscount Leslie to the side. Viscount Leslie was already prepared. He calmly put down the teacup in his hand and gave a slight nod. Lord Count, as for this regard, I can be a guarantee for Su Yi. Take my territory for instance. During the fall harvest, I had around 7 hectares of wheat fields on my territory. If it was last year, I would have needed to send out all my slaves and guards under me for half a month to finish the harvest. But after I bought 2 small magic harvesters from the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, I used less than 2 days to finish the entire harvest, and I used no more than 20 slaves the entire time. Count Shan raised a brow. Is this true? It was only 2 days? You used less than 20 slaves to complete it. Lord Count, how could I lie to you? Not just me. You can also ask the other nobles in Banta City. As long as they have wheat fields in their territory that needs to be harvested, they would buy a small magic harvester. This will also save them large amounts of time and effort. Lord Count, your territory isn't here, but if it was, I would strongly recommend you buy 2 harvesters because these things are just too easy to use. Count Shan seriously looked over Su Yi before giving a slow nod. I had heard a bit about this before, but I never thought it would be this shocking. Su Yi, even if we don't discuss the others, just based on this small magic harvester, your Frestec Chamber of Commerce has performed a great merit. Viscount Leslie said while laughing. Lord Count, don't be anxious. I'm not done yet. Other than the small magic harvester, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce has also released a small magic plowing machine, greatly increasing the efficiency of plowing the earth before planting the seeds. Right now, with the help of the small magic plowing machine, I have decided to open up another 21 hectare of farmland and will plant them all when the time comes. If nothing happens, the food produced next year will be increased by several times. Count Shan didn't reveal a pleasantly surprised look. Rather, he knit his brows. Leslie, how could planting crops be an easy thing? Even if you have this small magic harvester to increase the harvest speed and the small magic plowing machine to increase the plowing speed, farming is not just harvesting and plowing. There is also taking care of the seedlings, planting the seeds, weeding, watering, and all kinds of other things that need to be done. If you open all these fields, will you have enough manpower to take care of them all? Viscount Leslie smiled and didn't reply as he looked at Su Yi. Lord City Lord, the so-called agricultural magic machines are not just the small magic harvester and the small magic plowing machine. Our Frestec Chamber of Commerce will also build small magic excavators, small magic water pumps, small magic earth drills, small magic road rollers, and other kinds of magic machines. Our final goal is to replace all manpower with magic machines and liberate all manpower from the farms. Just yesterday, I had discussed this with Viscount Leslie and have made plans to redesign all the fields in his territory. We'll turn the fields in his territory into rice paddies which are more suitable for magic machines and easier to plant. Wait, rice paddies that are easier to plant? Count Shan was stunned. Banta City mainly plants wheat. So why is Leslie changing to planting rice? This place isn't a place rich in water like Karma City. Perhaps it won't be cost-effective? Viscount Leslie revealed a smile. Lord Count, Banta City isn't lacking in water, only it is difficult to use. Now that there is help from the magic machines, it's much easier to use them. Then again, wouldn't one be tired of eating bread all day? It's good to change what you eat. Count Shan looked at Su Yi before giving a cold snort. I remember now. The newest product your Frestec Chamber of Commerce is focusing on building is the magic rice cooker. That thing, it requires people to eat rice, so no wonder you had this kid, Leslie, plant rice paddies. Do you want all of Banta City to change to planting rice paddies? Su-yi smiled without saying anything. Being lost in negotiations with Count Shan, naturally a long time passed. When Su-yi returned home, the moon was already in the middle of the sky and it was close to midnight. When he opened the door to his house, Vivian wasn't waiting at the door like usual. The house was completely dark and silent, not containing a single sound. She probably couldn't wait and went to sleep. Su-yi secretly thought. He took off his shoes and entered the room, but he was surprised to find that there was someone lying on the table in the living room. Using the moonlight to see, who else would it be if not Vivian? Looking at the table, the dishes on it hadn't been touched at all. She must have made the meal a long time ago and had been waiting for Su-yi to come back to eat, but she must have fallen asleep while waiting. Looking at Vivian's little sleeping face, there was an apologetic feeling that passed through Su-yi's heart. Because Viscount Leslie had suddenly contacted him to go to the City Lord Manor for dinner, he didn't have time to contact Vivian and made this little girl wait for him the entire time. I was talking with Leslie and Count Shan about freeing the production forces that I forgot about a little girl like Vivian in a small room like this. I really did go a bit overboard. Su-yi sighed as he shook his head. He leaned over to pick up Vivian. Compared to how thin she was when Su-yi bought her, although Vivian was still a bit slender, she had gotten a bit heavier, which made it a bit hard for Su-yi to carry her. This is because 1. Vivian was currently in her growth spurt, and 2. The conditions in Su-yi's place was much better than being a slave under Viscount Leslie. This caused her body to quickly become stronger. Other than putting on some weight, there were other parts of Vivian's body that had begun to develop. When Su-yi picked her up, he could feel the richness of certain parts of her body, causing him to become somewhat distracted. It was a good thing Su-yi wasn't an impulsive young fellow in his teens. Even if he knew that Vivian wouldn't dare reject him if he raised this request to her, he suppressed his desires and carried Vivian to her room to let her sleep. Returning back to the living room, Su-yi lit a candle. As soon the candle was lit, Su-yi suddenly seemed to have realized something and he hit his own head. Idiot! I always thought that there was a magic machine I should invent, but I had thrown away a pre-made thing in front of me. Hey, if I were to invent this thing, Heinz would definitely be very satisfied. Since he began studying magic machines, there were all kinds of ideas that came into Su-yi's head. Some could only be stored in Su-yi's head for now, since the Signs continent had a weak industrial system, and some could be realized. So Su-yi recorded them down to find a suitable time to release them. Now that he had thought of this idea, Su-yi followed his habit and took out the notebook he carried with him to write it down. As soon as he sat down at the table, Su-yi was surprised to find that there were several blueprints where Vivian had just been lying. There were also several pieces of paper scattered on the ground to the side. Su-yi took several pieces of paper to look over, and he found that there were designs for all kinds of magic machines on them. Su-yi's face sunk. These designs were the ones made occasionally when he was home. He never thought that Vivian's memory was this outstanding. She had only watched from a side a few times, and she could completely draw them. These designs seemed quite normal, but they were actually the trade secrets of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. If these were to fall in the hands of the Leo Chamber of Commerce, who also cared about the magic machines, it would create losses to the Frestec Chamber of Commerce that were greater than losing the sales of several hundred magic machines. Su-yi thought about it, and quickly ruled out the terrifying thought that Vivian was actually a business spy. Since she was bought by Su-yi, Vivian had almost never left his house, and the only person she contacted outside was Still. Still definitely wasn't any kind of business spy. So even if Vivian wanted to do it, there weren't enough conditions met to do it. Moreover, Vivian's status was only Su-yi's slave. According to the laws of the Lampuri Kingdom, no matter how Su-yi treated her, there were no problems even if he killed her. With Vivian's personality, she didn't have this courage. Thinking of this, Su-yi relaxed and seriously looked over the diagrams in his hand. It had to be said, although Vivian couldn't even read, she was quite skilled in drawing. These diagrams were no different from the ones Su-yi drew at all. Other than these diagrams, Vivian actually drew many complete drawings of magic machines. Looking at it, it seemed like she had drawn the finished magic machine based on the designs. Although the magic machines produced by the Frestec Chamber of Commerce were a bit different from these, they weren't that much different in the end. Even Su-yi had to admit that if it was based purely on physical appearance, the magic machines Vivian drew was actually a bit more beautiful. Could it be that this little girl has a natural talent as a designer? Sui looked at the diagrams, and his expression became very strange. As a talented mechanical engineer from Earth, Sui had seen many talented people. He knew more clearly than anyone else that there were geniuses that could make people speechless. But he had never connected a pitiful little slave like Vivian with the identity of a genius, not to mention combining her and rough machines. But in front of Sui, even though the science continent didn't have things like magic machines before, it was unknown how this little girl developed this talent. For things that he couldn't understand, Sui could only put things that were very unlikely to the side with his scientific mind. He shook his head and honestly wrote down the idea he just had before tidying up the table. He was too lazy to wash up, so he directly dragged his exhausted body to go to sleep. When he woke up the next day, Sui woke up to the sounds of Vivian making breakfast. The first thought Sui had was that he should change houses. Otherwise, if Vivian were to wake him up every day when she made breakfast, he wouldn't be able to sleep in on days he wanted to sleep in. His second thought were the diagrams he had seen last night. After being in a daze for a bit, Sui got up and quickly washed his face, waking himself up. After he finished washing up, Vivian had put the breakfast she had prepared for him on the table. After living with Sui for 2 months, Vivian had already formed a tacit understanding with Sui. Sui picked up a piece of bread and looked Vivian, who was waiting for him, to eat first. After thinking for a bit, he said, "Vivian, did you not eat dinner yesterday?" Vivian gave a slight nod. Master didn't come back, and I was waiting for the entire time. Only I fell asleep afterwards. I didn't even know when you came back. I even troubled Master to carry me back to my room. Remember, if I'm ever not back by dinner time, you don't need to wait for me. I am very busy with work right now, and there are many times I'll be eating outside. If you keep waiting for me each time, you'll be hungry many times. Do you understand?" Sui told her. But Master, you haven't even eaten. How could I eat by myself?" Vivian's eyes popped out, looking at Sui in confusion. "This is an order. You just have to follow it." "Oh," Vivian obediently replied. "Other than that." Sui took the diagrams he organized yesterday and waved it in front of Vivian. "Were these drawn by you?" A look of shame appeared on Vivian's face, and she looked down. "Sorry, Master. Without your permission, I shouldn't have used your pen and paper. That is not important. Come, lift your head and respond to my question." Sui carefully looked over Vivian's expression. He only saw some embarrassment on her face and didn't see any other expressions, so his heart relaxed. He definitely didn't believe that a little girl without any background would have such good acting skills. There should be no problem with Vivian. "Vivian, the reason why you drew these pictures, is it because you are bored at home, so you drew these to kill time?" Sui took out one of the pictures, and there was his image drawn on it. There was another one that was a portrait of still and several landscape drawings. After Sui found these, his suspicions about Vivian was even more relieved. "I must say that your talent isn't bad. Look, you drew me like this. This is simply like a photo." Sui pointed at his portrait as he praised it. "Photo?" Vivian looked at Sui in a daze. "What is that?" It's a picture printed on a piece of paper. You've never seen it before." Sui waved his hand. "Don't worry about that. Vivian, answer my question. Do you feel bored staying here all day?" No, I'm not bored. I'm very happy being here, really." Vivian quickly waved her hand, doing all she could to deny it. "Tell the truth," Sui said in a deep voice. Vivian was scared. After a while, she hesitantly replied, "Yes, I'm a bit bored. There are too few things that need to be done here. I'm a bit not used to it." "That is more like it. Since you're bored, you should have told me earlier." "Vivian, you have lived with me for 2 months now. Could it be you don't know what kind of person I am?" "Master, you are a good person. I am only a slave. You don't need to care about me." Vivian lowered her head, speaking in a timid voice. "Even if you are a slave, you are still my slave. Let's do this. Vivian, since you feel like there are too few things to do and you are bored, I can give you some things to do so you aren't bored anymore." Vivian looked up in a daze. She saw Sui reveal an evil smile like he was abducting a little girl, and he asked in a soft voice, "Vivian, do you want to go to school?" The students of Baron Ricto Magic Academy were a bit surprised. The class schedule for each day's classes were already set, but there had been an extra class added for a strange reason. The name of the class was very strange. It was called Theoretical Basics of Magic Machines. This class was a rare public class, open to all the students in the school. This meant that any student of the Baron Richter Magic Academy could take it. These students in their adolescence were naturally filled with curiosity. So even if the class didn't have forced participation, when the class started, over half the students filled the lecture room being used. The leaders of the school didn't think that this many students would be participating when they organized this class. Even though they used the biggest lecture hall they had in the school, with over half the students taking the class, not only was every seat in the lecture hall filled, there wasn't even empty space to stand inside the classroom. Oren Zetterman was among the first batch of students to charge into the classroom. He was currently in the first row of seats in the lecture hall and were chatting with the students around him in a loud voice. Evan, I dare bet that the teacher who comes out later will definitely be Chairman Sui. Do you dare bet with me? Oren was provoking a tall male student to his right. The male student called Evan gave a cold snort. You're speaking nonsense. In this entire Banis city, other than Chairman Su, who else understands magic machines? Could it be that you could find someone else? If I were to bet with you, that would mean my brain is broken. That's right. Oren, your bet is too rigged. I think we should bet on what Chairman Su will be lecturing on later. A male student who was further back agreed with him. Theoretical of Magic Machines. Based on the name of this class, it should be a simple introduction since this is the first class Chairman Su is teaching. If he goes too deep, I'm afraid a large group of people won't be able to understand him. A golden-haired girl sitting to the left of Oren spoke in a soft voice as she pointed at the students with doubtful and expectant looks inside the lecture hall. That's right, other than us. Would these other fellows understand what magic machines are? Oren confidently said. If Sui was here, he would have found that the students sitting with Oren were the students who had jobs drawing magic arrays in his factory for the past few months. Compared to the other students of Baron Richter Magic Academy, they did have the qualifications to say this. But Oren's words were a bit too loud, and when the students not far behind him heard this, they were immediately dissatisfied. Hey, Oren, a kid like you is acting this arrogantly? Isn't it just working at the Frestec Chamber of Commerce for a few days? Do you really think you understand magic machines that much? I've heard that you only draw the most simple magic arrays. What are you talking about understanding magic machines? I think at most you only understand a few things about this. A male student scoffed at him. Oren turned his head without backing down and looked up as he said, even if it is a few things, it is more than you. What? Not satisfied. That male student flew into a rage and pointed at Oren as he roared. Good brat. Don't run after school is over. Oren gave a snort. Isn't it just not leaving? Who is afraid of who? When their fighting was about to escalate, a teacher entered the large lecture hall. The students all recognized that it was the stern director Shearer, so they instantly calmed down. Oren and that male student glared at each other before giving up for now and focusing on what was in front of them. Shearer looked over the silent lecture hall before nodding in satisfaction. He gave a soft cough and said in a loud voice, Students, let us warmly welcome the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's Chairman Sui. Oren and the students around him revealed a look of, as expected, before they gave vigorous applause. Sui stepped up to the lectern and saw Oren and the others sitting in front before giving them a nod with a smile. Then he raised his right hand, and the students became silent as they looked at him with curious gazes. During this time, each new magic machine released by the Frestec Chamber of Commerce attracted countless eyes in Banis City, and they were all very popular. Towards these magic machines, those traditional machines have called them messes and have even called them a shame to magic, but the rebellious students of Baron Richter Magic School were very interested in it. It filled them with interest towards Chairman Sui of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, who had invented all of these magic machines. Although they had already heard from Oren and the others that Sui was a young man in his 20s, after personally seeing Sui, they were shocked by how young Sui was. From what these students could see, studying magic was a very difficult thing. To be able to grasp magic arrays like this, even casually changing magic arrays and combining them with ice-cold machines, it was something that seemed close to impossible. This Chairman Sui didn't seem that much older than them. But not only did he have a powerful understanding of magic, he had many strange ideas that had shocked people. Faced with the curious gazes of the students, Sui began speaking. Students, I know that everyone doesn't like hearing idle talk, so I'll get to the main topic. The reason why I requested Director Shearer to organize this class today was not to teach everyone as a teacher, rather it was to have a chat with everyone. As for what we are chatting about, of course it is magic machines. This class is called Theoretical Basics of Magic Machines, so I'll talk about the basics. I think that everyone has some understanding of our Frestech Chamber of Commerce's products and should understand what are magic machines. Towards something like magic machines, as students of Baron Richto Magic Academy, everyone should understand magic, but should be unfamiliar with the word machine, so we'll focus on machines today. The so-called machine is a kind of tool. Using this tool, people can save energy in doing some work, while also reducing the difficulty of that work. To use a simple example, when digging the earth, I think that everyone will not use their hands to dig, but rather use a shovel. This is because after using a shovel, it is much easier to dig the earth, and it is more convenient. This shovel can actually be considered a machine. Of course, a shovel is a very simple machine, and the machine I want to talk about are a bit more complicated. Students, you should know that our Frestech Chamber of Commerce has made a magic rice cooker. This is a magic machine normally used in one's household, and as for its concrete use, it is to cook rice. Without the magic rice cooker, when someone wanted to eat rice or gruel, they would need to use firewood to light a fire and then boil rice in a large pot. With this magic rice cooker, one only needs to add rice and water into the magic rice cooker. After pressing the switch and waiting for a bit, the rice will be naturally cooked. How about it? Compared to lighting a fire to cook rice, isn't this more convenient? A magic machine can also be called a magic-powered machine. This is because the base of the machine is using a magic array to power the machine. Students, you should have all studied magic arrays before, so you should be clear on the fact that magic is very powerful. Then have you ever thought that other than being used to kill people, can magic be used anywhere else? I have thought about it, and so I have designed these magic-powered machines. I did not come to discuss with everyone where magic should be used. Rather, I just want to introduce to everyone what magic machines can be used for. For example, the magic rice cooker can be used to cook rice. The small magic harvester makes it easier to harvest grains. The magic fan can be used to create a cool breeze. Magic can be used in many different places, and our Frestech Chamber of Commerce has just been established. In the future, I'm certain that everyone will be able to see many different kinds of magic machines. I also believe that magic machines will change everyone's lives bit by bit. So how can magic machines achieve this? This is the main topic of our class today. Magic can be used as power and can move these machines to do work that are hard for humans to do. So it actually involves some very specialized knowledge. This knowledge is the theoretical basics of magic machines. The basic idea there is to use magic as a power source and have machines present a use with it. As for the specifics, in the beginning, the students had a bit of doubt and didn't listen too seriously. But as Su Yi's lecture became deeper and deeper, the students became more and more focused on the lecture. The theories that Su Yi discussed were things the students had never heard before. The students were already absorbing knowledge of the world, and for a novel and interesting thing like the theory of magic machines, of course they were very interested in it. So as Su Yi's lecture became deeper and deeper, the students were more and more enthused listening to it. After Director Shearer's third reminder, Su Yi realized that the sky outside had already turned red, and it had long past time for school to be let out. Su Yi had to announce that today's class would end here. The students hadn't had enough, and they all requested Su Yi to keep lecturing. Su Yi was helpless about this. He could only stop here today. He also hinted that he would lecture again in the future, and if they were interested, the students could come to the lecture then. Only then did the students let Su Yi go, passionately discussing with each other as they left the large lecture hall. Seeing the passionate appearances of the students, Director Shearer on the side let out a sigh. He shook his head at Su Yi and said, "Chairman Su, you really shouldn't have agreed that you would come lecture again. Look, the students have been hooked by you. I'm worried about if they will be distracted in their future lessons." Su Yi laughed. "How could that be? Director Shearer, my class today has always been related to magic. It is a good thing for the students to be interested in this. They will be even more interested in studying magic in the future. You should be happy about this. Are you certain they are interested in magic and not magic-powered machines?" Director Shearer said with a cold snort. Su Yi laughed. He had donated 500 gold coins to Baron Richto Magic Academy to let Vivian attend the school, while also exchanging for a chance to give a lecture. If he couldn't put seeds in the hearts of the students to become magic machine engineers, it would have been a waste of 500 gold coins. As a merchant, how could he do any business that suffered a loss? Since he reached an agreement with great magician Camilla, he went back to the Camilla Magic Tower more often, especially after discussing with the Lord City Lord, and decided to focus on developing agricultural magic machines. Sui had been more diligent in visiting. Agricultural magic machines required more power, and naturally, it required more powerful magic to provide this power. Of the magicians that were working with Sui right now, other than great magician Camilla, there was no one else with this ability. Sui's research department had been separated into two sections. One was made up of Still, Evita, and Akali, who were mainly focused on studying magic array and household magic machines. The other was made up of great magician Camilla alone, who was mainly in charge of heavy magic machines that required more power. Because only Sui had a knowledge of magic and mechanical engineering, he had to participate in both fields of research. This naturally was not a good situation. The mechanical engineering research couldn't be complete by Sui alone. As long as there were more and more magicians with abilities similar to Sui, their research power would become stronger and stronger. So during these days, whether it was when he was with Still's group of three or if he was with great magician Camilla, Sui had been paying attention to secretly teaching them some foundational mechanical engineering knowledge. Since the four of them could become outstanding magicians, their learning and understanding abilities were naturally also outstanding, so they easily accepted this new knowledge. Now when Sui made plans for a new magic machine, they could even give him some advice. Of course, it was far from being enough just having the four of them. So Sui ran to Baron Ricto Magic Academy to hold this kind of class. His goal was to lay down seeds in the hearts of the students, giving them preliminary knowledge on fusing magic and machines. If there were results in the future, Sui could continue holding public classes at the Baron Ricto Magic Academy. If it was even possible, he would make this course a regular part of the Baron Ricto Magic Academy curriculum. If even a tenth of the students who graduated here were to focus on studying magic machines, that was a power that could not be ignored. Hey, Chairman Sui, you're here again. When Sui entered the magic tower, a magician came forward to warmly welcome him. Hey, good morning. Is His Excellency Great Magician here? Sui smiled as he greeted him. The magician's circle was not big and the magic tower's circle was even smaller, so the news of Sui cooperating with great magician Camilla couldn't be hidden at all. It didn't take long before it was spread all over the magic tower. Almost all the magicians in the magic tower knew that great magician Camilla was working with Sui, and he received 1,000 gold coins from Sui each year. The magic tower being able to return to its normal condition could be said to all depend on the 1,000 gold coin investment from Sui. To be even more direct, Sui could be considered the one who was paying all the magicians in the magic tower. So when facing Sui, the magicians who used to have a bit of disdain towards him naturally became much more welcoming. His Excellency Great Magician is in the top layer experimenting with magic like normal. He will definitely be happy to see you. The magician responded with a full smile. All right, thank you. Sui nodded and thanked him. He didn't go to the magic ladder leading to the top layer. Rather, he went to the research lab that belonged to him. When he pushed open the door, he saw that everyone was leaned over their tables seriously studying magic. But looking carefully, they were not engaged in normal magic research. Rather, they were researching all kinds of magic arrays. Looking at the wall of the lab, there was a large diagram on the wall there, and there was a strange machine drawn on it. Hearing the sound of the door, Latte looked up in surprise. When she saw Sui, she immediately skipped over. Sui, you're here. This greeting alarmed everyone else. The others all looked up and warmly greeted Sui. Sui returned the greetings one by one with a smile before asking Latte, "How is it? How has the research progress?" The joy on Latte's face from seeing Sui immediately changed into a depressed look as she sighed while shaking her head. "It's not that good. We have already researched all the magic arrays needed for each part of the magic excavator, but we don't have a way to combine them all without a problem. As for the overall operation that you wanted, we don't have any clues on how to achieve it at all. Let me see the results of your research first." Sui took the gathered materials from Latte and carefully looked over them. After reaching a cooperation agreement with great magician Camilla, Of course, that didn't mean that great magician Camilla would complete the research Sui needed alone. For a great magician like him, the magicians in the magic tower could be considered his assistants. When Sui gave him a research project, he could give the parts that didn't need him to personally research to the magicians under him. Sui had used to work in this research lab before, and the magicians in the lab have cooperated with Sui in making magic machines before, so great magician Camilla would normally throw this research into their lab. Because Sui would give great magician Camilla some gold coins as a bonus each time a research project was finished, and great magician Camilla would give a part to the magicians in the lab. The other magicians of the magic tower were jealous of the magicians of this lab. After looking through the research of Latte and the others, Sui quickly found the problem. The power of these magicians were stronger than Still's group of three, but because it was like this, their thoughts in magic were quite stiff. When researching these magic arrays, they basically followed conventional magic array methods. The magic excavator Sui gave them to research was the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's most complex magic machine, so if they used conventional magic array methods, there would be all kinds of problems that appeared. Actually, Sui had overestimated these people. This was because whether it was with great magician Camilla or Still's group of three, Sui had always been on the side giving advice, so there weren't that many problems. As for the magicians in the lab, they all studied by themselves and weren't influenced by Sui, so it was hard for them to make the appropriate changes. If Sui had put in a bit more detail in the blueprint he gave them, there would be fewer problems. Thinking of this, Sui released his knit brows and called all the people in the lab over. He opened the blueprint and began to give them a detailed explanation. Sui's explanation was very detailed, not even letting off the smallest details, completely offering all his ideas to the magicians. What he hoped now was that they could reverse engineer his thoughts, allowing them to quickly become magic mechanical engineers. It would make it much easier for them to research magic machines in the future. With them changing, the other magicians in the magic tower could see the benefits, and it would be very possible they would change with them. After changing the magicians in the magic tower, next was changing the magicians in Bana City, changing the magicians in the Lampuri Kingdom, and finally changing all the magicians on the Signs continent. At that time, it wouldn't be a dream anymore to create an industrial system on the Signs continent. It was not easy to explain all the parts of the magic excavator, and the most difficult part was to explain the mechanical theory behind this magic machine. There were many times Sui had to explain to them the most fundamental physics and geometry. The things that even grade schoolers knew on Earth would shock the magicians that others worshipped on the Signs continent. After spending over 3 hours, Sui finally explained all his thoughts to them. Seeing that everyone around him finally looks of understanding, Sui let out a sigh of relief. Properly speaking, these magicians were not that old, and it should be relatively easy to explain new knowledge to them. But while Sui was interacting with them, he found that it was even harder than explaining to great magician Camilla. When he was discussing magic machines with great magician Camilla, there were many times Sui didn't need to explain anything at all. Great magician Camilla would be able to understand on his own and would even be able to make analogies. It had to be known, great magician Camilla was an old man who was close to 60 years old. After explaining his requirements and the main points, Sui left the laboratory. He stepped onto the magic ladder and arrived at the top floor of the magic tower. Great magician Camilla was indeed in the lab at the top floor, currently researching magic. Of course, he was still researching magic. Seeing Sui come in, great magician Camilla looked up at him and suddenly said, "There's good news and bad news. Sui, which one do you want first?" Sui was a bit surprised. After His Excellency Great Magician received the gold coins from him, his mood was much better compared to before. He was actually in a casual mood and even joked around with him. Let's hear the bad news first. I've always liked leaving good things for last. This is not a good habit. If good things are left too long, they will be stolen by other people. Great Magician Camilla shook his head, saying something that confused Sui. But since you want to hear the bad news first, then I'll satisfy your desire. Listen well, the bad news is that Magicians Guild has rejected the idea of magic array patent that you proposed. Sui let out a sigh, but his expression didn't seem that disappointed. Did they give a reason? There is a reason. It is because Magicians Guild is a collection of magicians, so since the beginning, The Magicians Guild has advocated cooperation between magicians, studying magic arrays, making progress together, and promoting the development of magic. So your proposal has gone against the basic aim of the Magicians Guild, so of course it wouldn't pass. Great Magician Camilla explained. Studying and progressing together? Sue couldn't help laughing. Do people believe this joke? Of the magicians on the Signs continent, which one isn't studying magic by themselves? If they do make a breakthrough, they will definitely hide it, afraid that other magicians will find out. Now you're telling me that magicians should cooperate with each other. Hey. Great Magician Camilla knit his brows and forcefully knocked on the table. Sue, pay attention to your attitude. No matter what you are thinking, the goal of the Magicians Guild is like this. This proposal was raised by a great magician like me, so there is only a rejection and there are no consequences at all. If it was raised by you, it is very likely that you would have lost the right to participate in the certification exam. Do you understand how serious this matter is? Sue was stunned. Your Excellency, Great Magician, I only asked you to submit this proposal for me. I didn't have any intention for you to put it in your name. This is nothing. Just treat it as me working for the 1,000 gold coins. Great Magician Camilla shook his head before casually saying, All right, you've heard the bad news. Now I'll tell you the good news. Although your proposal didn't pass, I have recommended you to the Magicians Guild and you're qualified for next month's certification exam. You can participate with a Great Magician's recommendation, and if you perform well, you'll have a higher evaluation than normal magicians who take the exam. Sue gave a bitter laugh. Compared to the bad news, this is lacking too much. Your Excellency, Great Magician, you should know that I'm not interested in becoming a high-level magician. Whether my evaluation is high or not, this doesn't have any meaning to me at all. Great Magician Camilla glared at him and spoke with a cold snort. Kid, let me warn you, don't be conceited. I know that you have earned quite a bit of money with your magic machines, so you aren't that interested in becoming a powerful magician. However, I must tell you that on the Signs continent, being a powerful magician is very important. If you can become a great magician like me or an archmagus who is even stronger than me, you will find that many things will be much easier for you. Like with your proposal, I am a great magician. So there are no problems even if the proposal doesn't pass. But if you were to mention it, it is very likely the Magicians Guild would have stripped you of your rights to participate in the exam. But if the person who made the proposal was an archmagus, even if the proposal went against the basis of the Magicians Guild, they wouldn't have directly rejected it like this and would have considered it. If it were a grand magus who proposed it. Kid, do you know what would have happened? Sue was astonished. What would happen? Great Magician Camilla gave another cold snort. Kid, you don't even understand what a grand magus represents. There have been less than 10 grand magus on the Signs continent in the past few thousand years, and every one of them has been a super powerful person who could cause tremors on the continent with a single stomp. If the one who raised this proposal was a grand magus, not only would there be no problem in getting it passed, there would be countless people who would study the profound meaning for the grand magus proposing this. As for the final result, it would be hard to imagine. Sue was stunned listening to this, as he thought that a grand magus was a bit too strong. According to this, their influence was even stronger than the world leaders back on Earth. Seeing Sue's expression, Great Magician Camilla gave a cold laugh. How about it, kid? Do you know now how necessary it is to become a powerful magician? I won't mention a grand magus, which is something impossible to obtain. If you were to become an archmagus who is stronger than me, at least in the Lampuri kingdom, your guarantee would be even more useful than His Majesty the King. Although your proposal wasn't accepted by the Magicians Guild, I can dare to guarantee that the royal family would do all they can to support you. How about it? Are you moved? Do you have any desire to become a powerful magician? Sue was stunned for a bit before he suddenly waved his hand, causing a dark red fireball to fly out from the center of his hand at Great Magician Camilla. Great Magician Camilla was surprised as his brows popped up. A bright light blue barrier appeared in front of him. When the fireball hit the barrier trembled and waves formed like water ripples on the barrier. There was a pu exploding sound before it disappeared without a trace. Great Magician Camilla finally took back his barrier, and he looked at Sue with uncertainty and shock. Burst Flame Spell. Kid, when did you grasp Burst Flame Spell? Sue laughed. How is it? Your Excellency, Great Magician. How is the strength of this burst flame spell? Great Magician Camilla looked at Su Yi with narrowed eyes for a bit before slowly nodding. It's pretty good. The burst flame spell is a 4th grade fire spell that is considered hard to master, but I never thought that you could release it this quickly and could even control its size. It could be seen that your control of it is quite good. After saying this, Great Magician Camilla let out a deep sigh before shaking his head while saying, Su Yi, since you have such outstanding magical talent, why are you unwilling to focus on studying magic? I am more and more certain that as long as you focus, you will certainly become a powerful archmagus in the future. When that time comes, wouldn't the things you want to do be much easier? Even if you like studying magic machines, it won't be too late if you study them after becoming an archmagus. Su Yi shrugged his shoulder. I have said it before, everyone has different thoughts. Perhaps your excellency, great magician, think that the goal of all magicians on the Signs continent is to become stronger, but I firmly believe that using magic to improve the lives of the people is more important. Perhaps you're right that if I become an archmagus, studying and creating magic machines will be easier, but your excellency, great magician, you have forgotten one important problem, which is time. Thinking about it, with my talent, if I focus on studying magic, how many years would it take for me to become an archmagus? This, great magician Camilla fell into thought before shaking his head. This is hard to say. Becoming a powerful magician not only takes time, but also requires a bit of luck. If it goes smoothly, with your talent, perhaps you'll be able to become a powerful archmagus with 30 years. Of course, that is already considered quite fast on the Signs continent. 30 years. I'll be close to 60 by then. Your Excellency, great magician, how long do you think I can live for? If I were to start studying magic machines in 30 years, how many years could I keep going for? Great magician Camilla had no response. A person's effort and time are limited. Your Excellency, great magician, I have already decided to study magic machines, and it would be hard to divide my attention into studying magic. Of course, while studying magic machines, my magic power has also increased quite fast, hasn't it? After a while, great magician Camilla gave a sigh and said with a bitter smile, All right, this is my last time convincing you. I won't mention this topic with you again. You are not a childlike still, you have your own thoughts and goals. I don't have a way or the reason to stop you. But as a person who has lived longer than you, I still want to remind you that becoming a powerful magician will always be useful on the continent. You said that you are also raising your magic power while studying magic machines. That is also good. Don't forget to do this. It will help you greatly in the future. Su Yi gave a strong nod. Yes, I understand. Many thanks for your care. Other than this, Still has always said to me that she isn't a child anymore. So if you say this to her, she will definitely be very angry. Great magician Camilla suddenly looked at Su Yi with a strange gaze and asked, Su Yi, you think that Still isn't a child? Su Yi was stunned. He thought about it before answering. Based on the age difference between us, perhaps she could be considered a child. But I think objectively, she can't be considered a child from all her aspects. Then again, recently Cool. She has experienced quite a few things and is quite a bit more mature compared to before, so she can't be considered a child. You said that she has matured quite a bit. Great magician Camilla narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Yi with a strange gaze for a while before suddenly saying, Kid, remember what I said just now. You shouldn't leave good things to the end because it is likely that someone will steal it away in the end. Su Yi looked great magician Camilla in shock as his mind filled with confusion. What is with great magician Camilla today? Why did his words sound so strange? It was mid-October, and it was time to plant fall crops. There was no sign of planting on Viscount Leslie's land at all. Rather, there was an endless roaring sound all over the place. Looking at it, several dozen large and small magic machines of different shapes passed through the fields, changing the appearance of the desolate land. This was Viscount Leslie's conviction. With the support of large amounts of magic machines from Su Yi, Viscount Leslie had decided to open up all the land under his name and carry out a large-scale land restructuring based on Su Yi's plan. Before this, because the land under Viscount Leslie had been planted by hand, he was very casual about the design of the fields. Now that he was opening all these fields, Su Yi had given him a new plan and connected all the fields, dividing them into exact squares. At the same time, they were digging out spacious drainage ditches for the farms. making it more convenient to make rice paddies and prevent droughts. Other than this, Sui had also suggested to Viscount Leslie to put all his farms on a large piece of land at the same height, making it more convenient for machines to work on in the future. To be honest, it wasn't like Viscount Leslie hadn't considered restructuring the land under his name, but because his manpower was limited, he didn't have enough manpower to accomplish this task even if he had the thought to do so. With the 300 slaves and less than 100 guards under him, he couldn't have opened more than 7 hectares of farmland even if he put in all his effort each year. But this year he had the agricultural magic machines developed by Sui, so this thought finally became reality. He used the small magic plowing machine to first break up the earth, and then he transported this loose earth to lower areas. After repeating this several times, the farms under Viscount Leslie's name had become a flat area. At this time, it was time for the new small magic excavator developed by the Frestec Chamber of Commerce to take the stage. First, they used the small magic plowing machine to loosen the dirt in an area before using the small magic excavator to dig bit by bit. In the end, they created a large hole that had a depth and width of close to half a meter. Then the small magic excavator kept moving back, as its mechanical arm kept moving back and forth. This hole was expanded, and soon a large straight ditch was created in the land. Not bad. With this speed, in just a single day, we'll be able to transform an entire hectare of farmland. It wasn't just Viscount Leslie and Sui who came today. Even Count Sean Samo had come after hearing the news. Seeing the high efficiency of the magic machines in the fields, Count Sean couldn't help praising them. If this was done by hand, it might not be finished even given a week. Lord City Lord, actually I'm not satisfied with this speed. Sui shook his head and said, the efficiency of the small magic excavator we designed is still too low. According to my designs, the real magic excavator wouldn't need the help of the magic plowing machine, and it could dig the ditch by itself. My final goal was that it could dig out rocks. This is far from something the small magic excavator you are seeing now can compare to. It can even dig up stones? Are you not kidding? Count Sean said in an astonished voice. No, of course I'm not kidding. If it wasn't for the fact we were limited by our materials, we could achieve a stronger magic array output with this magic machine. Like this, the effect of the magic excavator would become much more effective, and it wouldn't be strange to achieve the goal of digging up stone. Sui responded in a confident voice. This was not just him bluffing. After studying this for a long time with great magician Camilla, Sui was very clear on how strong high-level magic was. Even the legendary forbidden spells could be compared to nuclear bombs on Earth. Comparing it like this, as long as the right magic power was used in the magic machines, it wasn't a fantasy for these magic machines to compare to the machines on Earth. It was a pity that the Signs Continent's ironwork was very crude. These magic machines couldn't take the power being released right now, so Sui had to keep his plans in his mind for now. It's good for young people to have lofty goals, but bread needs to be eaten mouthful by mouthful. You shouldn't be in a rush for this. Count Sean patted Sui's shoulder to comfort him. The magic machines you have designed have already surprised me. If this was before, I never would have imagined that a large area of farmland could be improved in such a short period of time. It was no wonder that Kid Leslie confidently said last time that he wanted to open up all the farmland under his name. Looking at it now, there really is hope. Sui suddenly laughed. Lord City Lord, Lord Viscount, is actually using all the farmland under him to help me do an experiment. Although our Frestec Chamber of Commerce has invented many magic machines, if they aren't used to perform experiments with real results, that wouldn't be right. This is the attitude a responsible company should have. As for this Kid Leslie, I can see that he is looking forward to letting you experiment on his territory. Don't you know that the other nobles are all very jealous of him right now? Count Sean said with a faint smile. Sui couldn't help laughing. Not only did he know this, he had experienced it countless times. It had to be known that after Sui used the magic machines he developed to help Viscount Leslie change the farmland under him, the other nobles of Bana City had also made the same request of Sui. It was a pity that Sui's factory capacity was limited right now and he could only meet Viscount Leslie's request and couldn't agree to the other nobles at all. Moreover, even if the Frestec Chamber of Commerce could produce enough agricultural magic machines, Sui wouldn't easily agree to these nobles. Viscount Leslie was fine since when Sue E introduced the small magic harvester and the small magic plowing machine. He had been by Sue Yi's side since the beginning, so the others knew that Viscount Leslie's relationship with Sue E was not normal. But if Sue E agreed to help any other noble, perhaps he might offend to the rest of the nobles. Sue E was not a fool. Why would he do such a thankless job? Of course, when Sue E turned down these nobles, he had also made a promise to them. He promised that when next spring came, the Frestek Chamber of Commerce will have enough magic machines and will meet all the requests of the nobles. Although there were several months before next spring, Sui had already received large orders worth close to 10,000 gold coins. These orders contained all kinds of agricultural magic machines, guaranteeing that the dwarves led by Camby would be busy during the entire winter. But this was a matter that also made Sui quite worried. The Magic Machine Workshop was not just for making agricultural magic machines. Compared to this, Sui hoped that they could completely focusing on studying production magic machines. This was because to develop the industry, production machines were the most fundamental thing. The production of any machine couldn't be separated from production magic machines. If production magic machines weren't developed enough, the development of the industry would be limited. This was not something Sui wished to see happen. But Sui couldn't reject these orders at all, so he had been facing a painful decision during this time. If he wanted to develop the magic machine industry, he did have to make as much money as possible since studying magic machines required a large amount of money. Any random project would require a large amount of funds and manpower. But if he wanted more money, he had to shift his focus, slowing down the research of magic machines. It was basically putting the cart before the horse. In the end, we have too few people. Sui gave a sigh before turning to Count Shan to ask, "That's right, Lord City Lord. Has there been any progress with the thing I asked for your help with last time?" Count Shan was surprised, but he reacted and slightly knit his brows. "You're talking about helping you recruit craftsmen? This is a bit difficult. Your requirement of craftsmen are too high, so there aren't many who meet it in Banda City, and there are also only a few in other cities that meet it. Not to mention that the ones who conform to your standard are rare talented people and won't easily move to other places, like running to our Banda City. So, I'm also having some difficulties." Sui gave a helpless sigh. Actually, he was very clear that Count Shan was right, and that if good craftsmen were easy to recruit, he wouldn't need to worry so much. It seemed like he could only depend on the dwarves. He had raised this matter to Camby last time, and Camby said that he would help him contact the dwarves of other tribes. If possible, he would recruit more dwarven craftsmen for the Frestek Chamber of Commerce. But Sui, you don't need to be disappointed. I can't help you with finding craftsmen, but I can help you with something else," Count Shan suddenly said. "Oh." Sui looked at Count Shan with a surprised gaze. Count Shan pointed at the magic machines working in the field and said, "I have already given a report on your agricultural magic machines to the kingdom's agricultural department, while also writing a secret letter to His Majesty mentioning these things. Whether it was the agricultural department or His Majesty, they were all filled with praise for these things. They finally decided to give tax deductions to your Frestek Chamber of Commerce's agricultural magic machines, while promoting you agricultural magic machines throughout the kingdom. If there are no surprises, His Majesty will be summoning you soon. You better prepare yourself." Sui's eyes instantly lit up. Tax deductions for everything? It had to be known the business tax in the Lampuri Kingdom was very high. For a small company like the Frestek Chamber of Commerce, the highest tax was even at 40%. For a small magic harvester with a price of 70 gold coins, if they received a full tax deduction, it meant that the Frestek Chamber of Commerce would earn an extra 20 gold coins. This was equivalent to His Majesty and the Agricultural Department giving the Frestek Chamber of Commerce a large amount of money. Of course, it should be impossible for a full tax deduction. This would cause all the companies in the kingdom to become dissatisfied, and His Majesty definitely wouldn't be this stupid. But even if it was a partial deduction, that would bring many benefits to Sui and the Frestek Chamber of Commerce. The more important part was the latter half. His Majesty and the Agricultural Department would be promoting the agricultural magic machines all over the kingdom. This was basically official advertisement. With the support of His Majesty and the Agricultural Department, It meant the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's agricultural magic machines will be able to easily spread to every corner of the Lampuri Kingdom. At that time, just based on selling agricultural magic machines, the Frestek Chamber of Commerce could jump to becoming a first-class company in the Lampuri Kingdom. Of course, His Highness and the Agricultural Department has hoped that since they have provided tax deductions, your Frestek Chamber of Commerce can lower the price of your agricultural magic machines appropriately. At a minimum, make it so that all the nobles with territory in the kingdom can afford it. Count Shan added, I ask Lord City Lord to pass to His Majesty that this is something that our Frestek Chamber of Commerce should do. Perhaps you should tell His Majesty of our company's farmer support plan. That way His Majesty can understand how much of a responsible company we are. He said with a smile. What is social responsibility? Why is there always strange words that come out of your mouth? Count Shan looked at with a confused look. Of course, I have also reported to His Majesty about your farmer support plan. His Majesty has greatly praised it and has said that he wants you to further explain it when you make your audience. You should also prepare yourself on this matter. All right, I will definitely let His Majesty completely approve of this place. The best case scenario is if he implements this plan throughout the kingdom. He said with a nod. You can raise this when you meet His Majesty, but remember that you can't speak randomly. If you carelessly mention this matter like you did in front of me and that kid Leslie, don't blame me for not warning you when disaster hits. Count Shan honestly said, you and your Frestek Chamber of Commerce is a company that people pay attention to, at least in Urbana City, so no matter what, you need to be careful. Looked at Count Shan in surprise. The Lord City Lord wouldn't casually say something like this, and it was a friendly reminder. That's right, I forgot that you are still a magician. The Magicians Guild's test will be held in Anvilmar next month. You should be participating, right? Count Shan asked. I have already discussed this with Great Magician Camilla. I'll be participating when the time comes. Good. Since you'll be in Anvilmar next month, you won't have to go on an extra trip. I'll send a letter to His Majesty telling him of this when I head back. When you head over to take the Magicians Guild's test, His Majesty can also summon you. Quickly thanked him with a faint smile. Many thanks to the Lord City Lord for caring about me this much. Count Shan gave a cold snort. I am only taking care of you based on the fact that you invented the agricultural magic machines. If there are no good results with Leslie's farms next year, you think I will be this polite to you when the time comes? Laughed. The Lord City Lord can be assured. Even if I have to go all out, I will let the Lord Viscount have a rich harvest. After 2 days, went to Master Lanus' dwarven tribe again. It was different from last time when he came with Master Lanus because once provided funding, the dwarves provided labor and laid a smooth road to the outside road from the dwarven village. Could directly head to the dwarven tribe while riding his horse-drawn carriage. This was the first time many dwarven children of the tribe had seen something like the horse carriage and couldn't help surrounding it. Passed out the candy he had already prepared and drew a wave of cheers out of the children. The dwarven tribe chief Saluka came to welcome him with a wide smile. Chairman you haven't come in such a long time. I thought that you had forgotten about us dwarven friends. Bent over with the same wide smile to forcefully hug Saluka before pointing to Camby, who came with him, and said, How could that be? With Camby and those dwarven brothers who I work with daily, I always think of my dwarven friends who are here whenever I see them. I've been too busy during this past period, so I didn't come here. How is it? Has everyone been well during this time? Many thanks to Chairman for your bonus. The lives of our tribe is much better than before. Not only are the children not hungry each day, they can also have several sets of new clothes. Saluka said with a wide smile. No, no, no. Chief Saluka, that money is not a bonus, rather it is a research fund. Do you understand? Research fund. Deliberately repeated it again. Saluka had an awkward look on his honest face as he rubbed his head in an embarrassed manner. He lowered his voice to say, This, Chairman I won't hide it from you. We have tried experimenting based on the method you've given us, but we haven't once successfully refined the alloy metal you mentioned. Look. Revealed a faint smile. If this research was that easy to succeed in, would he have such a headache over this matter? He patted Saluka's shoulder to comfort him. It's fine. Research takes a lot of time. I didn't expect you to have any real results in just 2 short months. You can just keep researching, there's no rush. A blush appeared on Saluka's face. With how simple the personality of the dwarves was, the more uncaring Su-E was, the more uncomfortable they felt. Camby was anxious looking at this, but he knew it wasn't right for him to say anything for the tribe chief. He could only keep scratching his head and letting out a sigh. Seeing the response of the two dwarves, Su-E couldn't help revealing a smile. If this was back on Earth, the organization in charge of the research would find all kinds of ways to avoid taking responsibility, saying that they met difficulties and would need more investment. But when it came to the dwarves, just a trivial 500 gold coins was enough to make them feel this uncomfortable. Actually, Su-E had used this 500 gold coins each month to pull in the dwarven craftsmen, and now the 100 dwarves led by Camby had a value of over 500 gold coins each month. Not to mention that these dwarves had grasped the techniques to make the top-of-the-line production magic machines and normal magic machines. This wasn't something that could be valued with gold coins. Camby had even told Su-E that several companies had secretly contracted him. They said that they were willing to give Camby and the dwarves under him a salary of 20 gold coins a month if they were willing to join them, but Camby had flatly rejected them. Seeing that Saluka and Camby were a bit embarrassed, Su-E thought about it before waving his hand. How about this, Tribe Chief Saluk? Let me see the results of your research. Perhaps I can give some advice to you. Chief Saluka nodded. Yes, yes, yes. Chairman Su understands this topic the best. If you look at it, perhaps there will be a pleasant surprise. Su-E and Camby were led by Saluka to a giant cave which hit them with intense heat waves. Looking carefully, this over 10-meter tall cave had a size that was bigger than a football field, and there were all kinds of small and large furnaces made of stones inside the cave. At this time, most of the furnaces were filled with flames, and the dwarves beside them kept adding more things into the furnace. Chairman Su, look at this. We have begun experimenting with your methods, but we've never had any success. Later, our clansmen have been adding different things into the iron liquid, creating all kinds of It can be considered the alloy you mentioned, but not a single one has met the requirements of the steel alloy you mentioned before. Saluka was somewhat embarrassed as he gave his introduction. Oh, all kinds of different alloys. Where are they? Let me take a look. Su-E asked in an interested voice. Here, they are all over there. Saluka brought Su-E to a corner of the cave, pointing at the pile of iron lumps in front of them. Su-E looked over the iron mountain that was twice his size, and his eyes couldn't help falling onto an iron ball that was reflecting the light. He climbed onto the iron mountain to take it. Su-E was surprised to find that other than some parts that contained some impurities, the outside surface of the ball was very smooth. There was a silver glow to the surface, and it didn't have the rusty stain that normal iron things would have. Su-E looked over the iron ball and found that this ball was very light. Reaching out to hit it, there wasn't an echo from an empty core, which proved that the inside was quite solid. This thing is iron. Su-E was a bit confused. Saluka took an iron hammer and forcefully smashed down on it. The iron ball only slightly changed shape, and it didn't show any signs of cracking, so it could be seen that the iron ball was quite firm. Damn, what kind of alloy is this? It's actually this strong. Su-E couldn't help becoming excited. He asked Saluka, Chief Saluka, how was this iron ball made? Saluka took the iron ball from Su-Yi's hand and found a mark at the bottom of the ball. He raised his hand to call over a dwarf with a long beard. Muru, was this iron ball made by you? Chairman Su is very interested in it. Tell us, how did you make it? The eyes of the dwarf called Muru lit up, and he expectantly looked at Su-E. Chairman Su, this thing is useful? Su-E nodded. Although we have no way to test its performance right now, based on what I just saw, it should be useful. Muru excitedly said, Then that's great. We've tried many things and have tested several thousand formulas, but we've never made the steel alloy you mentioned before. I never thought that there would be one that would be useful. Saluka glared at him. Stop wasting words. Chairman Su asked you how to made it. Properly answer him. Muru suppressed the excitement in his heart. He looked at the iron ball and tilted his head to think about it before slowly responding. This thing was actually made when I accidentally poured a cup of silver leaf liquid in. After thinking about it, the dwarf Muru narrated the process he used to make this iron ball. In the process he described, Su-E kept asking him things to clarify. not even letting go of what temperature he used when he was forging this thing. This temperature? Murrah scratched his chaotic hair and was a bit confused. Chairman Su, you mean that there are many kinds of flames? I don't know about this. I can only tell you that the flames were normal when I refined it, and it wasn't that strong. Sui felt a bit helpless. The science continent didn't extensively collect data like on Earth. This could become a major flaw in developing an industrial system, so it seemed like he had to think of a way to solve this problem. Of course, this problem was for later. What was most important was the iron ball in his hand right now. After questioning Muru several times, he didn't have a way to obtain a satisfactory answer. Finally, he could only ask Muru to repeat the refinement of that day. Hearing that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's chairman he found the iron ball Muru refined interesting. The other dwarves that had been experimenting all came over. When faced with everyone, Muru thought about it for a while before lighting up a furnace. The first half followed the normal forging process, and he didn't see anything special. Only when the iron liquid in the forge began to bubble, Muru picked up a can filled with silver sparkling dust that he poured in, causing the situation in the forge to change instantly. When this can of silver leaves was poured in, it instantly fused with the iron liquid inside the forge. After a while, the iron liquid that had been bubbling because of the high temperature began to churn even stronger as a trace of silver light filled the completely red iron liquid. The process of forging was rather boring, and Saluka was worried that he would be bored watching it. But he found that he had been staring at the iron liquid inside the forge from the beginning, almost not even blinking. His face looked very focused, and his heart was filled with curiosity. This chairman why did he care about this strange, so-called alloy so much? Came to the Dwarven tribe in the afternoon, and after the molten iron in the forge finished refining, it was already night. During this time, had been by the forge the entire time. Other than going to the washroom once, he actually hadn't moved at all. Other than this, he even took out a notebook. During the entire process, he recorded the order and amount of materials added by Muru one by one. When the molten iron cooled, it gradually formed a sphere inside a mold. Carefully looked over this iron ball and found that this iron ball really wasn't that much different from the iron ball from before. This confirmed that Muru really followed his process last time. Seeing that it was late, Saluka wanted to invite back to the tribe for dinner, but was directly rejected by They had discovered a new alloy with great difficulty. Was currently filled with excitement. His passion as a mechanical engineer had burst forth. Naturally, he wasn't willing to leave at this time. So Saluka called his clansmen to bring dinner here. The dwarves ate with while conducting all kinds of tests on the iron ball based on Yi's requests. After a series of tests, had finally confirmed that this strange alloy formed from adding silver leaves wasn't that good in terms of firmness, but its ductility and plasticity could match normal alloys from Earth. It was generally much stronger than the pig iron refined on the science continent. The more important thing was the alloy with silver leaves had been in the corner for close to 2 months, but there wasn't a single trace of rust on it. Even without having to do any rust treatment, it had the nature of stainless steel. Held the iron ball that had been deformed after his experiments, and his heart was filled with excitement. The reason he came to the Dwarven tribe this time was actually to contact other Dwarven tribes through Chief Saluka, bringing even more dwarves back to his magic machine workshop. He never expected these dwarves had unexpected made this kind of new alloy. Even without appraising it first, was certain that this new alloy that he had temporarily named the Silver Leaf alloy could not be used in heavy magic machines because of its hardness, but it would be very useful in producing household magic machines. For example, for the new magic rice cooker they had been focusing on making, if they used this alloy, the magic rice cooker would be much lighter. Just based on this, the magic rice cooker would become even more popular. After completing the tests on the Silver Leaf alloy, immediately raised a request with Chief Saluka. He hoped that he and the other dwarves of their tribe would experiment even more on the Silver Leaf alloy. For example, adding in more silver leaf dust, changing the temperature of the flame, or adding in other materials. At the same time, he used the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's name to give Muru a 20 gold coin reward as a commendation to him for inventing this new alloy. With Yi's understanding of material testing from Earth, He believed that even the smallest change would change the final properties of the alloy. This silver leaf alloy appeared because of an accident. If there were more accidents like this, he would greatly support them. Other than this silver leaf alloy, Sui looked over the pile of iron balls again and found another special iron ball. Although this iron ball was not as eye-catching as the silver leaf alloy, and its properties weren't that outstanding, after testing it, Sui was surprised to find that this iron ball surpassed pig iron in terms of firmness and resistance. For heavy machine, especially large production machines, this kind of alloy was very much needed. Shi gave Chief Saluka another request, having the dwarves of the tribe also perform experiments on this alloy. This time, Chief Saluka didn't agree quickly like before. Rather, he revealed a difficult look. Chairman Su, we don't have enough clansmen in the tribe right now. If you didn't take Camby and the others away, there is no problem researching two things at once. You can see that all the clansmen that can do things are here. There are only these 10 people, so we can't fulfill your request. Sui looked around and found that Chief Saluka's words were not exaggerated. Since he had brought the 100 dwarves led by Camby out of the tribe, most of the people left in the tribe were the elderly or women and children. The ones that could perform forging like this were the 10 dwarves left here. Let's do this. Chief Saluka, isn't the Angola tribe sending people to talk to me tomorrow? I'll mention this matter at that time, and it's best if their tribe can be convinced to accept the research for one of these alloys. Of course, it would be best if Chief Saluka can connect me to more dwarven brothers. I'm lacking quite a bit of manpower right now, and it's mainly a lack of suitable dwarven craftsmen. I want however many you can give me. Sui thought about it before speaking. Saluka didn't immediately agree. Rather, he looked at Sui with a frown. Chairman Sui, are you planning to fill your factory with only dwarves? Sui was stunned. Of course not, but there are still more dwarves in my factory right now. Saluka shook his head. Chairman Sui, I want to remind you that if your factory has too many dwarves like us, there will be problems. Sui was a bit confused. Problems? What problems? I am just letting the dwarven brothers work for me. What problems could there be? Saluka let out a sigh. Chairman Sui, I know you have good intentions, but not all humans are like you. The more important thing is that your human leaders won't be able to think like this. There is no problem if a few dwarves appear in human society, but if a large group of dwarves appear, I'm worried it will cause trouble for you and us dwarves. Sui couldn't help knitting his brows. The race wars are something that happened thousands of years ago. Could it be that Chief Saluka is worried about this? Saluka waved his hand. It is impossible for the race war to occur again. I am just worried that the human leaders will become worried. When that time comes, we dwarven brothers cannot bring you benefits. Rather, we will cause trouble for you. Sui thought about it and couldn't help admiring that Chief Saluka was right. Although the Signs continent was completely ruled by humans and the other races couldn't even compete with humans, there was still the existence of racial segregation. Sui recruiting 100 or several hundred dwarves to work for him was not a problem. But if he recruited 1,000 or several thousand dwarves, it would attract the vigilance of the big characters of the Lampuri kingdom. With all these foreign race members under him, did he want to rebel? AI. It seems like no matter what world it is impossible for business to avoid politics. Sui sighed in his heart. He thought about it before nodding to Chief Saluka. Many thanks to the chief for your reminder. I will pay attention to this matter. But I think it won't be a problem at this stage, and my company is just lacking too much manpower right now. So I ask you to pay more attention to this matter still. Actually, if things go wrong, it isn't like I don't have any preparations. Saluka gave a slight nod with his large head. All right, Chairman Sui is an intelligent human. I believe you have a solution. As for the dwarven brothers of the other tribes, after saying this, Saluka revealed a bitter smile and had a helpless look on his face. Their current lives are not much better than our tribe was before. The Angola dwarf tribe was less than 100 kilometers away from the Norma tribe led by Chief Saluka. Receiving the news that Sui had arrived, the next morning, the representative from the Angola tribe had already come. To Sui's surprise, the one leading the Angola tribe representative was their Chief Monto. As for the two representatives that followed Chief Monto's side, they were the two elders with the highest positions. Seeing this lineup, Sui naturally understood that the Angola tribe viewed this negotiation with the greatest importance. So, he also became more serious. However, The process of the negotiations had surprised him again. The entire process was quite simple. Su-yi gave Chief Monto and the two elder the conditions he had already prepared, and the three of them hid nothing as they revealed looks of excitement. They didn't even think as they agreed to him, making him feel that his starting conditions were just too good. But these conditions were based on the conditions Su-yi offered Chief Saluka from before. Other than an extra beneficial condition of building a road from here to the Angola tribe, there wasn't anything else added. This was Su-yi trying to understand the thoughts of a dwarf with the mindset of a human. The dwarves could be considered a rough or even straightforward race. Their way of handling matters was different from humans. Su-yi had used human negotiations as a reference, so he thought that Chief Monto would bargain back and forth before both sides would take a step back and reach a settlement. Who would have thought that Chief Monto and the two elders would be satisfied with these conditions, not even having the mind to bargain back and forth? Of course, there was a reason why Chief Monto and the two elders would agree so quickly. The Angola tribe was not far from here, and as dwarven brothers, both sides would frequently communicate with each other, so they had a clear understanding of the situation in the Norma tribe. The Norma tribe and the Angola tribe were comrades in suffering. Both sides' living conditions weren't that good. But since 2 months ago, after a human had made a trip here, the dwarves of the Angola tribe had found that the lives of the dwarves of the Norma tribe had suddenly become much better. When the 100 adult dwarves of the Norma tribe were taken by Su-yi, the Angola tribe thought that the Norma tribe couldn't support them anymore, so they were selling their clansmen to this human to work heavy labor. But they realized that was not the case. They learned after asking that the dwarves who had left were now working in a human factory. Not only did they have enough food and places to sleep, they had a high salary of 8 gold coins a month. The most important thing was that they even had good wine in the factory to drink. It was even the famous Sachi Manor wine. They silently watched as the lives of their compatriots in the Norma tribe became better. Not only did they have enough to eat, they also received brand new clothes and could even repair their houses. The dwarves of the Angola tribe naturally couldn't sit still. After learning that all these changes were from a human named Su-yi, Chief Monto had formed the idea of seeing Su-yi. If this human named Su-yi could help the Angola tribe like he helped the Norma tribe, changing the lives of their clansmen, his role as the chief would have been fulfilled. Who would have thought that when Chief Monto made up his mind, Saluka would come find him and directly tell him Su-yi's request? Hearing that Su-yi was recruiting dwarven craftsmen, Chief Monto didn't even think as he instantly agreed. Compared to the Norma tribe, the Angola tribe was a bit bigger, having almost twice the population. The Norma tribe could produce 100 dwarven craftsmen, but the Angola tribe could produce 200. Chief Monto even gritted his teeth and directly proposed that he could send 300 adults to the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's factory for work. Chief Saluka on the side was shocked. "Monto, are you crazy? Just how many adults do you have in your tribe? If you let 300 people leave the tribe, how will the rest of the tribe keep living?" Chief Monto and the two elders looked at each other before laughing. "It's no problem. It isn't like the ones left in the tribe can't move at all. At worst, they will just have to suffer a bit. Then again, Chairman Su has already reached an agreement with us for the salary of our clansmen working in the factory. As long as they can endure for a while and wait for the salary of our clansmen, naturally, it will be much easier. Don't you think so, Chairman Su?" Su-yi revealed a faint smile as he said with a nod. "Chief Monto can be assured that our Frestec Chamber of Commerce is looking for a happy cooperation with the dwarves, so we definitely will not skimp on our salaries. But Chief Saluka does make a lot of sense. Chief Monto, if you suddenly send out 300 people, the lives of the ones left in the tribe will be greatly affected." Seeing that Su-yi wanted to reject him, Chief Monto quickly waved his hand. "No, no, no, it won't. There is no problem. Really, it's no problem. I am more clear on the situation in the tribe compared to Chairman Su. There is no problem even if we send 300 people." Seeing how anxious Chief Monto and the two elders were, Su-yi couldn't help sighing inside. Last time he came to the Norma tribe with Master Lanus to negotiate with Chief Saluka, he found that the living conditions of the dwarves were quite poor. He was even able to easily move Chief Saluka with a promise of 500 gold coins. Now, based on the reactions from Chief Norma and the two elders, it seemed like the problems of the Norma tribe was a common problem for the dwarves. Chief Monto, don't be anxious and listen to me first. Su-e slowly said. Actually, I have other things to consider. Although our company needs large amounts of outstanding dwarven craftsmen to help us with our work, if we were to receive 300 dwarves at once, it would be hard for our company to settle them right now. Temporarily, we could only take around 100. Only 100? That is too little. Chief Monto and the two elders revealed looks of disappointment. Let me finish. Su-e revealed a smile as he continued. Other than the 100 dwarven craftsmen working in our company's factory, I also need a large amount of experienced dwarven craftsmen to perform experiments with material. I wonder if Chief Monto is interested in this. Material experiments? What is that? Chief Monto and the two elders were bewildered. Su-e looked at Chief Saluka and he immediately understood. With a cough, he began to explain it to the three of them. After half an hour, Chief Monto and the two elders revealed looks of enlightenment. That means, this so-called material research is just testing methods of forging iron? Chief Monto asked. It has this general meaning, but there are more requirements for the concrete details. Su-e said with a nod. Chief Monto thought about it before asking. Chairman Su, your meaning is to have our clansmen and the Dwarven brothers here help your Frestek Chamber of Commerce perform this material research? Yes. The material research requires a lot of experiments, and although Chief Saluka has some people here, I feel it is far from enough, so I want to find some more Dwarven brothers to help him with this research. I wonder if Chief Monto is interested? Chief Monto asked with knit brows. But this thing, what benefits does it bring to our tribe? Su-e revealed a faint smile. He knew that it would be a waste of words to explain to them how important this research was to the Signs continent, so he directly sent out a slap. Any research results that I approve of will have a reward of 500 gold coins. 500 gold coins. Chief Monto and the two elders had their eyes shrink as shock filled their faces. When they were discussing the salaries for their clansmen working in the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's factory, they only received 8 gold coins a month. Although there were many people, the amount wasn't much, so it didn't seem that special. Now that Su-e immediately said 500 gold coins, it had stunned the three dwarves. Chief Monto couldn't help looking at Chief Saluka on the side. His eyes fell onto the luxurious cloth clothes made by a highly skilled human tailor, and a look of envy appeared in his eyes. This Saluka, he was still wearing tattered linen clothes 3 months ago, but now he had changed into such beautiful clothes. It was clear that these changes were brought from working with this human merchant. Then thinking about the shocking changes he saw when he walked through the Norma tribe, Chief Monto immediately steeled his heart and gave a strong nod to Su-e. All right, we'll agree on this. Su-e immediately revealed a serious smile and tightly gripped Chief Monto's hand. Actually, while Chief Monto was excited about the large remunerations Su-e promised, Su-e was also feeling very excited. He had reaped a large harvest from his trip this time. Not only did he solve his serious lack of manpower, he had even accidentally made a large breakthrough in the material research. If the Angola tribe dwarves could also research a few new alloys like Muru and the others, it would be a great help to Su-yi's plan of forming an industrial system on the Signs continent. Other than this, through the contacts of these two dwarven tribes, he could establish good relations with other dwarven tribes. Although there weren't many dwarves on the Signs continent right now, most of them were highly skilled craftsmen. Perhaps this didn't affect other humans that much, but to Su-e, this was a great wealth. If he could grab this wealth in his hand, the confidence in Su-yi's heart would naturally be much stronger. Perhaps it was because they had personally witnessed the changes with the Norma tribe. Chief Monto and the two elders entered this cooperation with Su-e filled with confidence. So these negotiations, oh no, they could be considered business discussions went very smoothly. In just a short day, Su-e had already set all the details with Chief Monto. For the 100 dwarven craftsmen provided by the Angola tribe, Su-e would give the same treatment as Cambi and the others, giving them a salary of 8 gold coins a month. But in terms of other benefits, it was a bit lacking. This was because Cambi's group had already been working for the Frestek Chamber of Commerce for 2 months now, and they could be considered trained skilled workers. As for the dwarves from the Angola tribe, they were new hires, so naturally it was impossible for them to receive the same treatment. Chief Monto and the two elders didn't have any objections to this, since being able to obtain a salary of 8 gold coins a month for their clansmen was already enough to satisfy them. Not to mention that Su-E had promised to create a material research lab in the Angola tribe. Not only did he give them a fixed research fund of 100 gold coins a month, as long as they succeeded with a project which was useful to the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, they would receive a bonus of 500 gold coins. For the Angola tribe that had been impoverished for a long time, whether it was their clansmen going to the Frestec Chamber of Commerce and receiving a fixed salary of 8 gold coins a month, or receiving a bonus of 500 gold coins a month for any success, was like rain at the end of a drought. They were very satisfied with this, so how could they have more requests at this time? The dwarves were simple and honest, and now that Su-E had given them these conditions, it was like he was saving them. So Chief Monto and the two elders wanted to bring Su-E back to the Angola tribe as a guest no matter what to show their gratitude. Su-E couldn't reject their goodwill and could only follow them in the end. With Chief Saluka and Cambi, they headed to the Angola tribe. Perhaps it was because their population was higher than the Norma tribe, so compared to the previous Norma tribe, the lives of the Angola tribe was a bit better. But there was still a limit to this, and they were only barely keeping themselves away from starving. But compared to the current Norma tribe, it was like heaven and earth. After walking around the Angola tribe, Su-E saw a little dwarven boy happily eating the candy he had brought, and he couldn't help asking Chief Saluka, "I'm very curious. Why are the lives of the dwarves so difficult?" The dwarves are clearly very industrious, can endure suffering, and have strong forging techniques. They should be living their lives like this by normal logic, right? Chief Saluka and Chief Monto looked at each other before revealing bitter smiles. After a while, Chief Saluka let out a sigh and said, "Chairman Su, this problem, you should actually ask your fellow humans." Oh, Su-E looked at Chief Saluka with a curious gaze. Why? It's very simple. Since the race wars several thousand years ago, humans had complete victories and had taken every good place on the Signs continent. Whether it is us dwarves, the beastmen, or the halflings that haven't been seen in a long time. We could only live on barren land and couldn't obtain enough food at all. If we wanted to obtain food from human hands, we needed to pay large prices. Chairman Su, you come from Banta City. Let me ask you, how much does 1 pound of wheat in Banta City sell for? Su-E was surprised. He thought about it before replying. If I remember correctly, the current price should be 14 silver coins per pound. Look, it's only 14 silver coins per pound. Chief Saluka gave a snort, not hiding the dissatisfaction in his voice at all. Do you know how much you humans sell a pound of wheat to us for? Su-E knit his brows. There was no need to ask. He already knew that it would be a very high price. As expected, Chief Saluka raised a thick finger. An entire gold coin. That can only buy 1 pound of wheat. Chairman Su, do you know? We dwarves have a higher capacity for food compared to you humans, and each person can eat half a pound of wheat in a single meal. This means that a single gold coin is only enough to feed us dwarves for a single day. After saying this, Chief Saluka's voice was filled with rage. It was very clear that he had been suppressing his anger at the humans increasing the price of wheat for a long time. We dwarves only have the habit of enjoying good wine, but good wine requires even more wheat. In order to save the wheat we obtained from the humans with great difficulty, our Norma tribe had already forbidden wine. Chairman Su, do you know, last time when you came to our tribe, it was our first time drinking wine in 2 years. Su-E couldn't help revealing a bitter smile. For these dwarves who were addicted to wine, 2 long years without drinking was a very painful thing. It was no wonder that when Su-E promised the dwarves under Cambi that he would provide wine from the Sachi Manor as a reward, the enthusiasm of the dwarves had surged. Thinking of this, Su-E couldn't help finding it strange. This isn't right. Chief Saluka, based on what you said, did you use something to exchange for gold coins or for the life-preserving wheat? It's very simple. We used ores. Chief Saluka pointed at the mountain outside the Angola tribe. There are many ores inside this mountain, as well as magic crystal ores. Humans feel this place is too far and it's too costly to mine here, so they never cared about it. So, we dwarves have depended on mining these iron ores and magic crystals to exchange for food from humans. If my guesses aren't wrong, they are also purchasing these iron ores and magic crystals at a very low price, right? Sui asked in a thoughtful voice. It is very low, but what other choice is there? Chief Saluka said with a sigh. This is because these humans don't care since harvesting these ores are just too costly. If one day humans set their eyes on these mines and send soldiers to drive us away, we really don't know what we can depend on to keep living anymore. We still have to thank the humans for giving us a path of life. After saying this, Chief Saluka revealed a self-deprecating smile. Sui looked at Chief Monto nearby with a somewhat helpless look, and Chief Monto as revealed a bitter smile. He nodded at Sui and said, although the situation of our tribe is a bit better than the Norma tribe, it isn't that different. In the end, we aren't humans and humans are the rulers of the Signs continent. Seeing the expression of the two chiefs, Sui couldn't help feeling a bit awkward. As a human, and being here listening to these two dwarves discussing the oppression of dwarves by humans, he did feel like he didn't belong. But there was information that Chief Saluka gave just now that had attracted his attention. He looked up at the tall mountain for a while, and Sui suddenly asked, Chief Saluka, you dwarves are not just good at forging, but also good at mining? That's right. We dwarves don't have any other specialties, but we do have some talent in opening up wastelands and refining ores. The ores you humans spend a whole day picking might not be as much as we dwarves can mine in a single meal. Chief Saluka replied, that is a bit off. Since dwarves have this ability, why don't human companies hire dwarves to mine for them? Sui asked. They did before, but the wages those human companies gave our dwarven brothers was very low. Of course, the main thing was that those humans looked down on us, and it was easy to be bullied in those mines, so it was better to come back and not do it anymore. After a long time passed, now there are no dwarven brothers willing to work for humans. Chief Saluka looked over Sui before continuing. To be honest, Chairman Sui, if it wasn't for the fact that I had no other choice, I wouldn't have agreed to Lanus and let you take our 100 dwarven brothers away. Sui nodded. This had already been raised to him by Master Lanus. Of course, Camby has also told me after that our brothers are doing very well at your Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Not only does Chairman Sui provide food and places to sleep, you also let them drink wine, letting me become gradually assured. Chief Saluka changed into a voice of praise. It has to be said, Chairman Sui is not the same as other humans. You don't have any biases towards us dwarves. Sui shrugged his shoulders. I'll say something you won't like hearing. I am a pure human merchant. I only care if the other side will bring benefits or not. I don't care about their race at all. Chief Saluka and Chief Monto broke out in laughter at the same time. Chief Saluka even got on his tiptoes to slap Sui's shoulder as he said, if all humans were as straightforward as Chairman Sui, we dwarves would have much better days. Sui couldn't help rolling his eyes. He never thought that him saying this would be considered a frank appraisal. He looked back at the tall mountain before saying, Chief Saluka, since you dwarves are good at opening mines, you should be good at exploring for or veins, right? If it is exploring or veins, if we dwarves say we are second, there is no race on the Signs continent who dare claim to be first. Chief Saluka had a proud look on his face. Then that's good. I have an idea and I need your vein exploring experts to help me. Sui said. No problem. Chief Monto patted his chest before Chief Saluka. Speaking of vein exploring experts, our Angola tribe has many of them. There is no need to mention others. I am an expert. Sui shook his head with a faint smile. Of course there's no need for Chief Monto to personally head out. I hope that Chief Saluka and Chief Monto can pick 5 people each from your tribe to explore all over the Lampuri Kingdom according to my requests, and it would be best if they can find some mines. Do you two think this will work? All over the Lampuri Kingdom? The two chiefs looked at each other before knitting their brows. This might be a bit difficult, but it is not impossible. It just needs a bit of time. How long do you estimate it will take? Sui asked. If it is searching for veins and magic crystal veins, our clansman has a rich experience. If there are 10 people, I think it'll take less than half a year to finish. Chief Monto said, but if you include other veins, it would be hard to say. Sui was instantly overjoyed. It won't even take half a year? That's great. Very good. We'll do this. Chief Saluka, Chief Monto, you just need to pick the most experienced dwarves from your tribes. I'll tell you, not only will our Frestec Chamber of Commerce pay for all their fees, We will also give each person 100 gold coins at the end of the expedition. 100 gold coins? That is too much. When Su Yi's voice fell, the two chiefs shook their hands. This is only a small matter. There is no need to mention a reward, not to mention that 100 gold coins is too much. The Dwarven brothers are working hard. Of course, there should be a reward. That 100 gold coins is too much. While the three were discussing this, an Angola tribe dwarf quickly ran to Chief Monto and loudly shouted, "Chief, the elven guests are here." The three were all stunned, especially Su Yi, whose eyes popped out. It was actually elves. Su Yi had come to the Signs continent for 3 years now. This was not considered a short period. But in these 3 years, even though he had seen dwarves in cities and beastmen in construction sites, he had never once seen an elf. It's said that 3,000 years ago, the elves were the rulers of the Signs continent. However, humans quickly caught up and finally dethroned the elves through the race wars, becoming the new rulers of the Signs continent. Since then, the elves had almost completely disappeared from the continent. Even if humans went to the forests where elves lived, they wouldn't be able to see a single elf. Many times, elves became things of legends, and many people even wondered if the elves had already gone extinct. But in this dwarven tribe now, Su Yi would actually get to meet an elf. Since Chief Monto gave the order for that dwarf to bring the elven guests over, Su Yi couldn't help stretching his neck out towards the entrance of the Angola tribe, not even blinking at all. After a while, a slender elf who was twice as tall as dwarves and almost the same height as Su Yi was slowly led over by the dwarf from before. Su Yi's eyes instantly swept over that elf, and he couldn't help secretly praising her. A pair of sharp ears demonstrated her identity as an elf, and the tall peaks on her chest showed she was a female. She had a pair of blue eyes like deep springs, as well as a resolute look on her gentle face that gave her gentle appearance a kind of heroic feel. Adding in the snow-white calves with perfect proportions that she revealed, she instantly made people's eyes light up. Su Yi had already heard that the elven race was filled handsome guys and beautiful girls, but he didn't believe it at first. Now that he was seeing this elven beauty, he had no choice but to believe it. The female elf had already noticed Su Yi, who was like a crane among chickens among the elves from far away. After walking over, she couldn't help looking over Su Yi and revealed a look of curiosity. But elves paid great attention to courtesy, so even if she was very curious about Su Yi, the female elf still gave a bow to Chief Monto first before saying, "Hello, respected Chief Monto. May the light of Elune forever shine onto you." Chief Monto only gave a slight nod in return as he said in a deep voice, "Hello, may your feet always be in Messiah's palms." This was Su Yi's first time hearing this kind of greeting, and he couldn't help curiously looking over the female elf even more. It really was like the rumors said, not only were elves beautiful, their auras were also outstanding. This female elf had white skin, a tall figure, and even more outstanding aura. Although her expression was calm, there was a cold feel to her that made it hard for people to approach her, while also making them want to be closer to her. After the female elf and Chief Monto finished their greetings, she immediately said, "Respected Chief Minoto, have you considered the matter from last time? Our tribe's situation is already very bad right now, and I hope you can agree to my request to help us. Our entire tribe will firmly remember the helping hand you will be reaching out." Although her words were delightful and pleasant to listen to, even Su Yi, who didn't understand what her words meant, could hear the unsettled tone in her voice. Thus it could be seen that when she said, "Our tribe's situation is already very bad," it wasn't a lie. Chief Monto revealed a difficult expression. "This, dear Miss Agnes, although we dwarves have a long-set relation with the elves, and we hope to help you solve this problem, you can see that our tribe is also facing many problems. Moreover, a large group of our adults will be leaving here soon, so we will not have enough people to help you. Can you go look for another dwarf tribe?" Hearing Chief Monto's response, the female elf Agnes revealed a disappointed look, but she didn't make it obvious. "All right, many thanks to Chief Monto for listening to my request. May the light of Elune forever keep your health." Leaving this, the female elf Agnes turned to leave. Su Yi on the side was stunned by this. Even though he had heard that elves were so proud that they wouldn't change their mind no matter what was said, he never thought that this female elf would run all this way for one sentence and leave right after being rejected. This fellow, Does she not know how to talk? With her attitude, it would be strange if she could accomplish anything. If the elves were all like this, it wasn't strange at all for the elves to be dragged down from the throne of the Signs continent by the humans. There were various thoughts in Su Yi's head before he suddenly took 2 steps forward, blocking Agnes' way. Agnes stopped moving and looked at Su Yi, who had suddenly appeared in front of her with a surprised look on her face. Human, do you need something? Su Yi revealed what he considered his most gentle smile and said, Beautiful elven miss, can I ask you what you and your tribe need help with? Perhaps I could help you with this. Agnes slightly knit her beautiful brows and honestly looked at Su Yi for a while before slowly shaking her head. Sorry, I don't trust humans. She didn't even say goodbye after saying this, as she directly walked past Su Yi. Su Yi never thought that this fellow would be this straightforward and disrespectful. When he finally reacted and wanted to block Agnes again, he saw a flash of green light from her as she directly disappeared from the gate to Angola village. It's elven magic. It's the shadow stealth spell. Chief Saluka came to Su Yi's side and looked in the direction Agnes disappeared in as he said, Unless your magic power is much stronger than hers, you won't be able to find her and shouldn't even think about chasing her. Chief Monto also came over and seriously said to Su Yi, Chairman Su, the elves are very hard to approach. I suggest you give up on ideas about pursuing her. Seeing the strange expressions on the faces of the 2 chiefs, Su Yi knew that they must have misunderstood. He was too lazy to explain it as he asked Chief Monto. Chief Monto, the thing she wanted your help with, and she said that her tribe's situation wasn't good. Do you know what problem they've encountered? This is already her 3rd time here. I had considered it the first 2 times, but because I've already agreed to send 100 clansmen to your factory, I could only reject her. Chief Monto said, As for the problem their tribe has encountered, it's actually quite fatal. The elven tribe she comes from lives in the falling rain forest 200 kilometers away from here. There used to be a river that ran through the falling rain forest, and it provided water for her tribe. But the river has become smaller lately and is even close to drying up. It has made their living conditions very difficult. Oh, something like this happened? What is the reason for the change? Su Yi asked in a curious voice. Their tribe has investigated it, and the river is undergoing this change is because the silt at the bottom of the river has increased. It's caused the river to flow in a different direction, so naturally the water flowing to their tribe has decreased. Then the help they are asking you for is that they are hoping you dwarves can help them move the silt at the bottom of the lake. Chief Monto shook his head and said with a bitter smile, Although the magic of the elves are pretty good, but their strength is normal. They need help from us dwarves for this kind of large project. But how could we have that many people to help them? We can only reject them. Chief Saluka on the side gave a cold snort. This group of elves aren't worth helping. We are putting in all that effort to solve their problem, and they'll only give us a few icy words of thanks. They won't even give us some wine to drink. Why would we help them? Chief Monto said with a sigh. That's right. If we could secure our own living conditions, based on old friendships, we could help them. But now we can't even support our own clansmen. So how could we care about them? Su Yi ignored the 2 dwarf chiefs complaining about what the elves did wrong before. Rather, he looked in the direction Agnes disappeared in with brows knit in deep thought. The elves had met trouble, and perhaps this wasn't related to others, but it was not the same for Su Yi. He keenly felt that this was a good chance to let him establish connections with the elves. Just like Su Yi had said in front of the 2 chiefs before, as a pure human merchant, Su Yi only considered the benefits people brought when he looked over them. He didn't care about their race. Even if the elves were facing problems, Su Yi knew that they had many advantages other races didn't have, so naturally there were enough benefits for him to explore. If he could use this crisis of the elves to get closer to the elves, perhaps Su Yi and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce will earn great benefits in the future. Thinking of this, Su Yi took out the notebook he carried with him and drew several drawings before writing several detailed annotations beside the drawing. Finally, he ripped it off and gave it to Chief Monto. Chief Monto, since that elf has come to you 3 times, I think you should know a bit about her and her tribe, right? Su Yi asked. A bit. Chief Monto took the paper from Su Yi and found that he couldn't understand it at all. What is this thing? This is a plan I've made for them to change the direction of the river upstream for their tribe. If you give it to her or her tribe, they should understand it. Really? Chief Monto and Chief Saluka both came forward, honestly looking over the drawing on the piece of paper. They still couldn't understand it in the end and could only give up. But Sue, why are you thinking of a way to help them? That Agnes just now didn't have a good attitude towards you. Sue laughed. I believe that after she sees this thing, it will definitely change her attitude towards me. After visiting the Angola tribe, Sue stayed for another half a day and gave some information on material research to Chief Saluka and Chief Monto before finally leaving. Camby didn't leave with him and chose to remain. After Chief Monto prepared the 100 dwarves, Camby would lead them back. As for Sue, naturally he needed to head back to Banta City first to prepare some things. Because there was a road leading to the main road from Norma City, the travel schedule didn't require an entire day's travel like before. However, Sue left the Norma tribe at noon, and when he arrived in Banta City, it was already turning dark. Even though it was a bit late, Sue directly headed to the factory outside the city. Although it was already under the cover of night, the two factories were brightly lit up, and it was clear they were working overtime. During this time, working overtime had already become a habit for the two workshops. The dwarves in the magic machine workshop were all working hard on the agricultural magic machines the nobles had made orders on. As for the household magic machine workshop, led by Heinz, they were all working until dark because of how popular the magic rice cooker was. Actually, there were some interesting developments with the magic rice cooker. Sue had designed the magic rice cooker because of a sudden idea that had appeared in his mind. He didn't think that much about it back then. When the magic rice cooker was made, he found that there was a serious problem. It was that the staple food source around Banta City was grains, and the bread made from those grains were the staple food around Banta City. The magic rice cooker's abilities were very simple right now. It could only be used to cook rice, and it couldn't be used to cook bread at all. So unlike what Sue had expected, the sales inside Banta City weren't that high. After realizing this problem, Sue immediately changed his strategy. He marketed the magic rice cooker to the surrounding cities, especially selling large amounts in Karma City that was famous for their rice patties. This chance in their plan was very appropriate. After seeing how convenient it was to cook rice with the magic rice cooker, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce immediately received large amounts of orders. Just in Karma City alone, from the companies that worked with the Frestec Chamber of Commerce on the magic fans before, their orders added up to a total of over 7,000. Adding in the orders from other cities, as well as the demand from Banta City, the task the household magic machine workshop faced now was having to make over 16,000 magic rice cookers in a month. Even if it was much easier to make magic rice cookers compared to magic fans, which made it much faster to make, this was still a very tiring task. But for a fellow like Heinz who only knew how to worry about not having any work to do, this was a very happy thing for him. During this time, Heinz had been in the workshop daily supervising everything, even sleeping in the workshop at night, rarely returning to Banta City. There were many times when Heinz's wife had come looking for him, and they had started arguing in front of Sue. But Heinz became very excited every time the factory was filled with work, so how could he have the mind to listen to others? After Sue found that talking to him didn't work, he just let him do what he wanted. Heinz as the factory manager went all out. So the workers under him naturally couldn't be lazy. There was no need to mention the 100 slaves he borrowed from Viscount Leslie. Even the 100 workers recruited after all worked very earnestly. Whenever one entered the workshop, they would always see a bustling working scene. Of course, the reason why the workers were so full of zeal was that Sue had told them through Heinz that they would receive overtime pay. This was a very new thing for them. For these workers, they had never heard of the concept of working overtime before. In their knowledge, since they came to work here, they did whatever the boss told them to do, or they wouldn't receive their wages. But the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had opened their eyes. Because the magic rice cooker hadn't been sold yet, so the workshop's work wasn't too heavy, so they strictly followed the work schedule of 8 hours a day. The workers were confused back then. Clearly there were many things to do still, so why was there rest time each day for so long? There were many workers who were even unsettled by this. Such a strange company. Could it be there was a problem? After being here for a few days, as the magic rice cooker was sold to the other cities and large amounts of orders came in, Heinz announced that they would by working overtime. The workers all became assured and felt that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce was just like any other company. But at this time, Hines then announced that they would also receive overtime pay, which confused the workers even more. What was overtime pay? Didn't we already discuss our salary? Could it be that after we finish the work we should do, the company will pay even more money to us? Of course, having extra money is a good thing, and the overtime pay wasn't small. Calculating this, it was more effective to work overtime than to work their normal jobs. So not only did the workers not reject overtime, they were actually hoping for it. Now that they were working overtime each night, Hines found that even though these workers were exhausted each day, they actually were quite enthusiastic when they worked overtime. Hines was very confused about this situation, but he felt it was very normal. This system was copied exactly from Earth, and compared to the Signs continent, this system from Earth was much more advanced. In terms of increasing enthusiasm among workers, compared to the Signs continent's method of treating their workers as pack animals, there was no doubt that the Frestech Chamber of Commerce's system was better. The most obvious example was that the household magic machine workshop's work efficiency actually increased, and there were fewer problems that occurred. It was clear that the workers were focused on working and invested all their minds on it. With their current speed, it was no problem for them to finish the order. When Sui walked into the household magic machine workshop, Hines was inspecting the final assembly process of the magic rice cooker with a very focused expression. Only when Sui walked over and patted him on the shoulder did he react. "You're back." Perhaps it was because he had shouted too much in the workshop, but Hines's voice was a bit hoarse. "How did it go?" "It's done. If nothing unexpected happens, Camby will bring back another 100 dwarves." "You." Sui suddenly stopped. He wanted to have Hines prepare places for the 100 dwarves, but seeing Hines's red eyes, his words stopped. "What about me?" Seeing that Sui suddenly stopped, Hines asked this in a confused voice. "Nothing." Sui shook his head. He looked over the workshop before patting Hines's shoulder and saying with a sigh, "You've worked hard. With such a large order, you must have been working hard for several days now, right? Hines, I urge you to pay attention to resting and give some matters of the workshop to Alex to handle. If you really collapse from exhaustion, Rhea will curse me to death." Hines gave a cold snort. What does she know? She just needs to stay home and take care of the kids. Does she need to care that much? Sui revealed a smile. Based on how Rhea treated Hines before, he must not have had a high position in his home before. Now that Hines earned more and more money from investing in the Frestech Chamber of Commerce, he could stand straight when facing Rhea. "No matter what, you need to take care of your body. We have few managers in our company right now, and if we're missing you, the factory won't be able to hold on." Hines loved hearing this the most, and he immediately stood straight while patting his chest. He said in a strong voice, "Relax, my body is fine. There won't be any problems. But you're right. My work right now is very important, so I will pay attention to my body." After talking to Hines about a few things related to the factory, Sui prepared to leave, but Hines seemed like he suddenly remembered something. "That's right, Sui. The business union of the city sent you an invitation the day before yesterday. It seems like they want to invite you to their whatever banquet." "An invitation from the business union?" Sui was surprised before revealing a smile. "Hines, it seems like our Frestech Chamber of Commerce is becoming a large company in Banna City." Hines laughed. "That's right. If those fellows didn't recognize it as a large company, they definitely wouldn't have invited you as the chairman to their banquet. So, are you going?" "Yes. Why wouldn't I go?" Sui nodded with a faint smile. As a large company recognized by the business union, it is a very significant matter. How could I give up such a good thing? Hines also smiled and kept nodding. "Right. Right. Our Frestech Chamber of Commerce has only been established for 3 months, and it's already being recognized by the city's business union. Not to mention being the first in the Lampuri Kingdom. We're probably even rarely seen on the entire Signs continent. This is something others will envy if they learn of this." Hines took out the invitation after he said this. Sui took it to look over and found that the invitation was indeed sent by Banta City's business union, and it was actually signed with the business union president's name. Based on this, it seemed like the business union felt the Frestech Chamber of Commerce was quite important. He waved his hand to let Hines return to his work, and Sui looked over the invitation again. The look of joy that he had gradually disappeared, and this time he slightly knit his brows. "It seems like those fellow really have keen noses. They're already locking onto us this quickly." It was a bit cold at the end of October. The people of Banta City began to wrap themselves up with long clothes, tightly wrapping them around themselves. Compared to on the street, the temperature inside the rooms was naturally a bit higher, but even like this, one couldn't keep wearing short skirts. Still, Evita and Akali had already changed into loose long dresses suited for the home, completely covering up their figures. Sui looked over the three of them, and a trace of disappointment appeared in his heart. But this strange mood was quickly suppressed by him. He focused back onto the glass sphere placed on the table. It wasn't that all craftsmen had low skills on the Signs continent. For example, they had many outstanding glassmakers. The sphere in front of them, made of glass, was completely transparent, not containing a trace of impurity. Even with how thick it was, the surface was very smooth. Even based on the standards of Earth, this was an outstanding work of glass. This is the magic crystal lamp. Sui looked at the ball and asked still, "This thing costs 200 gold coins." Still nodded. I had to ask my grandfather to get this. This is not something one could buy with just money." Sui was instantly speechless. This thing, to put it bluntly, was just used as a light bulb, but it was actually sold for over 200 gold coins, and it couldn't be bought if one wanted to. He really couldn't understand this. When Sui lit that candle in his house that night, there was an idea that appeared in his mind. He suddenly thought that since it was very troublesome to light a candle, why didn't he just research how to make a light bulb? Actually, he had already thought about this when he transmigrated, but he had gradually forgotten about it. Thinking about it now, Sui couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart and decided to research it. But when he raised this idea to Still and the others, he had received a blow to the head. On the Signs continent, there was already a magic lamp. When Sui asked the three of them that since there was already a magic lamp, why didn't it become popular and why had he never seen one before, the answer he received had surprised him. The magic lamp was too expensive. It said the magic array in the magic lamp was very complex and normal magicians couldn't draw them at all. As for this magic array, other than being able to release a bit of light, it had no power at all. So since it was invented, there hadn't been another magician who researched it anymore. So the magic lamp became a thing of low value. Other than some fellows who bought it to show off how much money they had, normal people wouldn't even think about buying a magic lamp. After a long time, the magic lamp gradually became a very rare thing, and naturally it became more and more expensive and more refined. It was completely different from the widely spread and cheap light bulbs Sui thought of from Earth. After receiving this news, although Sui didn't understand why magicians of the Signs continent didn't place importance on application of magic, that did not mean he looked down on the magic lamp. Instead, he had still think of a way to buy one so he could research it. When he researched the small magic plowing machine, Sui had reached an epiphany. Even if the Signs continent's industrial level was far below that of Earth, because of the uniqueness of magic, there were some parts where they had the advantage compared to Earth. If he could obtain some inspiration from the magic crystal lamp and help him greatly decrease his production cost, he wouldn't deny the thought of making changes to the light bulb design from Earth. "Have you studied this before?" Sui pointed at the magic crystal lamp and asked. The three looked at each other before Still pointed at the magic crystal lamp with a difficult expression and said, "This magic crystal lamp is a hole. It can't be opened at all. If you want to study the magic array inside, you have to break the crystal cover on the outside. Then how about we shatter it?" Sui looked at her with a strange gaze. Shatter it? This cost 200 gold coins." Akali opened her mouth in an exaggerated manner. She pointed at magic crystal lamp with a look of disbelief on her face. "I bought it to let you study it. What use is there in just leaving it there?" Sui looked around before casually picking up a stone from the table, smashing it in the magic crystal lamp's direction. Seeing that Sui really wanted to smash it, Akali and Evita showed unwilling looks on their faces. The magic crystal lamp was made very fine and the outside was very beautiful, so they loved it as soon as they saw it. Now that Sui actually wanted to shatter this beautiful thing in front of them, they couldn't look right at it. "Wait." Still suddenly reached out to grab Sui's falling hand. "What is it?" "Still, it can't be that you can't let this 200 gold coins go, right? You've been me for this long. You should know that the results from this research will far surpass the value of a trivial 200 gold coins." Sui looked at Still with knit brows as he spoke. "I understand this logic." Still put down the stone in Sui's hand. "It's necessary to break it. But can you not just casually break it like this? What if you also break the magic array inside? If you break the magic array, how will we study it? Will we need to buy another one? Sue-E was stunned. I forgot about this. Akali and Evita saw Still stop Sue-E, and they were happy because they could keep this pretty little thing. But when they heard the rest of Still's words, they instantly looked at each other in blank dismay. They were helpless since this magic crystal lamp was bought with Sue-Yi's money, so they had no right to say how it was handled. They could only watch as Sue-E and Still looked over the magic crystal lamp before finally picking an angle to softly break it from. The outer glass cover of the magic crystal lamp shattered to pieces and finally revealed the inside. The instant the glass was shattered, Sue-E took a strong sniff. Other than some dust that flew into his nose, there wasn't any strange smells at all. After giving a sneeze, Sue-E confirmed that the outer glass cover of the magic crystal lamp only covered and scattered the light. It wasn't like the glass cover of the light bulbs from Earth because they didn't keep the inert gases in. Of course, this world probably does not have any sealed glass that could keep inert gases inside. Still carefully removed the shattered glass of the magic crystal lamp's outer cover. The four of them looked at the foundation of the magic crystal lamp at the same time. As expected, there was an incomparably complicated magic array on this foundation. Just based on the lines of the magic array, one could tell it was much more complicated than the low-level magic arrays Sue-E used in his magic machines. Akali looked for a while before hesitantly saying, "Sir Chairman, this magic array is this complicated. I'm afraid we don't have the ability to study it." Still nodded. There's a bit of a problem with me looking at it. How about you take it to grandfather? He should be able to understand this." Sue also looked at the magic array for a while and found that Akali and Still were right. This magic array was too complicated. It had already exceeded his level of magic knowledge. When he was about to nod in agreement to Still's idea, he suddenly found that Evita wasn't speaking. He looked down at her. "Evita, what do you think? Can you understand it?" Evita was in thought for a while before saying in an uncertain voice, "Although I don't understand it, I feel like I've seen this magic array somewhere before." "Oh, you have an impression of it? Could it be that you've touched this magic array before?" Sue quickly asked. "No, I shouldn't have studied this complicated magic array before. Only, I feel like the appearance and style of this magic array is very close to a magic array I've seen before. Perhaps it is related." Evita replied. "Then do you remember which magic array that is?" Evita thought about it for a while before taking a piece of paper and drawing a magic array on it. The other three looked at the magic array Evita drew before looking back at the magic array on the foundation of the magic lamp and nodding at the same time. It is very similar. Although the magic array on the magic crystal lamp is much more complicated, I can see that they are very alike. Still said. Sue looked at the magic array Evita drew for a while and thought about if before saying to Evita, "Evita, can you draw this magic array?" Evita gave a slight nod. "Good. Then draw this magic array right now and let us see what effect it has." Akali gave a clap. "That is a good method. Evita, quickly draw it." Evita nodded. She took out some magic materials and arranged the magic array on the ground of the living room. This magic array was not as complicated as the one on the base of the magic crystal lamp, and Evita only spent over 10 minutes to finish drawing it. Sue had the other three move back, and he injected a bit of magic into the magic array. Then there was a blue light that quickly spread through the magic array before the magic array released a bright white light, filling the entire living room with a flash of white. After that flash of white light, it disappeared. The four of them looked at the magic array in a daze. After a while, seeing that there were no other changes, they couldn't help being confused. "It's over like this?" Akali pointed at the magic array and said, "Is there a mistake? It just released a flash of light. What use is that?" Still said in a thoughtful voice, "This is probably a thunder-attributed magic array from the class of wind-attributed magic. But this magic array is very strange. It only releases the flash of lightning of thunder-attributed magic, but there isn't the might of thunder that comes with it. It seems like this is a failed magic array. Evita, where did you learn this magic array from?" "I accidentally saw it in a book once." Evita looked a bit disappointed. "I thought it could be a bit useful, but I never thought it would be this disappointing." The only one without a look of disappointment was Sue. Rather, he had a look of pure excitement. Hearing what the three of them said, Sui gave a laugh before standing up and patting Evita's shoulder while saying, "No, no, no, Evita. It is because it is a failed magic array that it is useful. If this magic array wasn't a failure and contained the mighty power of thunder-attributed magic, how could we use it to make a lamp? All right, I will now announce a research project for the three of you. It is to properly study this magic array, and the final goal is to stabilize the light it releases. Understood?" Still's group of three looked at each other before nodding. Compared to the complicated magic array of the magic crystal lamp, the one drawn by Evita was much easier to understand. Of course, it's best if you also study the magic array inside the magic crystal lamp. If there is anything you don't understand, ask Great Magician Camilla. He is our Frestec Chamber of Commerce's special research consultant. You must seize this chance to learn magic from him. There was no need to mention Still, but when Akali and Evita heard what Sui said, they revealed excited looks. To be able to learn from a great magician at any time, this would be very helpful for them when it came to increasing their magic power. Sui said a few more things before preparing to leave. With Camby staying at the Angola tribe to wait for the dwarves from there, he needed to pay more attention to the magic machine workshop during this period. Adding in all the different work he had, Sui was very busy, not even having time to stay here for lunch. When he walked out the door, Akali quickly came out of the room and called out to Sui, "Sir Chairman, are you going to the business union's banquet in 2 days?" How do you know about that?" Sui was a bit surprised. "Still told me." Akali pointed at the door behind. She revealed a shy expression as she hesitantly said, "Sir Chairman, can I ask you something?" This was his first time seeing this lively girl acting shy like this, and he couldn't help finding it a bit funny. "What is it? Tell me. If I can help, I definitely won't disappoint." Hearing how quick Sui responded, Akali's eyes lit up and she quickly asked, "I've heard Still say that you still don't have a female companion for this banquet?" Sui was stunned as he looked at Akali with a confused expression. "That's right. What? Do you want to be my female companion?" Akali laughed. "Sir Chairman is truly wise. That's right. I want to be your female companion for this banquet. Are you willing?" Sui felt a bit strange. "Why do you suddenly want to go to this banquet? This thing really isn't that interesting. I just want to take a look. How about it? Sir Chairman, can you agree?" Akali revealed a look of begging. "There is no problem bringing you. But Akali, if you go as my female companion for this even, aren't you worried that people will mistake you as my girlfriend?" Sui teased her. Akali raised her underdeveloped chest and said with a smile, "As long as you agree, I am very willing to be your girlfriend. But, forget it, if I really become your girlfriend, someone will be angry. Sir Chairman, are you willing to bring me to the banquet?" Sui nodded. "All right, since you want to come, then I'll bring you." "Great. Sir Chairman is truly great." Akali cheered. She actually spread her arms to hug Sui before suddenly letting go and running back into the room like a little rabbit. Seeing her disappear, Sui couldn't help shaking his head with a smile. These little girls, he really didn't know what they were thinking. "Sui, you really want to go to that boring banquet?" Viscount Leslie looked at Sui with knit brows as he was filled with confusion. "Could it be that you can't tell those fellows don't have good intentions? Although your Frestec Chamber of Commerce has developed well, there is still quite a big difference before you become a real large company. Those fellows trying to pull you in now, it is nothing more than wanting the technology you have. Lord Viscount, you have a 30% share in the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, so it shouldn't be your Frestec Chamber of Commerce, but rather our Frestec Chamber of Commerce." Sui said with a faint smile. "All right, since it is our Frestec Chamber of Commerce, I have even more right to talk about this. I am explicitly telling you that I am against you going to this banquet and oppose you getting together with those sly old foxes." Viscount Leslie Sirius said, "Although I don't like boasting, you have to admit that in Banda City, I as Viscount Leslie have a bit of influence. As long as you don't seek your own death, I can promise that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce can develop safely. You don't need to care about those fellows at all. You just need to focus on developing more magic machines. Why do you need to care about them? Of course, I believe the Lord Viscount has this ability. But Lord Viscount, your understanding of business is a bit shallow," Sui said without any politeness. Viscount Leslie gave a snort. "Oh? Then tell me, what is a not shallow understanding like? As a little fish, You want to jump into a tank of sharks to seek your own death. Sue, he said with a faint smile. Perhaps you're right. Compared to those large companies in the business union, our Frestech Chamber of Commerce is only a small fish. But Lord Viscount, not a single company can exist alone. Our Frestech Chamber of Commerce's products are unique and there are no copies. But you must understand that our company is still closely related to other companies. For example, the most important material in making magic machines, iron. We are currently buying from the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce because they control all the iron mines around Banna City, so we have no other choice. Viscount Leslie nodded and said in a deep voice, I've heard that half a month ago, the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce increased the price of pig iron by another 10%, right? That's right. Recently, our company has made large orders, so naturally we needed large amounts of pig iron. For the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce to seize the chance to raise the price is a very normal thing. Sue nodded with a smile. You can still smile? Viscount Leslie looked at the smile on Su Yi's face, and he became angry without knowing why. The Fulcao Chamber of Commerce raised it by 10% this time. But what if they raise it by another 10% next time? Could it be that you're willing to keep suffering? What can we do if we don't suffer? Lord Viscount, I think you're more clear on this. But who is the master behind the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce? Su Yi said without any changes to his expression. Viscount Leslie was a bit surprised as his anger scattered, and he waved his hand in an annoyed manner. Of course, he was more clear on this than Su Yi. The Fulcao Chamber of Commerce didn't seem that special, but behind the company that held 40% of the Lampuri Kingdom's iron trade was the giant Joel family. The Joel family was one of the top families in the Lampuri Kingdom, not to mention a small Frestech Chamber of Commerce. Even the family behind Viscount Leslie had to think it over before provoking them. Then what can we do? Iron is the most fundamental material in making magic machines. We can't just not use it. If the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce keeps raising the price, how do you plan on dealing with it? Viscount Leslie couldn't help asking. Su Yi didn't have any anxiety on his face. Rather, he lifted a cup to take a sip before slowly saying, Lord Viscount, you don't need to worry about this. The rise in the pig iron price is expected, and I would have found it strange if it didn't rise. But for stuff like raising prices, there is a certain limit. There are just too many places that need pig iron, and there are many companies that need it as well. It isn't just our Frestech Chamber of Commerce. If the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce raises the price too high, there is no need for our Frestech Chamber of Commerce to do anything, and the other large companies would do something for us. No matter how excessive the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce becomes, they wouldn't go as far as selling to other companies at a different price than our Frestech Chamber of Commerce, right? They definitely wouldn't dare, but Su Yi, don't you feel this is too passive? Of course I feel that way, so I agreed to go to the banquet. Su Yi revealed a smile as he returned to the original topic. There are some things where if you don't participate, you won't have the right to say anything. Naturally, everything else will require you to be passive. But aren't you afraid that after you participate, you'll be swallowed by them? Viscount Leslie said with a frown. Su Yi revealed a faint smile. Lord Viscount, if I was that easy swallow, it would be good news for you. It can tell you that I am not worthy of your investment, don't you think? Viscount Leslie gave a cold snort. He nodded at Butler Brunei, who had been silent on the side the entire time, and Butler Brunei turned to pick up a document. This is the transfer contract for those slaves. Look it over. Viscount Leslie put the documents in front of Su Yi. Su Yi looked at Viscount Leslie with a somewhat surprised gaze. Lord Viscount, I never thought that you would actually agree. When it came to payday at the factory a few days ago, Su Yi was worried by the wages of the household magic machine factories, slaves again. This was because those slaves were the property of Viscount Leslie, so it was very hard for Su Yi if he wanted to give them wages. He couldn't directly give them gold coins, and it was troublesome giving them benefits, plus he had to ask for Viscount Leslie's agreement first. After that, Su Yi tried proposing to Viscount Leslie to directly sell him those slaves, saving him the trouble. Viscount Leslie had disagreed back then, and Su Yi thought it was hopeless, but he never thought that he would be thrown a transfer contract now. You already said it before, this is my investment in you. Those 100 slaves is a part of that investment. I hope that you can pay me back for this investment. Viscount Leslie said without any expression. Su Yi quickly looked over the contract and found that there were no problems. He immediately signed his name onto the contract. As long as this document was verified by a kingdom's law enforcement institute, it would immediately come into effect. From now on, those 100 slaves belonged to Su Yi. Viscount Leslie took the contract from Su Yi's hand to look over, but he didn't immediately sign it. He looked at Su Yi and raised his right index finger. I can give you those 100 slaves, but there is a condition. I have not written it in the contract, and it is a verbal agreement between us, so listen well. Su Yi wasn't that surprised. He just gave a gentle nod. In a month, there will be 300 slaves who enter the factory. You must teach those 300 slaves how to produce all the magic machines the Frestec Chamber of Commerce currently has, including the household magic machines like Magic Fan, the Magic Rice Cooker, and the Magic Air Conditioner, as well as heavy magic machines like the Small Magic Harvester and the Small Magic Plowing Machine. Do you understand my meaning? Su Yi looked at Viscount Leslie with narrowed eyes for a bit before slowly asking, Lord Viscount, can I ask you where those 300 slaves are coming from? Viscount Leslie's face turned cold. It's best if you don't ask too much. There aren't any benefits to you. I am only asking you. Can you agree to this? Su Yi spread his hands and said with a bitter smile, Can I not agree? Not counting the fact that the Lord Viscount is a major shareholder, just based on the fact that you are transferring 100 slaves to me. I have to agree to this. No problem. I will talk to Hines and Canby and tell them to properly train those 300 slaves. They will not hide anything. Of course, Lord Viscount, I cannot guarantee that those 300 slaves can understand everything since every person is different. Viscount Leslie nodded. I understand this. You just need to properly teach them. Then that's fine. I still have another question. How long will they stay? If the time is too short, I don't think they will be able to learn anything. If their stay is longer, it's best if you give me an estimate time so I can make preparations. Otherwise, once they leave, it will affect the work speed of our factory. It's estimated to be half a year. We'll see what changes there are in half a year, and I will tell you ahead of time, Viscount Leslie said. All right, I understand. Seeing Viscount Leslie sign his name on the contract, Su Yi revealed a smile from the bottom of his heart. Hearing that Viscount Leslie wanted to place 300 slaves in, Su Yi was a bit surprised. But after he heard his request, Su Yi wanted to laugh. Viscount Leslie had requested him to teach the 300 slaves how to produce the light and heavy magic machines, but he had forgotten a very important technique, which was the manufacturing technique for the magic production machines. It had to be known that although the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had many production lines, producing close to 10 different kinds of magic machines, the foundation of that were the simple magic production machines that made the component parts without stopping. If one could grasp the production method of the magic production machines, one could truly grasp the core technology of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Su Yi guessed that these 300 slaves came from the family behind Viscount Leslie. They wanted these 300 slaves as a foundation to create another Frestec Chamber of Commerce, creating benefits for the family behind Viscount Leslie. The family behind Viscount Leslie had large influence, and if they grasped these techniques, as well as invest into a company, their scale could instantly surpass that of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. But Su Yi couldn't understand why Viscount Leslie didn't ask him to teach those 300 slaves how to make the magic production machines. Viscount Leslie was not stupid. He was very clear on the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. It was impossible for him not to see the important use of the magic production machines. Could it be that it was on purpose? Su Yi tried guessing, but why would he do that? The autumn wind was a bit dreary and Banta City at night was even colder than it was during the day. There were much less people on the streets compared to a month ago, making the entire city feel a bit lonely. But in a mansion to the north of Banta City, there were over 30 horse carriages parked outside. Although these horse carriages were of different shapes and sizes, the common feature was that every single one of them was luxuriously made. Not only were the decorations of each horse carriage very expensive looking, even the horses pulling the carriage were all fine breeds. They were definitely not ordinary horses. Just based on these horse carriages, one would know that their owners were very rich. Any one of them could be considered an important person in Banta City. There were happy chatter and laughter that came from the mansion, as well as the faint sounds of dance music. It seemed like there was a banquet being held inside. A banquet that could gather this many important people of Banta City. It was quite a rare event. A black carriage suddenly came out of a corner. This carriage looked very plain, and other than a lantern hung outside it. There were no other decorations. The horse pulling the carriage was of mixed color. It didn't seem like it was a special breed. Based on this carriage, the person sitting inside wasn't an important person, so before they even reached the doors of the mansion, they were stopped by the guards outside the gate. When the guard was about to reprimand them and drive away this carriage that didn't know its place, the curtain suddenly pulled open and a young man jumped out. Although the young man's clothes weren't luxurious and he didn't wear any expensive accessories, his aura was strong and confidence filled his movements, so it could be seen that he was not a normal person. After the guard was stunned, he swallowed the words he was about to say. The young man looked at the guard before turning back towards the carriage to stretch out a hand. A delicate white hand came out of the carriage and being supported by the young man. A round-faced cute girl with a lively aura, who wasn't that tall, came out of the horse carriage. Seeing this girl, the guard was stunned for a second before reacting. He said in a shocked voice, "You are Miss Akali." Akali had just jumped out of the horse carriage when she suddenly heard someone call her name. She looked up in surprise and saw this happy-looking guard, giving him a sweet smile. Of course. The guard excitedly nodded. "Miss Akali, you are on the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's billboard outside the city. I have seen it countless times. I never thought that I would really meet you. This is really." The young man to the side was naturally Su-e. Seeing how the guard looked at Akali like a groupie, he couldn't help revealing a smile. "Akali, you've become famous. You even have fans." "What are fans?" Akali looked at Su-e with a confused look. "Ah, fans. It's someone who cares about and likes you. This guard brother became excited after seeing you, and look how happy he is. That means he is your fan. It sounds quite powerful." Akali looked over and gave the guard another sweet smile. "Brother guard, we are here for the banquet. Can you let us through?" The guard was stunned before finally reacting. He looked at Su-e to the side and suddenly understood. This must be the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's chairman Su, right? Please come in. Please come in." Being led by the guard, as soon as Su-e and Akali entered the mansion doors, they felt countless pairs of eyes look over. Compared to the people inside who were all wearing expensive clothes and magnificent accessories, people who were showing off their wealth, Su-e and Akali were dressed rather simple. Although Su-e had tidied up before leaving, he was still wearing a set of normal clothes that didn't show any signs of being valuable at all. Compared to Su-e, Akali had clearly dressed up a bit, but she was still the daughter of a normal family. She came from a normal household, so naturally it was impossible for her to have many magnificent accessories to put on herself. She was just wearing a normal dress, and there was a simple light purple shawl around her. Of course, there were some small places that Akali had clearly changed. For example, her hair was a bit loose and pulled into a bun behind her neck, revealing her white nape. There was also a small accessory added to her hair, matching her round face, making her look lively and playful. Although in terms of luxury, she couldn't compare to the wives and the young misses, she injected a different kind of taste into this banquet that attracted everyone's eyes. It was quiet for a few seconds before, with loud laughter, a thin-looking middle-aged man came forward. "This one must be the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's chairman Su-e, right?" The middle-aged man moved in front of Su-e and grabbed his hand, as he said while laughing, "I've long heard of Chairman Su's name, but this is our first time meeting. Chairman Su truly is young and promising. It really makes me sigh with emotion at the future." Su-e slightly knit his brows. Why did this middle-aged man keep emphasizing how young he was? Of course, Su-e didn't reveal anything on the surface and just asked with a bit of curiosity, "May I ask who you are?" Before the middle-aged man could reply, another fat middle-aged man walked over. He explained to Su-e with a smile, "Chairman Su, this is the Serank Chamber of Commerce's chairman Manhattan Rank, who is also the current president of our Banta City's business union." Su-e recognized this middle-aged man. He was called Moon Cruz. He was the chairman of the Omrit Chamber of Commerce. The Omrit Chamber of Commerce mainly dealt in construction, so when Su-e prepared to expand his workshop, he had contacted him a few times, so they were familiar with each other. Hearing his introduction, Su-e revealed a surprised appearance. He tightened his grip around President Rank's hand after he reacted and forcefully shook it as he said, "So, it was the Honorable President Rank. I have long heard of your name, but I never thought that I would get to meet you today. It really has me quite excited." President Rank gave a long laugh. Chairman Su's praise is too much. In Banta City right now, which company is more famous than your Frestec Chamber of Commerce? Chairman Su is this famous. Perhaps even the villagers and farmers outside the city know your name, right? Hearing this, the banquet that had become lively again turned silent. Everyone's eyes fell onto Su Yi, but now there were many gazes of envy that filled those gazes of curiosity. The Frestec Chamber of Commerce's farmer support plan last month was just too eye-catching. There were 23 commoners who received the help of the farmer support plan. Those 23 people half borrowed and half rented the agricultural magic machines from the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, attracting much attention during the fall harvest and fall planting season. Depending on the agricultural farming machines they obtained, the fall harvest and planting had been much more efficient compared to previous years. There were many households that opened up even more land and planted more seeds. If everything went smoothly, Banta City's harvest next year would be greatly increased. Therefore, City Lord Count Sean Samo had specially made a statement in the Banta Times, saying that the City Lord Manor was grateful to Su Yi and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. They would also support the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's Farmer Support Plan, working hard to increase Banta City's harvest next year. There were many companies in Banta City, but among these companies, this was the first time one of them had been praised by the Lord City Lord. Naturally, this created quite a stir. Then again, the Banta Times? That was very popular in the city, being read by almost everyone in the city each day, seemed to be connected to the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. The merchants here all looked at Su Yi with more and more complicated gazes. Just where did this kid come from? In just a short 3 months, a Frestec Chamber of Commerce had popped up out of nowhere. Now it was a large company with its own space in Banta City. Su Yi naturally didn't care about everyone's gazes. Rather, he seriously looked over president rank. According to tradition, the business union of each city would choose one member as their president. To be able to become the business union's president, naturally one had to be someone with fame in Banta City. This President Manhattan rank had been the business union's president for 3 consecutive terms, a long 6 years. Naturally, he had power and prestige that was above normal people, far from what a small Frestec Chamber of Commerce's chairman could compare to. For this kind of important person to personally write an invitation to him, this represented his sincerity, but there was naturally a reason. Su Yi said with a laugh, "President Rank is the one who is too generous with your praise. Our Frestec Chamber of Commerce can only do small business with the farmers. How could we compare to your Serank Chamber of Commerce? Look around. Who doesn't have 1 or 2 items from the Serank Chamber of Commerce on them?" The key business of the Serank Chamber of Commerce was luxury goods, and most of their customers were either nobles or rich merchants. Not mentioning their high profits, but because they had good relations with nobles and large merchants. The Serank Chamber of Commerce was famous in Banta City and the surrounding cities. President Rank shook his head and pointed at Su Yi as he said, "Chairman Su, you don't have a single product from our Serank Chamber of Commerce." After saying this, he revealed a smile and turned to wave his hand. A normal-looking young man came over with a wooden box and opened it in front of Su Yi, releasing the bright light from within. Akali looked at it and couldn't help giving a soft gasp. There was a pearl necklace inside the box. Each pearl was the size of a thumb, and it was very smooth, having the same shape and size. This kind of pearl necklace naturally was a rare product. Its lowest price would still be over 500 gold coins. President Rank said with a smile, "Today is Chairman Su's first time participating in our business union's banquet. As the union's president, naturally, I should prepare a gift. Chairman Su, perhaps you are not interested in the things of our Serank Chamber of Commerce, but I think this beautiful miss will definitely like it." There was no need to ask at all. Based on Akali's glowing eyes, Sui knew that she did indeed like this necklace. After a bit of hesitation, Sui took the necklace from the box with a faint smile and moved towards the stunned Akali as he said, "Come, let me help you out at on." Akali was stunned. When she reacted, she waved her hands in a panic. "No, no, this present is too expensive, Before she finished, Sui had already opened the necklace. Opening his hands, he put the necklace on Akali's neck. Suddenly being held by Sui like this, smelling the scent that came from him, Akali's body instantly froze. When she reacted, Sui had already finished putting the necklace on her neck. It's very beautiful." It suits you very much. Su-yi looked at Akali with her red face and praised her. He turned back to President Rank. Many thanks to President Rank for this gift. Seeing Su-yi's actions, President Rank seemed very satisfied. He waved his hand and said, "It isn't anything big. Chairman Su is too polite. Come, Chairman Su, since this is your first time here, how about we find a place to chat? I am very curious about Chairman Su." Su-yi revealed a faint smile. "I have also admired President Rank for a long time, please." Going into a small hall with President Rank, Su-yi found that there were already 5 people sitting there. It was not a private talk like he had thought it would be. He looked over the people in the room, and Su-yi revealed a faint smile. President Rank wasn't beating around the bush with him at all, directly bringing these people out. Was he planning to lay out all his cards tonight? But thinking about it, whether it was Su-yi or the Frestek Chamber of Commerce, in the eyes of President Rank or the others, it wasn't worth mentioning at all. There was no need to play around with him. It was better to be direct. Thinking of this, Su-yi's lips couldn't help curling into a taunting smile. "Come, Chairman Su, please sit." President Rank had an inviting appearance to Su-yi before pointing at the people sitting. "Let me introduce you. These people are." Su-yi raised a hand to stop President Rank and said with a smile, "President Rank, these are all the most famous merchants in our Banda City. If I don't even recognize them, would I have the qualification to do business? What do you think, Chairman Morgan?" Su-yi looked at a middle-aged man with graying hair and a normal-sized build. He was the chairman of the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce Su-yi had talked to Viscount Leslie about before, Chairman Fuller Morgan. Seeing that Su-yi took the initiative to talk to him, there was a trace of surprise that flashed on Chairman Morgan's face before he said with a big smile, "Chairman Su is joking. If we're talking about fame, is there anyone with bigger fame in Banta City than your Frestek Chamber of Commerce?" Chairman Su's name frequently appears in the Banta Times, so not mentioning our colleagues, there isn't a single person of the Banta City citizens who doesn't know you, right? Su-yi revealed a faint smile as he said with a shrug of his shoulder, "Actually, I just want to properly do my business and don't want to care about other things. But Baron Hannes always says that there is news in our Frestek Chamber of Commerce. He always wants to report on our Frestek Chamber of Commerce, and I have no way of dealing with him." Hearing this, the expression of the others slightly changed. Banta Times, when this new thing appeared, these people didn't care about it at all. However, when the Banta Times quickly became popular in the city and was even sold to the nearest 2 cities, everyone realized the giant influence this thing contained. Using the Frestek Chamber of Commerce as an example, because the Banta Times kept reporting on the actions of the Frestek Chamber of Commerce, their fame in Banta City swelled. There was no need to mention everyone in Banta City knowing about it. Even the people outside the city was the same. Moreover, every time the Frestek Chamber of Commerce came up with a new product, the Banta Times would give a detailed report about it. Not only did it clearly state the use of the new product, it also highly praised it, saying that the Frestek Chamber of Commerce made people's lives much easier. During this time, whether it were the nobles or the commoners, the Frestek Chamber of Commerce had a high approval rate in Banta City. There were some people who didn't know the truth and would buy magic machines from other companies, but now there was no one who did this. Once someone had this idea, they would definitely be called a fool by everyone around them. The Frestek brand magic machines are the best. If you buy those magic machines from who knows where, the one who will suffer will definitely be you. This was already well-known knowledge to everyone in Banta City. Moreover, there were even Frestek Chamber of Commerce's magic machines in the houses of these large merchants. They had to admit, the quality of the Frestek brand magic machine was better than the imitations. During this time, the Banta Times had even reported on news from Sultan City. It said that the Leo Chamber of Commerce from Sultan City had tried producing magic machines like the Frestek Chamber of Commerce, but there were serious quality issues with the Leo brand magic fans because the blades would fall off and hurt people. Recently, the Leo brand magic rice cooker had even exploded, causing serious accidents with 1 dead and 3 injured to appear among the citizens. Even if the Leo Chamber of Commerce was the biggest company in Sultan City, after being plagued with continuous accidents, their fame in Sultan City had fallen to shambles. It even attracted several hundred people to surround their company in protest. Compared to the Leo Chamber of Commerce, the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's magic machines hadn't had a single accident. Not only were the Frestec brand magic machines very durable, it was very unlikely that there would be problems with their quality. Then again, even if there was a quality problem, there was a special post-sale service center created by the Frestec Chamber of Commerce in Banna City. As long as there was a problem with a Frestec brand magic machine, there were free repairs for a year here, so the people who bought the Frestec brand magic fans had no more worries. It was because of these clear differences that in just a short 3 months, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce and the Frestec brand magic machines had been deeply rooted in the hearts of the citizens from the surrounding cities, attracting everyone's approval. The Frestec Chamber of Commerce had just released the magic rice cooker, and without doing any big advertisements in the surrounding cities, the companies of those cities all came for the right to sell the Frestec brand magic rice cooker. When the people of those cities heard that this magic rice cooker came from the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, they didn't have any doubts, and they were very quick with their purchases. The main reason was that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's magic machines were easy to use and were of high quality, but the advertisement from the Banna Times was also very important. The people here were all large merchants in Banna City. How could they see this point? Morgan looked over and smiled at Sue E as he said, "Chairman Sue, I've heard that you have a good relation with Baron Hannes, who is the chief editor for the Banna Times." Sue E waved his hand. "We are just normal friends." The others couldn't help rolling their eyes at Sue E. Normal friends? Who would believe you? If they were just normal friends, would the Banna Times report on the Frestec Chamber of Commerce for no reason? Moreover, the reports were also positive and never negative. It had to be known that the companies behind these people had also approached Baron Hannes, wanting him to give their companies a positive report, but they were directly rejected by Baron Hannes. The reason Baron Hannes gave was that the Banna Times would focus on reporting on the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. The other companies didn't have anything to report on. It wouldn't attract the people's attention. Everyone felt that this reason was nonsense. Normal people might not know, but these people knew that while the Banna Times didn't seem to have any relation to the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, there was actually a complicated relation between Sue E and the creation of the Banna Times. Not mentioning anything else, the reason why the Banna Times could print over 1,000 copies was because the Banna Times used a magic printing press that Sue E had invented, greatly increasing their printing speed. If it was said that Sue E didn't have any investment in the Banna Times, no one would believe them. Chairman Morgan couldn't help giving a soft snort. "Chairman Sue, aren't you being too unfriendly here? Even if you let us know that you have a good relation with Baron Hannes, what does it matter? Anyway, everyone here is good friends in the business union, and you're about to join the union, so everyone will be colleagues. What reason do you have to hide this from us?" "Friends." Sue E revealed a surprised expression as he looked at Chairman Morgan and said while shaking his head, "Chairman Morga, so you consider us friends? I thought you didn't think that way. Otherwise, why would you suddenly raise the price of pig iron by 10%? When Sue E raised this question, the atmosphere in the room froze. Chairman Morgan was stunned as he looked at Sue E in surprise. He never thought that Sue E would actually mention this matter in front of others, and he would do it so straightforward, not hiding anything at all. "This," Chairman Morgan said with a dry laugh. "Chairman Sue, business and personal matters aren't related, right? Raising the price of pig iron was a joint decision within our company. It wasn't a relationship made by me alone. Then again, the price wasn't raised just for Chairman Sue's Frestec Chamber of Commerce, so I asked Chairman Sue not to think too much." "Is that so? The personal friendship between me and Baron Hannes naturally is unrelated to the Banna Times reporting on our Frestec Chamber of Commerce. After all, the Banna Times is not just decided by Baron Hannes alone," Sue E said with a faint smile. Chairman Morgan instantly choked up. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at Sue E, and although there was still a smile on his face, it became a bit colder. President Rank suddenly gave a soft cough and attracted the attention of everyone in the room. "Chairman Sue, the reason why we invited you to this banquet tonight, you should have already guessed a few things." Sue E nodded. "If my guesses aren't wrong, President Rank wants to admit our Frestec Chamber of Commerce as a member of the business union?" President Rank nodded with a faint smile. "That's right. It is exactly this. Actually, with the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's current scale, you aren't qualified to join our business union yet. But Chairman Sue is not a normal businessman, and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce is not a normal company. After we have discussed this matter, We have decided to make an exception in letting the Frestec Chamber of Commerce become a member. Does Chairman Su have any opinion on this matter? Su immediately said with a smile, to receive special admission rights into the business union. Naturally, I am flattered. But President Rank, I have only heard of the business union. What are the exact details of the business union? For example, if our Frestec Chamber of Commerce joins the business union, what rights will we get? What duties will we need to fulfill? President Rank laughed before waving his hand and saying, Chairman Su, there is no need to be nervous. Actually, our business union is just to join the large companies in Banta City to let everyone develop together. This is much better than working alone, don't you think? I do agree with this. But President Rank, this so-called developing together, what does it specifically involve? Sui kept asking. As for the specifics, it's having a close business relationship with the companies of the business union and not blindly competing with each other, like raising prices or stealing resources. Other than that, we also share resources and information, giving members preferential treatment. For example, if your Frestec Chamber of Commerce joins the business union, you will be able to receive a preferential price when buying pig iron from the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce. Chairman Morgan gave a slight nod. That's right. If Chairman Su's Frestec Chamber of Commerce joins the business union, our Fulcao Chamber of Commerce will give you a preferential price when it comes to selling pig iron. I can't give you a specific number yet, but I can guarantee it is close to 5% cheaper. 5%. Su couldn't help smiling. The Fulcao Chamber of Commerce raised the price by 10%, and now the preferential price is only a 5% discount. Compared to the initial price, it was still much higher. Thinking of this, Su gave up this question and asked President Rank, this is the resource sharing, but what about the information sharing? As for information sharing, that is much more complicated. President Rank thought for a bit before pointing at a rich-looking fat man who had the same smile as the Buddha back on Earth. Let's talk about it with Chairman Vincent's Armani Chamber of Commerce and my Serang Chamber of Commerce. The Armani Chamber of Commerce's main business is fabricating cotton, and a part of the high-end cotton produced is used in my Serang Chamber of Commerce's product. So the Armani Chamber of Commerce shares information with our Serang Chamber of Commerce, helping us understand the needs of high-end customers, pairing them with expensive clothes and precious jewels. Su gave a slight nod. I mostly understand. In short, this is also a type of resource sharing, but the resource is information on customers. President Rank revealed a smile. Chairman Su really is an intelligent person. Now wonder you could develop the Frestec Chamber of Commerce so far in a short period of time. President Rank is too generous with your praise. But President Rank, our Frestec Chamber of Commerce's products are magic machines, and our customers are normal people, so we don't have any resources to share. Of course, if everybody wishes to purchase products from our Frestec Chamber of Commerce, I can give you a satisfactory preferential price. Chairman Su is joking. President Rank shook his head with a faint smile. Your Frestec Chamber of Commerce's most valuable resource is not your magic machines, but rather. After saying this, President Rank paused before saying with a serious expression, the technology needed to make those magic machines. Chairman Su, do you understand what I mean? Su couldn't help sneering in his heart. Of course he understood what President Rank meant. According to what President Rank said, all the companies in the business union needed to share resources, and he had classified the magic machines produced by the Frestec Chamber of Commerce as resources. This meant that he clearly wanted him to share the technology for producing them. Towards this idea of President Rank, Su had only one word. That's right, it was shameless. If this was Earth, what was the most important thing to a company? Some people thought it was money, some people thought it was talented people, and some thought it was management. But Sui was clear on the fact that the most important thing to a company was its core technology. This meant that as long as they had core technology, a business had hope. Whether it was funds or talented people, they could do without them. As long as they didn't lose their core technology, they wouldn't lose their foundation and would have a hope of rebounding. President Rank immediately asked Su to give the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's core technology. If this was back on Earth, it would be strange if one wasn't met with a string of curses. Of course, this was the Science continent. Su didn't have the right to curse President Rank just yet, so he could only remain silent. His eyes looked over the other 5 people, and Sue-yi could see the greed that they weren't hiding at all on their faces. Sue-yi gave another cold laugh in his heart. Even though he had already known that tonight's banquet wasn't going to be good and these fellows didn't have any good intentions towards him and the Frestek Chamber of Commerce, he never thought that they would be so open about it, not hiding it at all. As the president of the business union, this Manhattan rank immediately asked Sue-yi for his core technology. The people here must have already reached an agreement. Thinking about it, Sue-yi wasn't that surprised. Compared to these people, Sue-yi and the Frestek Chamber of Commerce was just a small shrimp. If there weren't for some scruples in their heart, they would have directly swallowed the Frestek Chamber of Commerce and wouldn't be wasting words with him. Looking at everyone's expectant and greedy eyes, Sue-yi slowly said, "President Rank, may I ask what kind of technology you're referring to?" President Rank laughed. "That is for Chairman Sue to consider yourself. Of course, as the president of the business union, the objective I've followed is that all members should share all the resources they have. That way, everyone can become stronger together. Chairman Sue, don't you agree with me?" Sue-yi couldn't help cursing him as shameless again. The meaning of President Rank's words was that he wanted Sue-yi to take out all of the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's technology. If he really did this, with the manpower that their companies had that surpassed the Frestek Chamber of Commerce, they could easily crush the Frestek Chamber of Commerce and not leave a single scrap. I agree to this point as well. But President Rank, since we are all merchants, if we take something out and we don't get anything in return, that goes against our code as merchants. Don't you think so? Sue-yi said. President Rank instantly understood. Sue-yi was beginning to bargain with him. He was not surprised at this. Rather, he was filled with joy. He was not afraid of Sue-yi's bargaining. He was afraid that he wouldn't bargain. If negotiations today broke off and Sue-yi directly left, because there was Viscount Leslie behind the Frestek Chamber of Commerce, Sue-yi was related to Baron Hannes, and because the Lord City Lord cared about the Frestek Chamber of Commerce, they would have many scruples about moving against the Frestek Chamber of Commerce. It was good that Sue-yi intended to cooperate with them. As long as they pulled Sue-yi and the Frestek Chamber of Commerce in, with the ability of these people, it wasn't a problem carving up the Frestek Chamber of Commerce. They could do it in a manner that Viscount Leslie and the Lord City Lord couldn't find any problems with at all. Of course, the goal of the union is to develop together, sharing things between members, so naturally there are benefits. For example, if Chairman Sue can share the technology of your Frestek Chamber of Commerce, then I can say on the behalf of the Serank Chamber of Commerce that we will share information on gem loads with the Frestek Chamber of Commerce, as well as help the Frestek Chamber of Commerce enter the jewelry business. What do you think about this? Sue-yi could only give a cold laugh in his heart again. Giving information on gem loads? Helping them enter the jewelry business? What a joke. The Frestek Chamber of Commerce doesn't have any foundation in the jewelry business, so what could we do with information on gem loads anyway? Those gem loads must be in the hands of large nobles of the Lampuri Kingdom, and without any relation, they couldn't be opened at all. As for helping them enter the gem business, it was all nonsense. The Frestek Chamber of Commerce had no understanding of the business and had no clients, so even if they could make jewelry, they definitely couldn't sell them. President Rank's words sounded good, but it was a large hole for Sue-yi to jump in. If Chairman Sue agrees, I will do my best to lower the price of pig iron for the Frestek Chamber of Commerce by 10%. The price will even be cheaper than before. What does Chairman Sue think? Chairman Morgan on the side added in. With these two speaking, the other 4 also began speaking. They gave Sue-yi favorable conditions, speaking in a very exaggerated manner. Sue-yi listened without any changes in his expression, and when they finished speaking, he said with a faint smile and a slight nod, I can see everyone's sincerity. Since you want me to share the technology for making the magic machines, it isn't a problem. Seeing the happy looks on their faces, Sue-yi laughed as he changed his tone. But I feel these conditions aren't good enough. Can we change them? President Rank made an inviting pose to Sue-yi. If Chairman Sue has any ideas, please raise them. We're all friends in the business union. You can just say whatever you want to say. Very good. I have a plan here. Everyone please take a look. Sue-yi took out a document he had already prepared out of his chest and gave it to President Rank. Seeing Sue-yi take out the plan, everyone's expression changed slightly. This brat, he had actually already prepared for this. President Rank's face sunk. But the more he read the document, the more shocked his expression became. When he finished reading with great difficulty, his face was filled with absolute shock. He shook the document in his hand as he asked Su-yi, "Chairman Su, are these your true thoughts? It's just this simple?" Su-yi shrugged his shoulders. "It's just that simple." The horse carriage's wheels rolled over the tiles, and it made faint sounds as it headed into the night in a relaxed manner. The compartment was as silent as the night outside. Akali, who was always filled with words, had been silent since coming into the carriage for an unknown reason, as her head was down while she was thinking something. Su-yi was leaned back in his seat with his eyes closed, revealing an exhausted look on his face. This first meeting with President Rank's group could be considered both sides being happy on the outside, with both sides being satisfied with the result. But Su-yi is very clear that this effect was very hard to achieve. Based on the display of President Rank and the others, they had already made up their minds. They wanted to swallow the Frestech Chamber of Commerce. But their table manners were just too ugly. Actually, without even waiting for Su-yi to agree to joining the business union, they proposed that Su-yi take out the core technology of the Frestech Chamber of Commerce. If Su-yi didn't have other plans, he would have slapped the table and left. Thinking of the joyful expression President Rank and the others had when he agreed to transfer the technology, Su-yi couldn't help giving a cold laugh in his heart. Those fellows, they made it sound so nice, saying that as long as the Frestech Chamber of Commerce joined the business union, he would be able to enjoy the many benefits and that he would be able to cooperate with the companies of the business union. But if one looked at it closer, they would find that they had dug a large hole for him to jump in. If Su-yi was really that stupid, sharing the technology of the Frestech Chamber of Commerce, with the difference in ability between a real large company and the Frestech Chamber of Commerce, they would have been swallowed not long after. Thinking of this, Su-yi felt it was strange. Properly speaking, those fellows were chairmen of large companies, so their minds wouldn't be weak. So did they really think Su-yi was that stupid? Thinking about it, Su-yi understood. Those fellows didn't think Su-yi as stupid, but they were certain that the conditions they gave as a large enticement to Su-yi. To Su-yi's Frestech Chamber of Commerce, being able to join the business union was already a very prestigious matter. Being able to cooperate with those large companies, they would be incomparably lucky. If it was another small company like the Frestech Chamber of Commerce, they definitely wouldn't reject this kind of enticement. But why did they never consider that Su-yi's image of the development of magic machines had already surpassed everyone else on the Science continent? He was already thinking about creating a complete industrial system on the Science continent. How could he be enticed by these small enticements? Those fellows had dug a hole for Su-yi to jump in, but they never would have thought that Su-yi had dug an even bigger hole for them. The plan Su-yi took out in the end for President Rank in the end was simple because on the paper, Su-yi proposed that he would share the magic fan building technology with all the members of the union. If the other members of the union wanted to build magic fans, the Frestech Chamber of Commerce would support them with technology and would help the other members establish a production line. The only condition that Su-yi raised was that when the other members sold a magic fan, they would have to pay the Frestech Chamber of Commerce 5 silver coins each time. Compared to the 2 gold coin price of the magic fan and the over a gold coin profit, 5 gold coins weren't even worth mentioning. So President Rank was very surprised because he thought the condition Su-yi raised was too simple. Of course, he was clear on the fact that asking the Frestech Chamber of Commerce to transfer their magic machine technology was a very excessive matter. So Su-yi would definitely raise many conditions. But he never would have thought that Su-yi would only raise this simple condition. From what President Rank could see, Su-yi's plan was basically the Frestech Chamber of Commerce giving up the large market of magic fans. This was because as long as the Frestech Chamber of Commerce gave up the magic fan production method, with the powerful might of their companies, they could easily squeeze the Frestech Chamber of Commerce out of the market. Even with this condition, with the Frestech Chamber of Commerce gaining 5 silver coins for each magic fan sold, compared to the large profit of the magic fans, these 5 gold coins was just the fat skimmed off the soup. After seriously reading through Su-yi's plan, and after questioning him a bit, President Rank and the chairman of the other 5 large companies were all filled with zeal over Su-yi's plan. President Rank even immediately announced that the Frestech Chamber of Commerce was joining the business union. Although Su-yi had only given up the technology for the magic fans, These people knew that President Rank wanting Su-yi to give up all his magic machines was like the lion opening its mouth too wide. No matter how dumb Su-yi was, he would never agree to this matter. Having him give up this magic fan technology was already taking the most crucial first step. With the first step, there could be a second and a third. Anyway, Su-yi had already joined the business union, and there was time and opportunity to slowly swallow the technologies the Frestech Chamber of Commerce had one by one. After clinking wine glasses to celebrate, Chairman Rank's group was happy, but Su-yi's smile was happier. These fellows thought that they had earned a large bargain getting this magic fan technology, but they never knew that in Su-yi's eyes, they had fallen into Su-yi's hole. Actually, before these fellows, there was another company that had already obtained the magic fan technology, which was Saltan City's Farsak Chamber of Commerce. Right now, the Farsak Chamber of Commerce with the Frestech Chamber of Commerce's help had already established a magic fan production line, and it could be said they had many of the core technology for the magic fan. Moreover, they had sold over 3,000 magic fans last summer, earning a profit of over 3,000 gold coins. And this is profit earned while being suppressed by the Leo Chamber of Commerce. Now that the Leo Chamber of Commerce had many serious quality issues, the Farsak Chamber of Commerce's magic fan sales would increase by a large amount next year. On the surface, it seemed like the Farsak Chamber of Commerce, who had grasped the magic fan technology, was already earning a stable profit from the magic fan technology. It seemed like the Frestech Chamber of Commerce had lost a large market in Saltan City because of this. But Su-yi saw this as a completely different matter. The Farsak Chamber of Commerce's magic fan production line completely relied on the magic production machine the Frestech Chamber of Commerce gave them. Just based on selling these magic production machine, the Frestech Chamber of Commerce had already earned several hundred from the Farsak Chamber of Commerce. And compared to this sale, adding in the maintenance and repairs for these magic production machines, they could earn even more profit. The more important thing is that, because the Farsak Chamber of Commerce used the magic production machines the Frestech Chamber of Commerce provided, it meant the magic fans produced by Chairman Farsak were all produced by the Frestech Chamber of Commerce's standards. For example, there were two kinds of screws currently being used in the Frestech Chamber of Commerce's second-generation variable speed magic fan: a small 3-centimeter screw and a large 5-centimeter screw. The magic fans produced by the Farsak Chamber of Commerce used these two kinds of screw because their magic thread rolling machines came from the Frestech Chamber of Commerce, so they couldn't change the shape of the screws at all. Not to mention that Su-yi had carefully designed the magic fan, so casually changing it would cause large problems. In short, the Farsak Chamber of Commerce was earning a large profit from these magic fans, but they were conforming to the Frestech Chamber of Commerce's standards because of these magic fans. If they couldn't rely on themselves to make any large technological breakthroughs, they would be led by the nose by the Frestech Chamber of Commerce. But how could breakthroughs in technology be as easy as talking about them? Su-yi could design these magic machines with the powerful mechanical engineering knowledge and practical knowledge accumulated over hundreds of years from Earth. The Science continent didn't have this kind of foundation at all, so how could they compare with Su-yi on this matter at all? Now that President Rank's group wanted to obtain the magic machines technology from the Frestech Chamber of Commerce, naturally Su-yi would not reject them. Of course, it was impossible giving them all the technology related to magic machines at once, so Su-yi had to throw a rich bone like the magic fan technology to satisfy their hunger first. They would definitely be very satisfied gnawing their teeth on this bone, but as for whether they can take their teeth out or not, Su-yi wouldn't promise anything. Thinking of this, Su-yi couldn't help laughing. Akali, who had her head down as she thinking about something, suddenly heard Su-yi's strange laughter and couldn't help looking at him. She asked in a curious voice, "Sir Chairman, what are you suddenly laughing at?" Nothing. I was just thinking about something." Su-yi came back to his senses and rubbed his face. He looked at Akali and suddenly remembered that this little girl had been silent the entire time, so he couldn't help being curious. "That's right. What are you thinking about? You've been quiet the entire time. It's not like your normal style." Akali opened her mouth, but she suddenly gave a sigh and looked down. After a while, she said in a depressed voice, "Sir Chairman, I just suddenly felt that there is a large difference between my life and rich people's lives, but I also envy them. What do you think I should do?" Su-yi couldn't help smiling. It seemed like Akali had been enticed by the banquet. As a normal girl from a normal family, Akali had seen the lives of rich people since she was a young girl. Being stimulated by this banquet wasn't strange at all. Thinking about it, Su-yi answered, "There are two methods. One is to find a way to make yourself rich, and the other is to marry a rich person. Which will you choose?" Akali looked up at Su-yi in a daze before saying with a frown, "Sir Chairman, you really are straightforward. I thought that you would comfort me by saying that the lives of rich people aren't that good, and they also have many things that trouble them. But I never thought you would use such ugly words." Su-yi gave a shrug. Good words are things that little boys say to little girls. Although it's the truth, as an old man who is already 27 and is called an uncle by still, I feel that saying things like this doesn't have any meaning at all. Akali couldn't help laughing and rolling her eyes at Su-yi before asking, "Then this uncle, what words do you think have meaning?" Su-yi thought about it before saying with a serious look, "No matter what, we have to admit that rich people are better off in terms of material compared to normal people. It is very normal for you to envy them. It is normal for humans. But, unless you are born into a rich family or money falls out of the sky, allowing you to enjoy a rich person's life, you can only use the two methods I told you about. Which one will you pick?" Akali looked over and suddenly gave Su-yi a sweet smile. "Sir Chairman, how about I marry you?" 2 days later, Cambi finally led the 100 dwarves from the Angola tribe to Bana City. Su-yi had already prepared the worker dorms for these dwarves and had requested Cambi, as the manager of the magic machine workshop, to make further arrangements for them. At the same time, he asked Cambi and the 100 dwarves from the Norma tribe to quickly familiarize them with their work, so they could start working as soon as possible. The magic machine workshop's work was very heavy, and from what could be foreseen, the future work would be even heavier. So naturally, it was best for those Angola tribe dwarves to familiarize themselves with their work as soon as possible. Do you see it? From here to beside the river, and then from the side of that workshop to 500 meters to the west, this large empty space. I want to create a large workshop. Moreover, that workshop must be very tall. It can't be less than 4 meters. Can you do it?" Su-yi was standing in the empty space outside the magic machine workshop, talking to a middle-aged man with blue linen clothes and a swarthy face about something. The middle-aged man looked at the area Su-yi had described and thought about it before slightly knitting his brows. "Chairman Su, your requests are a bit high. I'm afraid it'll be a bit difficult to build this house. Not mentioning how hard it is, can you do it or not? If you can't, I can only find someone else to do it," Su-yi said. The middle-aged man forcefully patted his chest and confidently said, "Of course it's no problem. If our omelet couldn't do it, no one else would be able to do it." Su-yi nodded. "Then that's good." This middle-aged man was called Wayne Riley. He was a manager for the Omelet Chamber of Commerce. He was mainly in charge of outstanding construction projects for the Omelet Chamber of Commerce. In a normal situation, for a small workshop like Su-yi wanted, there was no need for the manager to personally head out. But when the Frestek Chamber of Commerce made this construction request to the Omelet Chamber of Commerce, the Omelet Chamber of Commerce's chairman Moon Cruz had found Riley and had him personally oversee this construction. Based on Chairman Cruz's cautious approach, Riley knew that the chairman attached great importance to the Frestek Chamber of Commerce. So when he was facing Su-yi, he was very polite and even respectful. "Manager Riley, this workshop I'm requesting needs to be sturdy enough because there will be 500 workers inside the workshop most of the time. If a problem occurs, it will mean the lives of hundreds of people. Can you give me a guarantee?" Su-yi said. Riley revealed an insulted look and said with a red face, "Chairman Su, do you not believe me?" Su-yi revealed a smile and patted Riley's shoulder. "It isn't that I don't believe you. Rather, it is to tell you the importance of this matter and to hope that you will properly supervise it. Whether it is materials or workers, I want the best. Money is not a problem. Do you understand what I mean?" Riley gave a strong nod. "Be assured, Sir Chairman Cruz has personally assigned me to this task. We will definitely be careful during construction and won't make careless mistakes. I will definitely be paying close attention." Su-yi laughed. "Very good. Chairman Cruz is my good friend. I believe in his promise." Seeing Riley take measurements based on his requirements, Su-yi looked into the distance and tightly knit his brows. When they rented this hectare of land from Viscount Leslie, Heinz had thought it was too big. With the scale of the Frestek Chamber of Commerce back then, they didn't need this large space at all, and only needed to use one move of land. He had denied Heinz's thoughts. He was very clear that as the Fresteck Chamber of Commerce became bigger, they would need more and more space for their factories, so one move was far from enough. But what He didn't expect was that the Fresteck Chamber of Commerce would develop this quickly. Once the magic machines were released, they were greatly welcomed in Banta City and the surrounding cities. The orders the Fresteck Chamber of Commerce received kept increasing, so naturally they had to construct more factories. He thought 1 hectare would be enough at first, but looking at it, it didn't seem like it was enough. The household magic machine factory Heinz led was still fine because most household magic machines were small machines, so they didn't take up too much space. But it was different for the magic machine workshop led by Camby and the dwarves. Even if the small magic harvester had the word small on them, the area taken by one was several times that of the magic fan or the magic rice cooker. There was no need to mention the even bigger magic production machines. So He chose to expand the magic machine workshop first. With the current output of the magic machine workshop, as well as the large demand that would come in the future, He directly decided to increase the magic machine workshop by 10 times. When the new magic machine workshop was finished and they recruited enough craftsmen, this workshop would be able to increase their productivity by tenfold. At that time, not only would they be able to satisfy the needs of Banta City and the surrounding cities, the Fresteck Chamber of Commerce's antenna could even reach further cities. What He anticipated the most now was meeting the king. 2 days ago, the Lord City Lord had sent someone to tell that the king was very interested in the Fresteck Chamber of Commerce's agricultural magic machines, so he decided to summon When went to Anvilmar for the Magician's Guild certification test, he should immediately report in and wait for the king's summons at any time. Had already lived on the Signs continent for 3 years now. He was very clear on how important the agricultural business was on this continent with a low production output. Now that the Fresteck Chamber of Commerce had released agricultural magic machines that could raise farming productivity, increasing the yield of grains, it would be highly valued by the kingdom's upper class. Was even certain that as long as the king confirmed the conveniences brought by these agricultural magic machines, he would definitely use quite a bit of power to support these agricultural magic machines. When that time comes, the Fresteck Chamber of Commerce would receive many orders for these agricultural magic machines. If he wasn't prepared beforehand and couldn't accept the king's request, not mentioning the fact that they would miss out on a good chance, this good thing could turn into a bad thing. Thinking of this, suddenly revealed a bitter smile. Heinz always said that he was thinking too far, but Heinz didn't know that if he didn't think further and more about the future, how could it be easy to create a complete industrial system on the Signs continent without any foundation? Like when Heinz found out that really gave the magic fan technology to the business union, he immediately flew into a rage at He said that was digging his own grave, but couldn't explain it at all. This was because it was impossible for to make Heinz believe. What they could only do now was hope that those large companies would be limited by the Fresteck Chamber of Commerce. He couldn't tell Heinz that the other reason for doing this was to have more people and powers on the continent invest into magic machines, helping him create an industrial system. Heinz would not understand Yi's thoughts. No one on the Signs continent could understand his thoughts. So even if Yi wanted to tell President Rank and the others that he could even give up all the technology he had, hoping that everyone would create an industrial system together, creating a beautiful future, he could only keep this in his heart for now. He could only keep manipulating President Rank and the other, out of fear that the small Fresteck Chamber of Commerce would be swallowed by these giants. I've suddenly noticed this, but do I have masochistic tendencies? Yi couldn't help revealing a self-taunting smile. After smiling, Yi took a deep breath and forcefully slapped his cheeks. He shook his head and threw out all these random thoughts that had popped into his mind. Although there were many problems, since he had already recognized his goal, he could only walk towards it step by step. If he couldn't learn how to be tough like the machines, how could he be qualified to be a mechanical engineer? He suddenly heard rushed footsteps from behind him, and Yi turned back to take a look. He found Alex holding a blueprint in his hand, quickly running over. "Chairman, there is a guest looking for you." Alex stood in front of Yi while panting, handing the blueprint in his hand over. "This guest is very strange. She won't even show her face." She just told me that you would meet her if I showed you this. Sui looked over the paper and laughed. Here already. It seems like it really is anxious. He looked up at Alex to ask, the guest? Where is she? She said she didn't want to see anyone but the chairman, so I put her in the office for now. Alex replied, very good. Go back to your work. I'm going to see the guest. Alex looked at Sui for a second and hesitated for a bit before asking in a worried voice, Chairman, this guest is very strange, I think. I think you should have someone with you when you meet them. If something happens. Sui revealed a smile and looked at Alex. Did you forget that I am a magician? But your magic level. Alex cut himself off halfway. Sui snappily waved his hand at him. All right, stop wasting words. Go back to your position. I'll go see her. After sending Alex away, Sui went to the office. When he opened the door, he saw a person wrapped in a long cloak sitting on a chair in the office. Although she was facing the office door, because her face was tightly wrapped up, people couldn't see her appearance at all. Sui looked over this person before saying with a smile, Didn't you say you don't believe in humans? Dear Miss Agnes. The mysterious guest stood up and opened the cloak that even wrapped up her head, revealing a beautiful face with a heroic feel to it, as well as a pair of long and sharp ears. It was the female elf Agnes Sui had met in the Angola tribe last time. I still don't believe in humans now. Agnes ignored the taunting tone in Sui's voice and her face was calm. If it wasn't for the fact that the elder said that the blueprint you gave us could help the problem of our tribe, I wouldn't have been sent here. Sui revealed a smile and didn't waste more time on meaningless words. He asked Agnes to sit down and poured a cup of cold water for her according to her request. He then sat down across from her and took out the blueprint Alex had handed him from before. That blueprint was the one Sui had left with Chief Monto when he left the Angola tribe, having him give it to Agnes. So when he saw this blueprint and heard from Alex that this guest wouldn't show her face at all, Sui immediately knew that this guest was Agnes. Miss Agnes, based on what you said, not only have you seen these blueprints, you even showed them to the elders of your tribe? Sui asked. Yes. The elder looked at it and felt that there is a high chance of this method working. So he had me come looking for you. To implement this method, what do we need to do? Agnes said with a nod. Sui looked over the blueprint. This was a method created by mixing many similar cases back on Earth. So of course it was very likely this would work. I'm very sorry, Miss Agnes. I'm afraid I can't tell you what you need to do. Sui shook his head. I had only heard a bit about your problem from Chief Monto and only gave an approximate solution based on my own experiences, but because I don't know the exact situation, I can't give you a concrete method. Unless I could inspect the area in person, I wouldn't be able to tell you what you need to do. Agnes considered this a bit before asking. Your meaning is that you want to go to our tribe to look at the situation? That's right, Sui confidently said. Agnes was silent for a bit before shaking her head. I'm afraid not. It's been several hundred years since our tribe has had any humans enter it, and we don't welcome humans either. Then even if I want to help, I can't do anything. Sui stretched out his hands and helplessly said, Miss Agnes, I think you must admit that solving the problem with the river is a large project, and I can't give you a concrete solution with just my imagination. If you can't let me inspect the area, I can only say I'm sorry. Agnes was silent for a bit before suddenly standing up. She placed the index and middle finger of her right hand on her chest and gave Sui a slight bow. Since it's like this, I will be leaving first. I hope you receive Alun's blessings in your dreams. After saying this, Agnes left without even turning back. Sui opened his mouth and wanted to call out to stop her, but he let go after thinking about it. The elves had this kind of personality, so he couldn't change Agnes' thoughts even if he called out to stop her. It was better to let the elven tribe make their own decision. Anyway, Sui was not in a rush for this matter. The one in a rush were the elves. After thinking about some things in the office, Sui stood up to leave. He gave some more requirements for the new factory to manager Riley before getting onto a horse carriage and heading to a small yard to the north of Bana City. When he walked into this yard, Sui heard Baron Hannes roaring out, Millet, move faster. If can't finish the drafts by dinner, we might not even get to sleep tonight. McCovey, stop standing in a daze. Why haven't you taken the prepared drafts over to printing yet? What are you standing there like a fool for? Megan, are those fellows responsible for collecting news back yet? It's almost time to finalize the draft. If you don't come back, they should give up on their wages today. Hearing this voice that was a bit hoarse, Sui never would have connected this voice to Baron Hannes, who had seemed quite shy when he met him for the first time. It seemed that being the chief editor for the Banta Times, it had changed Baron Hannes quite a bit. Looking around the small building in the yard, he found that it was quite busy. There were over 10 young men and women bent over desks, desperately writing something. There were people organizing documents and people running back and forth sending something. Standing in the middle shouting and pointing while looking over the documents in his hand was Baron Hannes. It was unknown if it was because he was too busy, but Baron Hannes' face was currently covered in a large beard. He looked quite rough and his clothes were a bit disorderly, while many places were stained with black ink from who knows where. He was a completely different person from the person Sui met the first time. "Hey, Your Excellency Baron, are you still busy?" Sui raised his hand to wave at Baron Hannes. Hearing this voice, Baron Hannes looked over in a daze. After he saw Sui, his brows jumped up and he revealed a look of joy. "Chairman Sui, it's great that you're here. I was looking for you." "Oh, looking for me? Do you need something?" Sui was a bit surprised. Could it be the magic printing press is broken? No, no, no. The magic printing press is our treasure. How could it break? But me finding you is related to the magic printing press. This, Chairman Sui, look, the sales for our Banta Times keep increasing and just relying on a single magic printing press. We're already having trouble keeping up. Can you help me make another? No, it's best if it's two. Oh, no, it's best if it's three. How about it? 3 magic printing presses? It should be that hard for you, right? Are you certain you want 3? Sui looked at Baron Hannes in surprise. The magic printing press he made was based on the movable font printing press from Earth. Because the Signs continent used a character language system, using the ancient Chinese movable font printing system was the simplest. Adding in a wind-attributed magic array to power it, it could finish printing 2,000 sheets in just 1 hour. The Banta Times had 10 pages, and if you count both sides, it was only 20 pages. This meant that if a magic printing press was operating at full power, it could print 100 copies of Banta Times in an hour. Sui knew that Baron Hannes decided the contents of tomorrow's Banta Times by dinner time, so counting from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., there was a full 12 hours of time to print Banta Times. Even if one removed the break times and some accidents in between, there was enough time to print 1,000 Banta Times. Now Baron Hannes was all of a sudden asking for 3 magic printing presses from Sui. This meant that the amount of Banta Times printed each day would be over 3,000 copies. This was a very shocking number. It had to be known that there were less than 30,000 people in Banta City, and if they were divided into households, that would only be 5,000 households. With the education level of Banta City's people, it was impossible for each family to purchase a copy of Banta Times. It was already good enough for a tenth to buy it, so a single magic printing press was enough. That's right, 3 machines. Baron Hannes gave an assured nod. Sui, you haven't been here lately, so you don't know some things. Right now, just in Banta City, the Banta Times can sell 1,000 copies each day, and I have sent people to establish selling points in the villages outside the city. Even if each village only buys 1 or 2 copies each day, that will gradually accumulate. I can guarantee that not long after, we can sell many Banta Times in the villages outside the cities. This is because there are many more people outside Banta City, so the sales for outside Banta City for the Banta Times will reach 1,000 copies in the future. This still isn't enough for you to request 3 magic printing presses at once, right? Sui said in a confused voice. Baron Hannes laughed. Sui, do you know that outside of the Banta Times, I have already set up 2 branches in Sultan City and Karma City? Sui was stunned as he asked, "You moved this quickly?" Baron Hannes gave a proud laugh. "It's just this fast. If nothing unexpected happens, I can guarantee that in just a week, the Sultan Times and the Karma Times will be on sale. When that time comes, I will know everything about those 2 cities. Moreover, I will spread these newspapers to every part of the Lampuri Kingdom, even across the entire Signs continent." Seeing Baron Hannes become even more proud and filled with zeal towards work, Sui couldn't help sighing in his heart. When he saw Baron Hannes for the first time, Sui thought he was a normal noble with a good family education. He never thought that after bringing out his gossip side, and Su Yi threw out a Banatimes, for him, a large chance would occur with him. He became this passionate worker and this reporter with outstanding energy. The reason why the Banatimes could develop so quickly was related to the enormous amount of energy Baron Hannes had placed into it. Based on his family background and his relations, Baron Hannes didn't encounter any unexpected hindrances when setting up the Banatimes. This new thing was naturally welcomed by countless people, so it could develop to this state in a short period of time. Actually, Hannes, the names of newspapers don't all need to be called Times. You can call them things like Saltan Morning News or Karma Herald, or things like that. Su Yi gave a small suggestion and saw a look of joy appear on Baron Hannes' face. But he suddenly changed the topic. But speaking of this, Hannes, are you really prepared to stay in Banta and not return to Anvilmar? Hearing this question, the excited expression on Hannes' face suddenly froze. After a while, he slumped down as he ran out of energy. Su Yi, I thought that you were here to cheer me on. I never thought that you would run here to propose this kind of boring topic. Baron Hannes suddenly seemed exhausted, and he found a chair to sit in, as he waved his hand with an annoyed look. Leslie and Lord Count has discussed this matter with me, and have urged me to immediately return to Anvilmar. The people from my family has urged me to do the same. But when I think about returning to that boring Anvilmar city, breathing that depressing air and facing those spiritless people, I never had a thought of going back. After saying this, Baron Hannes paused before taking a deep breath. He looked out the window with a sunken look on his face. Think about it. The life here is this beautiful. Although I sleep a bit less each day and the food isn't as good as back in the family, I am filled with energy each day, and I'm always filled with energy. Since I was young, I had never found anything this exciting before, making me invest everything into it. I even feel that the thing I'm doing now is the great business I should invest my life into. Compared to this, whether it is being a fake noble or a rotten merchant, I feel like it would be better for me to die instead. Su Yi, do you know that just the day before yesterday, our Bana Times reported on a piece of news outside of Bana City? It was a small noble who raped a normal farmer's daughter. So in the end, the daughter drowned herself in the river. According to normal conventions, this kind of matter would be suppressed and nothing would have happened to the small noble, so the pitiful girl would have died in vain. But this matter was reported on by our Bana Times, and the Lord Count flew into a rage after seeing it. He directly caught that small noble and whipped him 20 times in front of everyone according to the royal parliament's laws, as well as making him compensate that farmer 30 gold coins. I can say that if it wasn't for our Bana Times upholding justice, this matter wouldn't have this kind of good ending. Looking at Baron Hannes' face filled with righteousness, Su Yi could only give a bitter smile. 20 whips and paying 30 gold coins was considered upholding justice? This was a good ending? This was a person's life. But Su Yi was very clear that Baron Hannes wasn't wrong at all. This was the reality on the Signs continent. Nobles had a higher status than normal citizens, so even if nobles raped citizens, they would only receive this kind of punishment. If the Bana Times didn't report on this, attracting the attention of City Lord Count Shan's attention, this small noble wouldn't have been punished at all. Su Yi couldn't change this fact, so he could only remain silent. Compared to Su Yi's silence, Baron Hannes became even more excited as he told Su Yi about all the things that the Bana Times had already done. Among them included exposing small nobles, reporting on the filial deity of commoners towards their disabled parents, and even revealing some news in the Bana Times through the Lord's City Lord. Su Yi patiently listened to him, and when he finally took a small rest, he said in a thoughtful voice, Hannes, I admit that you are right. The Bana Times is indeed the greatest business in your life, and it is even greater than you can imagine. However, I must remind you that if you want to continue in this business, you will meet all kinds of difficulties, and with just your strength alone, you won't be able to continue. Hannah's face sunk. What? You are just like Leslie, urging me to cooperate with those fellows back in the family? Do you believe that if they were allowed to participate, the entire flavor of the newspaper would instantly change? Of course I believe it, Su Yi said with a faint smile. Actually, Hannes, even if they don't join now, there are many people that don't believe that the Bana Times is a pure thing because Su Yi pointed at himself. It involves a dirty merchant like me. Hannes was stunned. Thinking about what he had said just now, he gave Sue E an embarrassed smile. Don't misunderstand, I was not talking about you. Compared to those fellows, Sue E, you are a very conscientious merchant. The farmer support plan of your Frestec Chamber of Commerce allowed those 23 farmers who participated change their lives and also greatly increased the efficiency of this autumn's planting season. This can be considered a great thing. If it wasn't for you basically giving those magic machines to those 23 farmers, they definitely couldn't buy them. Don't think that I'm so noble. If we look at the farmer support plan from a business perspective, I actually earned quite a bit. Although those 23 farmers don't need to pay any money, they will have to pay for it later. Moreover, I've used their hands to help my advertise the magic machines, and the effects are quite good. I dare confirm that by next year's spring harvest, our Frestec Chamber of Commerce will definitely sell a large amount of agricultural magic machines. Sue E said with a smile. For this kind of good thing, of course it's good that more of them are sold. Baron Hannes said while laughing. I even look forward to your agricultural magic machines being used on every farm in our Lampuri Kingdom. Like this, our Lampuri Kingdom's people wouldn't need to worry about not having enough to eat. Seeing Baron Hannes falling into his youthful fantasies, Sui helplessly shook his head and decided to pull him back. Let's return to the previous issue. You say that I'm not like other merchants, but other people don't think this. Everyone who reads the Bana Times has noticed that the Bana Times always reported on our Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Based on what they can see, they think that it is helping our Frestec Chamber of Commerce to advertise, meaning that the Bana Times was opened by our Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Who is speaking nonsense? Baron Hannes angrily said. Is it the other companies in Bana City? Those disgusting fellows, they don't know it all. If it wasn't for you stopping me, I would have reported even more on your Frestec Chamber of Commerce. This is because in my eyes, your Frestec Chamber of Commerce's magic machines are epic, creating things that will completely change people's lives. Those fellows are just jealous of your success and can't even see the true value of your Frestec Chamber of Commerce's products. They are simply short-sighted fools. Sue E stopped Baron Hannes from storming off with a bitter smile before saying with a serious face, First, let's not care about what they are saying, but this is a fact. Hannes, even if I appreciate the Bana Times insisting on remaining self-sufficient, you have to admit that it is impossible for you not to be influenced by anyone. Then do you think that when you have to make a decision, would you be willing to let the newspaper be controlled by you or let it be controlled by no one? Baron Hannes came from a large noble family, so although he had some ideals, it didn't mean that he was naive. After hearing Su Yi's question, his face sunk as he thought about it before he gave a slight nod. Su Yi, I understand what you mean, but how is this related to you urging me to head back to Anvilmar? Su Yi said with a laugh, Of course it's related. Hannes, have you considered that if you don't go back to Anvilmar, how long will it be before Anvilmar will have a Anvilmar Times? Hannes gave a cold snort. Although those fellows are always slow in deciding things, they definitely will not give up this chance. Even if I don't go back, I dare to guarantee that within a year, they will create an Anvilmar Times. That's right. Since it's like this, why not head back earlier and use your experience with the newspaper to steal this chance? Su Yi seriously said. I think you should be very clear on this, but newspapers are like the news itself. The one who strikes first always has the advantage. You can't control the situation in Anvilmar, but you can try to affect it with your initiative. Even if you aren't willing to depend on your family's power, you have to admit that your family's power is much stronger than you alone. If the Anvilmar Times is controlled by your family, isn't it better than it being controlled by another family? Hannes lowered his head to consider this before looking at Su Yi with strange gaze. Why do you care about this matter so much? To be honest, you are just a small merchant, and no matter what, this matter isn't related to you at all, right? Why is it not related to me? Su Yi opened his eyes in an exaggerated manner. Hannes, did you forget? The magic printing press is made by our Frestec Chamber of Commerce. As the chairman, of course I must create more sales for the product of my company. Think about it. If a newspaper appeared in Anvilmar, there would be newspapers that appear all across the Lampuri Kingdom and even across the Signs continent. At that time, we'll be able to sell countless Frestec brand magic printing presses. How much money would I earn? Hannes rolled his eyes at Su Yi. It seems like I was wrong. You're not different from those fellows. You also have the same lust for money that those disgusting fellows have. Sui laughed and didn't care about this at all as he asked, "Then your excellency Baron Hannes filled with righteous nobleness, are you willing to return to Anvilmar City and use the Anvilmar Times to change that disgusting city?" Hannes looked around the room and gave a deep sigh. "I'll go back, but I will still return to this place. This is where my foundations are, so even if I return to Anvilmar, it is only as a guest." After pausing, he asked Sui, "I've heard that you will be going to Anvilmar to take part in the Magicians Guild certification test in a while. Is that right?" "Good. We'll go together when the time comes. I can use this time to plan out everything here." Sui shrugged his shoulder, showing no objections. Leaving the Banatimes office, Sui went to the research lab to the west of the city. After knocking on the door, the one who answered was Evita and not a Kali who chose to live on the first floor. Seeing Sui, Evita revealed a somewhat surprised and somewhat happy expression. "Chairman, why are you here?" Sui pointed at his stomach with a smile and said, "Vivian is out on an autumn outing with her classmates today, so no one is home to make a meal for me. I don't want to eat at a restaurant, so I came here to mooch off you. You won't welcome me." Evita revealed a faint smile. "Of course you're welcome. Please come in." Sui shook his head with a smile. It was a Kali here. She would definitely tease him a few times. Evita's personality was completely different from Akali's. She was much more calm. After walking around and not seeing Akali around, Sui casually asked, "Where's Akali?" "She's out today," Evita replied. "Went out." Sui was surprised. "What?" "She had something to do." Evita revealed a faint smile. "Sir Chairman, did you forget that today is Sunday? You said yourself that you would give us Sunday off each week." "Of? Right. I forgot, and I even said I wanted to see your research progress." Sui patted his head, thinking that he really was too busy, even forgetting what day of the week it was. He looked at Evita and noticed that there was a thick apron outside of her clothes. "Since it's Sunday, why are you still wearing this? Could it be you're still working?" When mentioning work, Evita's eyes instantly lit up. "Chairman, I had some new discoveries lately and wanted to research it with you. You came right on time today. Do you want to see my new discoveries first?" "Oh, new discoveries. What is it about? Is it the magic air conditioner?" Sui asked. It was about to become winter soon, so Sui had given Still's group of 3 a new research task, which was to make a new magic air conditioner. The first generation magic air conditioner was a cold air conditioner for the summer. Now that the weather was getting colder, Sui had them research a magic air conditioner that could release cool and hot air. Of course, what they needed to solve first was the magic array for the heat controlling side. Who would have thought that Evita would shake her head? "No, it is related to the magic lamp." Sui was a bit surprised. "This quickly? You've solved the consistency problem of the flashing thunder array in just a few days." Evita shook her head again. "Although we've had some progress, we haven't really solved the problem yet. I'm talking about another new discovery." "What is that?" Sui asked in a confused voice. "I'm afraid you won't understand if I explain, so let me show you." Evita waved her hand at Sui before heading to the second floor. Sui hesitated a bit before calming down and giving himself a smile of self-ridicule before following her up. He had already come to the research lab many times, but this was his first time on the second floor. Compared to the mess on the first floor, the second floor was incomparably neat. Looking at it, everything was neatly put away and very clean. Even the workbench materials were meticulously put in place, not showing any signs of mess at all. Other than this, Evita even put a few flower pots in this room that was considered spacious. Even though it was close to winter, these plants lush and vibrant, adding a bit of life to the room. Sui looked around and saw many decorations on the walls that seemed to be made of rags. The material was simple, but it was finely designed, with a bit of elegance and a bit of cuteness. It wasn't inferior at all to the ornaments designed by professional craftsmen in stores at all. "Evita, you made of this yourself?" Sui pointed at a rag in the shape of a flower on the wall to his right. A blush filled Evita's face as she gave a slight nod. "Your hands are truly skilled." Sui praised before sighing. "You can even do this kind of thing. If it was a Kali or Still, I really wouldn't be able to imagine it." Evita's face became even redder. She wanted to say a few words for Akali and Still, but she found she had nothing to say. With their personality, how could they be patient enough to make a complicated ornament from rags? It was a good thing Sue didn't keep asking about this matter as he asked Evita. All right, where's the new discovery you made? Let me take a look. Evita calmed herself down and took a small club from her workbench that she handed over to Sue. Sue took a look before asking in a daze. Isn't this fluorescent grass? This is your new discovery? How is this thing related to magic lamps? Evita gave a slight nod. Chairman, when you gave us the magic crystal lamp last time, didn't you say that there was another method? You said that after a metal filament was heated, the filament would release light, and that could be used to make a magic lamp. I did say that. But I also said that we couldn't make that metal filament right now, so temporarily, we can't make that kind of magic lamp. Sue looked at the fluorescent grass in Evita's hand before saying with a frown, you wouldn't be saying that this thing could replace the metal filament, right? This thing would immediately turn to ashes if it were to catch on fire. It's not wrong to say it can be used to replace it, but it isn't using the heating method you mentioned. Evita revealed a smile and returned to her workbench, pointing to a magic array already prepared as he said, Chairman, take a look. This is the flashing thunder array we've changed a part of. Although it can't release stable light like you wanted, but it can discharge electrical light for up to a minute continuously. Sue nodded as he praised. Very good. If you can make this magic array continue to release light under the support of a magic crystal, the magic lamp could be easily completed. Evita looked at Sue and hesitated a bit before making her decision to say, Chairman, acutely. Actually, don't you think that even if we change this magic array to continuously release electric light, it wouldn't be very suitable for a magic lamp? Oh, why? Sue asked in a surprised voice. This is because the light it releases is too strong. Akali and I have tested it at night, and while the light released by the magic array could light up the entire room, the light was just too strong, and we couldn't even open our eyes. I think that if this was turned into a magic array, it wouldn't be useful, right? It's like this. Sue thought about it before slowly nodding. Your words are quite reasonable, but I feel this problem isn't that hard to solve. As long as the might of the magic array is weakened, it'll be fine if the light released is softer. I'm afraid not. Evita shook her head. We have consulted this with His Excellency Great Magician Camilla, and His Excellency Great Magician said that thunder-attributed magic is a high-level wind-attributed magic. It requires a certain intensity to work. This flashing thunder array can release electric light without the might of a bolt of lightning. So it is a failed thunder-attributed magic array, but it is still a thunder-attributed magic array, so it also has a high requirement for magic intensity. This flashing thunder array has already reached its lowest threshold requirement. If the power of the array is weakened again, this magic array will completely fail and it won't release the flash of electric light. His Excellency Great Magician said this. Sue knit his brows. He could only at most grasp 4th grade magic, so he didn't understand anything of high-level thunder magic. So naturally, he could only listen to His Excellency Great Magician's specialized knowledge. Then according to what Great Magician Camilla said, this magic array was studied in vain and it was all for nothing? We can't say it was for nothing. Chairman, please look. Evita lifted the fluorescent grass and put it in the middle of the magic array. Evita placed a finger on the magic array and sent in her magic power, causing a faint blue glow to fill the array as it instantly activated. Sue watched the changes of the array and felt magic elemental energy gathering in the center. In the blink of an eye, large amounts of magic elemental energy was gathered in the center of the magic array. According to Evita's demonstration from before, there should have been a flash of lightning from the center of the array before it released a bright light. Sue narrowed his eyes and prepared for the bright light, but he found that there was only a faint flash of light from the center of the magic array. It seemed like it was being sucked into the fluorescent grass, entering the fluorescent grass. Sue wanted to open his mouth in a daze when he saw the fluorescent grass suddenly light up. The light it released was gentle and bright. When Evita took back her hand from the magic array, the glow of the magic array faded, but the fluorescent grass kept releasing light. Before Sue could react, Evita had already closed all the blinds to the room, even blocking off all the light from outside. Because of the light from the fluorescent grass, they could still clearly see every part of the room. Sui looked at this fluorescent grass in a daze for a while. He found that although the light it released was bright, it wasn't dazzling at all, and it was quite gentle. This is your new discovery. Sui looked at Evita as he asked this. Evita gave a slight nod. I remember reading a recording in a book once. It said that on the Pamir prairies in the Kandra Empire, there was a patch of fluorescent grass, and each time there was lightning, that patch would release a gentle light that was very beautiful. When I was studying this flashing thunder array during these days, I suddenly remembered this recording and guessed that the fluorescent grass would be useful, so I ran a few tests. Chairman, what do you think of these results? Sui laughed and was about to praise Evita when there was a scornful voice that came from the door. Hey, dear Evita, on such a bright day, what are you doing with our respected Sir Chairman in a room with the blinds closed? Sui was stunned. When he looked back, he saw that Akali had appeared outside the door at an unknown time and was currently leaning on the door. She looked at him and Evita with a smile that almost didn't seem to be there on her face. Akali, what nonsense are you saying? Evita reprimanded Akali before quickly moving to the window, pulling up all the blinds. Seeing Evita, whose face was completely red under the sunlight, Sui revealed a faint smile. Evita's face really was thin. He looked back at Akali, and when his eyes passed over her neck, Sui was surprised to find a necklace around her neck. Although this necklace looked quite finely made, it clearly couldn't compare to the one President Rank had given Akali at the banquet. Sui pointed at Akali's neck and asked in a confused voice, "Since you like wearing necklaces, why don't you wear the one President Rank gave you? It's more suited to you compared to this one." The one from President Rank. A somewhat unnatural expression appeared on Akali's face, and a bitter smile that wasn't easy to see appeared before she turned to head downstairs. Sui was even more confused. He was just asking about a necklace. Why was Akali's reaction so strange? Did something happen to her in the past few days? Sui asked Evita in a daze. Evita shook her head in an astonished manner. Nothing. Chairman, so that necklace wasn't something you gave her? Me? Sui also shook his head. That necklace was given to her by the Serang Chamber of Commerce's Chairman Rank. It isn't related to me. So it's the Serang Chamber of Commerce. No wonder it's so beautiful. Evita gave a slight now before looking at Sui and revealing a smile. Chairman, President Rank definitely gave Akali that necklace because of you, so it isn't wrong to say that you gave it to her. No, you can't say it like that. Sui quickly waved his hand. President Rank giving it to her, and me giving it to her has completely different meanings. You can't randomly say stuff. That's right. Sir Chairman is not my boyfriend and didn't agree to my proposal, so that necklace can't be considered something you gave me. Akali's voice faintly came from outside the door again. When Sui turned back, he found that Akali had come back with a box in her hand. It was the box President Rank had given Akali to hold the necklace that day. Seeing Sui look over, Akali took 2 steps forward and put the box in Sui's hands. Chairman, help me return this necklace back to President Rank. I'm not qualified to wear it. Sui knit his brows and didn't accept the box. Rather, he seriously looked at Akali. Although her expression was very calm, the corner of her brow and her nose kept twitching, showing that her heart was not calm. Sui looked at Evita with a look of inquiry, but Evita shook her head. Thinking about it, Sui tentatively asked, Akali, this was the gift President Rank gave you. If you return it to him, it will be very rude to him, and he might misunderstand your meaning. I don't care. Anyway, I'm not qualified to wear it. Akali cut Sui off in a loud voice. Sui never thought that Akali's reaction would be this strong and couldn't help falling into a daze. He looked at Akali's expression for a while before giving a sigh in his heart and reached out to take the box. All right, since you insist on not wanting it, I'll take it. But this can't be returned to President Rank. You can't let him misunderstand. It's fine if you return it to President Rank or not. I just don't want it. Akali firmly said. Looking at the aggrieved Akali, Sui couldn't help giving a bitter laugh. He thought that whether it was on Earth or on this continent, the thoughts of a girl who wasn't 20 years old yet was still the hardest to guess. He thought that he could discuss the combination of fluorescent grass and the flashing thunder array with Evita before mooching off some food. But with the current atmosphere, it wasn't good for him to stay here. After thinking about it, Sui gave Evita his thoughts. He had Evita keep studying the fluorescent grass and it would be best to guarantee that the fluorescent grass could release continuous and stable light. As well, he wanted it to change in light intensity and even adjust it at will. Evita agreed to his requests one by one. While Sui was talking, Akali stood on the side without any expression the entire time and not saying anything, making the atmosphere very awkward. After giving his thoughts with great difficulty, Sui directly said goodbye to the two of them. He looked at Akali before leaving, and after a pause, Sui couldn't help saying, "Akali, if you have any ideas, you can just talk to me. We've known each other for a few months, and you should know that I'm a person who isn't good at talking. Of course, if you think it is something that isn't good for you to talk to me about, you have Evita, and still, you're two good friends who you can talk to. In short, you and Evita left home to come to Banda City to work for our Frestec Chamber of Commerce, so I don't want you to live bad lives here. Do you understand?" Akali bit her lip and didn't say anything. Sui gave a sigh and looked at Evita a few times while pointing at Akali. Evita gave a slight nod, signaling to Sui to be assured. Sui finally waved his hand and rejected Evita, sending him off as he directly left. Hearing Sui walk downstairs and finally Sui closing the main door, Akali's expression finally collapsed and 2 rows of tears dripped down. She threw herself onto Evita's bed and began crying as she pounded the bed. Evita shook her head with a sigh and sat down on the bed. She patted Evita's back as she said in a low voice, "All right, you already knew it was impossible, so why did you have to charge forward?" After a while, Akali slowly stopped sobbing and suddenly rubbed her head against the blanket. She turned her head and looked up at Evita, looking quite aggrieved. "How would I know if I didn't try?" Evita said with a bitter smile. "But now that you've tried it, do you think it is impossible?" Akali's face turned bitter again. "It seems to be impossible. Hey, Evita, do you think I'm that much worse compared to Still?" Evita looked at Akali for a while before giving a serious nod. "Indeed, you are much worse. At least Still wouldn't cry like this. Other than that, you have to admit, Still is much more beautiful compared to you." "Humph. Beauty isn't the only thing," Akali mumbled. "According to my observations, Sir Chairman doesn't seem to treat her that specially." Evita couldn't help flicking Akali's forehead. "Are you dumb? Still is more beautiful compared to you, has a better personality, and she has been with Sir Chairman longer than you. If Sir Chairman doesn't even have thoughts for her like this, why do you think Sir Chairman would have thoughts for you? Perhaps Sir Chairman likes my type?" Akali said in a voice unwilling to give up. She thought for a bit before asking in a mysterious voice, "Evita, Sir Chairman is already 27 this year and hasn't gotten married yet, and we haven't seen him have a close relationship with any girls. He doesn't even have a special feelings for a beauty like Still. Could it be he likes men?" Sui gave a strong sneeze and couldn't help pinching his nose as he looked into the sky. His goal going to the research lab was to mooch some dinner, and it was quite late when he went there. Now that he had left for a while, the sky was already turning dark. It was early November, and the Signs continent's weather was approaching winter. Because they were in the southwest, the Lampuri Kingdom was not as cold in winter as the north, but when Banta City entered night, the streets would still be quite cold. Sui fixed his clothes and tightly wrapped himself up. "That's right, I almost forgot. Vivian shouldn't have any winter clothes, so it seems like I need to find some time to buy her some. But I'm not familiar with female clothes, so I should ask Still and the others to help her find some." Thinking of this, Sui naturally thought of Akali. Rubbing the box in his chest, Sui couldn't help revealing a bitter smile. Because he had sunk himself in research all day back on Earth, he didn't have the time or mind to interact with girls. After coming to this world, he had been busy familiarizing himself with this world and working hard to survive, so it was even more impossible for him to interact with girls in this world. So he completely didn't understand Akali's strange reaction at all. But he did understand that for a young girl like Akali, who were the hardest to understand, it wasn't strange for him to be unable to guess anything at all. He wasn't prepared to guess either, because compared to the thoughts of a little girl, there were just too many things that he had to consider. Whether it was developing new magic machines or trying to start taking the first steps of establishing an industrial system, it all required a large amount of time and effort from him. Other than this, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce faced many dangers while quickly developing. Even Sui, as a person who didn't care about a person's strength, had to quickly increase his power. These two things took up a lot of time and effort from Sui. Many times, Sui even wished he could break himself into several portions and each one would focus on a certain thing. That way, those aspects would develop even better. But that was something impossible to achieve, and in those aspects, there were many things that people couldn't substitute Sui for. So he could only invest his own effort and time into it, not daring to waste even a single bit of it. It was a good thing that Sui was considered a workaholic back on Earth. As long as it was interesting mechanical research, he would become more and more enthusiastic. Actually talking about it, it's still the same problem. Talented people are hard to get. Sui knocked his head as he thought that this problem really had no solution. The knowledge of magic on the Signs continent only remained on destruction and slaughter, so even with practical application of magic like the magic crystal lamp, they were small in number and weren't common at all. If Sui wanted to create an industrial system according to his thoughts on the Signs continent, he could only use practical magic machines to change the thoughts and understanding of the people of the Signs continent bit by bit. The good news was that at least in Bana City, people's understanding of magic machines was quite good. It's best if there were more magicians who knew about magic application. It's best if all the magicians on the continent studied magic application. It wouldn't be that hard for me anymore. It's a pity. Sui's eyes fell onto the side of the road. Two familiar figures entered his eyes who were currently entering a small restaurant by the side of the road. Sui hesitated a bit before following them in. The familiar man and woman had just been shown to a table by a waiter and were prepared to order their meal when Sui appeared in front of them. "Hey, Rem, Wella, why aren't you two in Sultan City anymore?" Sui raised his hand to wave at them. Rem and Wella looked at Sui, who had suddenly appeared in a daze, and after being frozen for a bit, Wella suddenly said with a sigh, "Banta City really is a small place. You can meet past acquaintances at any time. But Sui, the person we don't want to see the most right now is you." Rem's expression was also quite awkward. His eyes kept avoiding Sui like he didn't dare look at Sui. "Oh, why don't you want to see me?" Sui sat down in a nearby chair without any hesitation and curiously asked Wella, "I haven't done anything wrong to you, right, Wella?" "No, it's the opposite. It's us who have wronged you." After a few months, Wella seemed to have lost that sharp aura from back in the great magician Camilla's magic tower, and she had become much more depressed. But her words were still quite straightforward, not dodging anything at all. Sui thought about it for a bit before saying with a faint smile, "I've heard that you and Rem were studying magic machines for Sultan City's Leo Chamber of Commerce. So is it related to how you've wronged me?" Wella gave a slight nod. When she wanted to speak, Rem reached out his hand to stop her. "Wella, stop speaking. Could it be that you think we haven't been embarrassed enough?" Rem's expression was a bit pained. Well looked at him and calmly said, "It is because it is embarrassing that we have to talk about it. Since we've bumped into Sui, then it is better to just tell this matter to him. If we can't obtain his forgiveness and help, we'll shoulder our guilt for the rest of our lives. Are you willing to live like that?" Rem's raised hand became stiff and his expression kept changing before he finally let out a long sigh. His hand came down and he leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes without saying anything else. Sui felt this was strange. Based on the news he had heard, Rem and Wella had been treated very importantly after they followed Cimarat to the Leo Chamber of Commerce. Why did the two of them suddenly show up back in Bana City looking like they were lost? "Sui, since you know we went to the Leo Chamber of Commerce, you should also know what we were doing at the Leo Chamber of Commerce, right?" Wella asked. Sui nodded. "I know the general situation. The Leo Chamber of Commerce should have had you study magic machines, right? I've looked at the magic fans the Leo Chamber of Commerce produced, and it is the closest to the Frestec brand magic fan that we produced. Moreover, there was even the second-generation variable speed magic fan. It really surprised me. I thought that without the support of our Frestec Chamber of Commerce, it would be impossible for any other companies to make the second-generation magic fan." Ren suddenly gave a soft snort. "That isn't anything special. Why can't it be made?" Sui smiled, but he didn't say anything. Wella furiously glared at Rem and said in a dark voice, "Rem, shut up. You think it isn't embarrassing enough?" The corners of Rem's lips twitched before he tightly shut his mouth, preparing not to say anything else this time. Wella looked back at Sui and after pausing for a second, she continued, "We thought at first that the new magic fan wasn't anything that hard, and we even made the production magic machines, so making this magic fan was not a problem. Actually, with our efforts, we helped the Leo Chamber of Commerce make the same variable speed magic fan, and the Leo Chamber of Commerce rewarded me and Rim 100 gold coins each. But before this, the situation had been very calm and Wella had no expression at all, but there was a deep look of pain that appeared on her face after saying this. Sui, do you know about Saltan City's magic fan and magic rice cooker incidents? Sui gave a slight nod. This matter had been reported on in the Bandit Times, so it could be seen that it had a large influence. Wella's look of pain became even deeper as she said with a self-deprecating smile, "If it wasn't for us not knowing the depths of heaven and earth, researching the magic fan and the magic rice cooker, those matters wouldn't have happened at all." Sui, do you know, every night, the people who have been injured or died in Saltan City because of this matter appears in my dreams. It makes it very hard for me to sleep. They should be sleeping soundly in Saltan City, but because of the magic machines that I researched, they met this kind of accident. I've wronged them. Sui saw Wella's face filled with pain and saw the same expression on Rem's face, understanding what had happened. It seemed like these two felt the responsibility for this matter laid on them, making them shoulder a profound sense of guilt. But the strange thing was that Wella said that she had also wronged Sui. What was that about? Sui, do you know what the production magic machines of the Leo Chamber of Commerce is about? Wella asked. Sui knit his brows and thought about it before saying, the production magic machines is more complicated than the magic fan and the magic rice cooker, and the Leo Chamber of Commerce didn't buy them from our company, so they should have developed them themselves. But there are quality problems with the magic fans and magic rice cooker you developed, so the production magic machines the Leo Chamber of Commerce has shouldn't be that good. Moreover, I never heard of any problems with the Leo Chamber of Commerce's production magic machines, which proves that the technology for the production magic machines was not researched all on your own. That means, Sui's gaze looking at Wella and Rem suddenly turned sharp. Wella, the technology for the production magic machines, you should have stolen them from our Frestec Chamber of Commerce, right? Isn't saying steal too ugly to hear? Rem, who had been silent for a while, finally couldn't keep silent anymore. Sui, I admit that we took some information on the production magic machines from your Frestec Chamber of Commerce, but the production magic machines of the Leo Chamber of Commerce has our knowledge in it. You can't say that it is a complete copy of your Frestec Chamber of Commerce's production magic machines. Sui looked at Rem before shaking his head, not planning to discuss this matter with him. On the Signs continent, there was no intellectual property and there were no patents. So strictly speaking, even if Rim and Wella really stole the production magic machine technology from the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, there was no problem in terms of the law. But while there's no problem in terms of the law, one couldn't say there was no problem from a moral standpoint. The Signs continent treated people's research as secrets, and they were very important to that person. If a person without that person's agreement stole that person's technology for their own use, they would be looked down on by others. Wella, feeling like she had wronged Sui, the reason came from this. Just like Sui's analysis, the Leo Chamber of Commerce could make their own production magic machines was clearly because Wella and Rem had stolen the technology from the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, for the Leo Chamber of Commerce, who had no foundations on magic machines at all, it was impossible for them to make these more complicated and precise production magic machines. Let me think. Wella, I remember that before you left Bandit City, you said that you wanted to view our company's factory. You stole the information on the production magic machines then, right? Yes. Wella nodded. Sui, I was actually just curious back then and wanted to see what magic machines more complex than magic fans looked like. I never wanted to steal the technology. Only afterwards. There was a lot of pressure from the Leo Chamber of Commerce, so I gave them what I knew. Wella suddenly stood up and gave a deep bow to Sui. Seeing Wella's action, Rem wanted to stop her, but he seemed to have thought of something when he reached out his hand, so he stopped. Sui saw Wella's bowing, and he felt a bit depressed. Back in Great Magician Camilla's magic tower, because of her magic power and talent, Wella was very arrogant and never would have lowered her head to anyone. Now she was actually bowing and apologizing to the person with the weakest magic power. This really was surprising. After looking at Wella for a bit, Sui waved his hand. No need. I don't like being apologized to by others. There is no meaning in this. You should still tell me why you came back to Bandit City. Wella was not a roundabout person. So hearing what Sui said, she sat down and hesitantly replied, "It's nothing. Since those incidents happened, there should be someone who takes responsibility. We were the main researchers for those production magic machines, so naturally, we would take responsibility. A week ago, we were fired from the Leo Chamber of Commerce." Sui nodded, not being surprised at all. The Leo Chamber of Commerce's thoughts were very much like the companies on Earth. "This means that you two are both unemployed now?" Sui asked. Wella looked at Ram before saying with a soft sigh, "We couldn't stay in Sultan City anymore, and we only came back to Banta City because we came from Banta City to begin with. But since we left Great Magician Camilla back then, we definitely can't go back now. Rem and I have discussed it, and in a few days, when we've calmed down, we'll leave this place and look for work in a further city. I understand why you don't want to return to Great Magician Camilla's magic tower, but why are you leaving Banta City?" Sui said, "In Banta City, with your power and your knowledge, you can also find a job suitable to you." Wella shook her head. "Impossible. There is only magic research under Great Magician Camilla in Banta City, and it is impossible for us to continue researching magic machines, so there is no meaning in staying in Banta City." "Of course it isn't meaningless," Sui said with a faint smile, "as long as you're willing. I can represent the Frestek Chamber of Commerce to welcome you. How about it? Do you want to come?" Wella and Rem looked at Sui in a daze. The class bell had already rang a long time ago, and the other students had already left their seats, either going out to relax or gathering to talk with their friends in groups of 2 or 3. The classes for the Baron Richto Magic Academy were an hour and a half long, so the rest time was also a bit longer. Recess was 20 minutes, so students naturally seized this time to properly rest up. The only exception was Vivian. Other than going to the restroom once, Vivian almost never left her desk. Her head had been down the entire time as she honestly looked over her notes from the class just now. She read it again and again, trying to firmly lock up this knowledge in her mind and doing everything she could to understand it. After being sent here by Sui, Vivian had always been using everything she had to focus on studying. Because her parents had been slaves, Vivian had been a slave since she was born. So during the 14 years before Sui bought her, Vivian had always lived as a slave. Although Viscount Leslie treated his slaves better than some other nobles, a slave was still a slave in the end. The so-called kindness was only limited to not mistreating her or randomly killing her. It was impossible for Vivian to receive this kind of education. After Sui became her master, Vivian found that her life had greatly changed. Not only did she not have to worry about food or a place to rest each day, all she had to do was some simple housework. Moreover, Sui was multiple times better to slaves compared to Viscount Leslie. Vivian knew that after Sui bought her, she had already made her mental preparations. She thought that Sui was someone with special tastes, liking her body that hadn't fully developed yet. However, Sui had lived with her for 2 months and hadn't made a single move on her, not to mention doing anything to her. This filled Vivian with joy while also filling her with a tiny disappointment. It was hard to get a good master like Sui, and if he really wasn't interested in her body, would he ever sell her someone else in the future? Of course, that was not certain. Vivian had heard from some other female slaves that female slaves who were tired of were sold to even more cruel masters, making their lives even worse. But no matter what, the anxious Vivian never would have thought that Sui would send her to school. Going to school, to Vivian, it was a hope that once filled her heart. In the end, because of the cruel reality, she had no choice but to give it up. She knew that she was just a lowly slave. On the Signs continent, not every commoner would be able to receive an education, so there was no need to mention a lowly slave who no one cared if she died or not. So when Sui asked her if she wanted to go to school, she was stunned for a while. After confirming with him multiple times, she finally joyfully agreed. In the blink of an eye, Vivian had already been enrolled in the Baron Richto Magic Academy for over a month now. Although Baron Richto Magic Academy was called a magic academy, it was not just for teaching magic. When this school was formed by Baron Richto, it was made for teaching magic, but after developing for hundreds of years, this school had become the largest comprehensive school in Banta City. Other than teaching magic, it also taught all kinds of basic knowledge like language, history, culture, and even art. Because Vivian had never been educated before, Sui had enrolled her in a basic language course. giving her the most basic reading and writing skills. Other than this, she had been enrolled in a drawing course. Although Vivian had never been educated, her intelligence was not low. Adding in her desire for knowledge, in just a short month, she had already grasped how to read and write. Although she didn't understand everything, she already had no problem with basic reading. Compared to her language course, Vivian's performance in her drawing course could be considered shocking. Sue through the casual drawings that Vivian had learned of her talent, but after she came to Baron Ricto Magic Academy, her talent had instantly exploded under the guidance of the art teacher. In just a short week, Vivian had completely conquered the teacher. The usually strict art teacher said that she was a genius artist that came every few decades. The current Vivian, because of her strong talent in art, she had already gained some fame in the Baron Ricto Magic Academy. It was a pity this fame didn't bring many advantages, but rather caused quite a bit of trouble for her. After she finished reviewing after class, Vivian left the language classroom and walked down the hall to her drawing classroom when she was blocked by 3 people. "Hey, dear Miss Vivian, can you accept an invitation to supper with me tonight?" The young man in the middle of the 3 looked at Vivian and asked this in a very glib voice. Vivian looked at him and recognized him as Enrique of the magic department. "Sorry, I don't have time tonight." Vivian decisively rejected him. Ever since he saw Vivian from the side in the drawing classroom and personally witnessing Vivian's talent in art, it seemed like Enrique had begun liking Vivian. He had begun to stalk Vivian while trying to chase her. But Vivian had gained this precious chance to learn with great difficulty. So how could she have time to waste with Enrique? So whenever Enrique made a request, Vivian had directly rejected him and not given him any chance. "It's no problem if you don't have time tonight. You would have time tomorrow, right?" Enrique didn't seem to want to give up. "I don't have time tomorrow either." Vivian shook her head before seriously saying to Enrique, "Please give up, all right?" After being with Sue for a while and being influenced by him, the current Vivian was not as timid as before and now dared to speak her own thoughts. Enrique's expression changed. He never thought that Vivian would reject him so decisively. This wasn't giving him any face at all. In front of his 2 friends, Enrique instantly felt very embarrassed and couldn't stop his voice from turning cold. "Miss Vivian, I just want to have a meal and talk to you a bit. There is no need to be this heartless, right?" Vivian innocently blinked her eyes, not understanding what Enrique meant. After all, she was just a little girl who wasn't even 15 yet, and she had been a slave for her entire life, so didn't understand relationships too well. She didn't understand the boring ego of these kinds of little men. But this kind of appearance from her made Enrique even madder. Enrique's face sunk. He thought about it before suddenly grabbing Vivian's hand and saying in a deep voice, "Let me tell you, whether you are willing or not, you will agree tonight. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Seeing Enrique's 2 lackeys coming forward, Vivian remembered the scene from back when she was under Viscount Leslie, almost being beaten to death by guards because of a single mistake. Her face instantly filled with fear and her body began to tremble. Seeing Vivian's look of fear, Enrique immediately gave a proud laugh. He prepared to pull Vivian around the campus. How could Vivian compare to Enrique in terms of strength? Although she was very unwilling, she couldn't help being pulled along by him. If it was another girl, she definitely could have called out. But Vivian had been a slave since she was young, and she was used to having a low status or being bullied by others. Although her body and heart was filled with resistance, she didn't call out for help at all. Only in her heart, there was a single cry. Enrique, pulling Vivian along, suddenly stopped, and a figure appeared in front of him. "Hey, uncle, you want to meddle in this matter? Let me tell you, it's best if you don't." Enrique only finished half his words when a fireball suddenly flew at him. Enrique was shocked, but he quickly let go of Vivian's hand and raised a water shield in front of him. It had to be said, Enrique's level of magic was not bad. In this kind of situation, he could actually form a complete water shield. But although this fireball seemed normal, its strength was quite astonishing. Enrique's water shield was instantly shattered, and the fireball slammed into his chest, sending him flying away. Enrique had just fallen to the ground when Waterball fell onto him. It extinguished the flames on his chest while completely drenching him in cold water. It was now the beginning of November, and it was a bit cold. Now that he had been drenched in cold water, naturally, he was hit with a chill. Instantly waking up Enrique, who had almost fainted from being hit with a fireball. Looking at the person in front looking down on him, Enrique's heart filled with shock and fear. He quickly shouted out, "You dare hit me? Do you know who my father is? If you dare go against me, do you believe that my father will beat you until you're crippled?" Sui looked down at Enrique, who had lost some hair from the fireball, and who looked incomparably sorry from being drenched in water, and he couldn't help letting out a cold laugh. "Oh, who is your father? Let's hear it." My father is the chairman of the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce. Let me tell you, I know many powerful magicians, and any one of them can beat you until you're a cripple." Bringing out his father, Enrique was suddenly filled with courage. It's actually Chairman Morgan's son. This is really hard to handle. Sui revealed a difficult expression. Enrique thought he was afraid, and he jumped up from the ground. He pointed at Sui and arrogantly said, "How about it? Are you afraid now? Humph. Let me tell you, you have hurt me like this. Don't think I'll let you go. You just wait. I will definitely tell this matter to my father and let you suffer." Sui nodded in praise. "Not bad. You know you can't win, so you look for your father for help. I wanted to take care of you, but I have to give Chairman Morgan some face, so I can't do anything. Then again, Chairman Morgan is our good friend, and laying a hand on a friend's son is like bullying the weak." Enrique was stunned. Based on this person's words, he seemed to be an acquaintance of his father. Father even said that they were good friends. It would be bad if this was true. To be considered a friend of father's, normally it would be people he contacted through business. Father cared more about benefits to the company compared to anything. If he told this matter to his father, there was no need to mention his father taking revenge for him. His father might even fiercely teach him a lesson. "You, who are you?" Enrique hesitated a bit before he finally couldn't help asking this. "Not bad. You finally know to ask my name." Sui revealed a grin. "Listen well, I am Sui, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's chairman." Enrique's face instantly looked like dying ashes. "Vivian, this kid doesn't seem like he's been bothering you for just a day or two now, does he?" Watching Enrique's group of 3 running off, Sui asked Vivian this with a frown. "He was at Baron Ricto Magic Academy today. Other than teaching a theoretical basics of magic machines class, he was here for another important matter." Who would have thought that after he finished class and was walking across campus, he would see Vivian talking to 3 boys about something in the distance? At first, Sui thought that the 3 of them were Vivian's classmates, feeling happy that Vivian had made friends in this short period of time, and even guessed that perhaps they were Vivian's admirers. But after a while, he suddenly saw one of the boys grabbing Vivian and pulling her to the school gates. Even if Vivian didn't call out for help, whether it was her expression or her action, they all showed signs of resistance. How could Sui endure this? He had lived with Vivian for several months, and he had already treated Vivian as a family member. Without saying anything else, he threw a fireball at Enrique, not giving them any chance to argue back at all. But Enrique, being the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce's chairman Fuller Morgan's son, this was something that Sui didn't expect. Because the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had joined the business union, and the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce were in their honeymoon phase, Sui's relationship with Morgan Fuller right now wasn't bad. If Chairman Morgan knew that Sui had taught his son a lesson, although he wouldn't blame him, their relationship would become a bit awkward. Hearing Sui's question, Vivian responded while lowering her head. "Then why didn't you tell me sooner?" Sui took Vivian's arm that had been grabbed by Enrique and found that there was a bruise on it. It could be seen how hard Enrique had been gripping just now. "What if I wasn't here one day and that kid really did something to you?" Vivian lowered her head even further, and after a while, she muttered, I was afraid of worrying master." Sui gave a sigh and rubbed her head. "Idiot. If something really happened to you, it would be too late for me to worry. Next time this kind of thing happens, you must tell me, understand?" Vivian gave a slight nod and gave an unsound. Sui suddenly revealed a smile. Then again, "Vivian, you really have made progress." "Oh." Vivian looked up at Sui in a confused manner. "You were actually afraid of worrying me. That means that you're already treating me as a family member and know I will worry." "Not bad, not bad. It seems like letting you come to school was right. It's only been 2 months, and you've progressed quite a bit," Sui said with a smile. Seeing the smile on Sui's face, the shock and fear in Vivian's heart completely scattered. She revealed a sweet smile to Sue, and there was a faint blush on her face. How about this? Since this happened today, you can go ask for a day off from your teacher and not go to class today. Go home and rest first. I'll find some time to come back tonight, and we can go out to eat. What do you think? What Sue didn't expect was that Vivian would actually shake her head to this suggestion. No, I'm fine. I still want to stay at school for a bit. Being able to learn a bit more is good. Vivian looked at Sue with an expectant gaze as she said this. Oh, you're that interested in studying? Sue said in an emotional voice. After thinking about it, he agreed to Vivian's request. After that Enrique learned his name, he wouldn't have the guts to cause trouble for Vivian anymore. If there really was no choice, Sue could ask Director Shearer to take care of Vivian. After all, the Baron Ricto Magic Academy took all that money from Sue. He should at least receive some preferential treatment. After asking Vivian a few questions about how her studies were going, Vivian mentioned that her drawing class would start soon and said goodbye to Sue. Sue went to the school administration office to meet Director Shearer. Other than coming here to hold a lecture on theoretical basics of magic machines, Sue had come to Baron Ricto Magic Academy for another important reason. He would sign another contract with the Baron Ricto Magic Academy. During the lecture on theoretical basics of magic machines, Oren and some other students of the Baron Ricto Magic Academy had secretly told Sue that they were very interested in studying magic machines. After they graduated from school, they wanted to join the Frestec Chamber of Commerce to study magic machines. Naturally, Sue extended a warm welcome to them. The reason why he spent such a large amount of money to hold a lesson on theoretical basics of magic machines at the Baron Ricto Magic Academy was just to attract the attention of the students, hoping to guide them into studying magic machines. Although Sue had a deep mechanical engineering knowledge from Earth, studying magic machines was still a new topic for him. The theory in this aspect was impossible to compile based on him alone. He needed a large number of magicians to participate. The more people he could gather, the faster he could complete the theory on magic machines, and the better it would be. Although more than 10 students had expressed their interest right now, Sue felt that was still too little. After thinking about it, he directly had a talk with Director Shearer of the Baron Ricto Magic Academy and decided to create a student aid fund under the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's name. There were two kinds of student aid funds. One was for children from poor families in the school. As long as they handed in their applications and after everything was checked, they could receive financial aid from the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, helping them pay their school fees and expenses. The other kind was for the magic department. This fund had more money than the other fund, but the requirements were also higher. The students that obtained the second kind of fund would have their entire education paid for by the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Not only would that include all their school fees and their not low living expenses, it also included extra financial support that would allow these students to obtain better conditions to conduct magical research. Accordingly, the students that received the second fund would have to work for the Frestec Chamber of Commerce after they graduated, and the lowest contract period was 3 years. As for what the students wanted to do after the 3 years, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce wouldn't limit them in any way. After hearing that Sue wanted to establish these student funds, Director Shearer was overjoyed and worried. He was happy because if the Frestec Chamber of Commerce really did provide the funds for these grants, that meant that many students that couldn't keep studying because of family circumstances could keep studying because of this financial aid. Whether it was to those children or the Baron Ricto Magic Academy, this was a good thing. As for his worries, he was worried that the students of the Baron Ricto Magic Academy would increase their good feelings for the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, especially magic department students who received the second kind of grant. No matter what they wanted, they had to work for the Frestec Chamber of Commerce for 3 years after they graduated. This was indirectly equal to the Baron Ricto Magic Academy training magicians for the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Director Shearer was an old-fashioned magician. He always thought that the most important thing for magicians was raising their own magic power, working hard to become strong. As for magic application, especially those magic machines of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, that was just an evil path. It was not worthy of becoming the true path for magicians. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't reject the money offered, he wouldn't have even let Sue do his lesson on theoretical basics of magic machines. Director Shearer's anxiety was in the end repelled by a few words from Sue. This student aid fund is voluntary application. Our Frestech Chamber of Commerce will not force any students to accept it, nor will we allow the school to force them to accept it. It will be no different from before. Rather, we can give the students a right to choose. Not to mention that if the students don't even have the funds to support their studies, even if they don't take our student aid funds, they won't be able to become magicians in the end. You think that compared to this, which result is better for the children? Director Shearer was convinced by Su Yi's facts, so he talked to the other school administrators and finally facilitated a contract between Su Yi and the Baron Richter Magic Academy. Su Yi came today to sign the contract. The discussions had already been settled a long time ago. After Su Yi met with Director Shearer, he also met with the school principal, and then they represented the Frestech Chamber of Commerce and the Baron Richter Magic Academy to sign this contract. There were no surprises during this entire process. The only thing that wasn't harmonious was the bitter smile Director Shearer revealed in the end when he saw the contract being signed. Chairman Su, if our school had enough funding, I definitely wouldn't let these children walk on this path. Su Yi revealed a faint smile. Director Shearer, perhaps you think that studying MGIC machines is an evil path and the wrong way, but I believe that not long after, you will find that combining magic and machines, letting magic help people and change their lives is the proper way. When that time comes, the students that come from this school and studied magic machines in our Frestech Chamber of Commerce will definitely create more value that will far surpass that of you traditional magicians. Director Shearer looked at Su Yi before giving a sigh. I hope it is like this. Each time the middle of the month came, it would be an exciting time for the Frestech Chamber of Commerce workers. The reason was very simple. It was because the middle of the month was their payday. After working hard for a month, when they received their pay, everyone would be much happier than normal. Adding in the fact that early in the morning, Heinz and Camby had announced a good piece of news to the workers of both factories. Not only did they not need to work overtime today, the company would also host a large banquet for both workshops, and all the workers could participate for free. Not only did the banquet have plenty of food, it even had good wine. When hearing that the wind was actually from the Sachi Manor, not only did the Household Magic Machine Workshop's workers explode with cheers, the dwarves of the Magic Machine Workshop almost blew up their workshop with their cheers. Being supported by this exciting mood, the productivity of both workshops had increased by 20% today. They finished all the work they should have finished during overtime during their normal shifts. When it was close to dinner, Heinz and Camby announced that work was over half an hour early and they gathered everyone to give out their pay. Because the Frestech Chamber of Commerce received large amounts of orders, there was quite a bit of overtime for both workshops last month. So when they gave out wages, adding in the pay for the overtime, each worker's salary was quite a bit higher than normal. The dwarves of the Magic Machine Workshop had a set salary of 8 gold coins per month, but now even the person with the smallest wage had at least 12 gold coins. There were many of them that received even more than 14 gold coins. This wage could be considered quite good in Bana City. Even many of the old workers in the large companies couldn't receive this kind of wage. To the dwarves that had lived impoverished lives before, this was a giant amount. Other than that, because the Frestech Chamber of Commerce took care of their meals and lodgings, this was equal to helping them save money. If this was in the dwarf tribe, because humans raised prices when doing business with dwarfs, it seemed like dwarves didn't consume a lot each month, but it was still quite a lot when it was converted into gold coins. Adding it all up, the dwarves received over 20 gold coins per month in salary. Compared to this, the workers of the Household Magic Machine Workshop didn't have wages as high as the dwarves. The lowest received over 10 gold coins, and the highest received close to 13 gold coins. Other than that, because the workers in the Household Magic Machine Workshop were all human, the Frestech Chamber of Commerce didn't have many scruples in giving them benefits. So other than their wages, the human workers in the Magic Machine Workshop could also receive many material benefits. For example, condiments for their daily cooking, rice and flour, fruits that the workers normally couldn't bear to buy, and other things. Although these things weren't expensive, they were all things the workers needed. Many times, the effect they had wasn't worse than paying them their wages. If there was still a part of the human workers that still wasn't too assured about this new company yet, after working for the Frestech Chamber of Commerce's factory for over 2 months, these human workers no longer had any suspicion towards the Frestech Chamber of Commerce. Not only was a stable wage here, there were all kinds of benefits they had never imagined before. The work here was even much more relaxed compared to other places, and the boss didn't beat or scold them. To many of the human workers, this place was simply like heaven. Not mentioning having any doubts about the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. If Sui were to come here and fire a worker, that person would immediately break out in tears and definitely refuse to leave. Of the 300 workers in the household magic machine workshop, there were 100 workers who were rather special. Seeing the other human workers pick up their wages in high spirits, these 100 workers moved to the side. Although their expressions were filled with envy, they didn't have any hope in their hearts at all. These 100 human workers were naturally the 100 slaves Viscount Leslie had given Sui. After they knew that Viscount Leslie had given them to Sui, the hearts of these 100 slaves were filled with happiness. This was because they were clear that following a master like Sui was definitely better than being under Viscount Leslie. Of course, they still remembered their slave status and didn't dare have any expectations towards receiving wages. They belonged to Sui, so it was natural that they worked for him. It was pretty good that he was feeding them, so how could he still give them money? Therefore, when a slave heard Seabass, who was handing out wages, call his name, and found that Seabass gave him not some daily necessities, but actually a purse when he arrived in front of him, he was completely stunned. This is for me. Bazak carefully pointed at the purse, speaking with a look of disbelief on his face. Yes, it's yours, quickly take it. Next, Seabass threw the purse to Bazak and called out the next slave in a loud voice. Bazak walked back to the slaves holding the purse in a daze. The other slaves couldn't suppress the curiosity in their hearts and urged him to open the purse. Bazak's trembling hands took a while to open up the purse, and instantly a dazzling golden glow came out of the purse. Lying in the purse, if it wasn't dazzling gold coins, what else could it be? The surrounding slaves stretched their heads out, looking into the purse, and they couldn't hold back their gasps of shock. The youngest slave was still over 20, and even with how old they were, they had never seen a gold coin before, especially one that belonged to them. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 8 gold coins. Bazak slowly finished counting the coins in the purse, and he couldn't help roaring out in excitement. Gods above! Bazak could actually own 8 gold coins. This must be a gift from the gods. No, this was Lord Suyi's grace. Bazak quickly ran over to Sui, who was standing beside Seabass looking over the monthly accounts. He fell down with a putong and kept bowing his head. Sui was surprised and quickly pulled him up. Seeing Bazak's bloody forehead, he asked in shock, "What are you doing?" I wanted to thank Lord Sui. You must be a great god descended to the world." Sui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He never thought that giving someone the wages they deserved could actually make them this excited. He waved his hand to stop the other slaves who wanted to do the same. Sui shook his head and was too lazy to explain anything to Bazak as he called for 2 slaves to take him away to stop his bleeding. Then he waved a Seabass to let him continue giving out the wages. Heinz on the side suddenly knit his brows. He came beside Sui and said in a low voice, "Sui, I already said it before. It's best if you don't give the slaves wages. This will be bad if you keep doing this. I'm afraid you'll attract resentment from the nobles of the kingdom." Sui looked at him and revealed a relaxed smile. "Relax, didn't I tell you last time? I am not a noble now. I am only doing things as a merchant. Those lord nobles will not care about what a small merchant like me does. It isn't related to them anyway." "Then you don't want to become a noble?" Heinz then asked. Sui closed the book of accounts and after thinking for a bit, he said with a serious face, "I do, and I want to be one very much. I wish I could already become a noble. On the continent, the status of a noble makes handling many things much more convenient. At least I can have a piece of land that belongs to me, so I can do whatever I want. But it isn't like that right now. Just expanding the workshop has already tied up our hands." Heinz looked over out the window to look at the construction site for the new workshop. According to Suyi's real intentions, when he wanted to construct this new factory, he wanted to replan this large piece of land to lay the foundation for further expansion. But Heinz had reminded him that the land they were currently using belonged to Viscount Leslie. If Viscount Leslie ever changed his mind, the land that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce worked so hard to develop would be gone. So Sui was helpless, He could only first build a new workshop and suppress the idea of building an industrial district back down into his heart. Su Yi's eyes looked over the construction site with Heinz, and he said with a soft sigh, "If I had a piece of land, I am certain that I could build a complete and beautiful industrial district on that land. It'll be much better than this current mess." Heinz said with a bitter smile, "It's a pity that you're not a noble." Sui thought for a bit before giving Heinz a smile. "I'm not now, but that doesn't mean I can't be in the future. Perhaps when I come back from Anvilmar, you'll find that I've already become a noble." Heinz was stunned. Looking at Su Yi's mysterious expression, he was a bit surprised. He had heard Su Yi say that when he goes to Anvilmar to participate in the Magician's Guild's certification exam, the king would also summon him. Could it be he received some inside information? But Su Yi didn't explain at all as he watched Seabass hand out the rest of the wages. He called Alex to let the workers gather and prepare for the banquet before calling Heinz, Camby, and Seabass to follow him to the office. "I think the three of you already know, but I'll be leaving this place tomorrow and I'll be heading to Anvilmar." When the four of them sat down, Su Yi directly said this. Heinz, Camby, and Seabass looked at each other before they all nodded. This is different compared to going to the dwarf tribe. If it is a round trip, it will take at least 10 days, and if some unexpected delays come up, it is likely it will take more than half a month. Because my time away is a bit long, all the work related to the company during this time needs to be planned ahead of time. Su Yi nodded to Seabass. "Seabass, first give us a summary of the company's financial situation during this time." "Yes, Sir Chairman." After being together for some time, Seabass was no longer only respectful on the surface to Su Yi like before, rather he began to treat him like his boss. After giving a response, he opened the accounting books in his hands and looked over them before saying, "Because our company has received large amounts of orders for magic machines lately, and adding in the fact that our production line has been smooth, our income has been very stable. The financial situation of the company is very good right now. Just based on the data from last month, our profit has reached 11,423 gold coins. Although the data for this month isn't out yet, with our current trend, the profit of our company will keep making breakthroughs at least in the next 3 months." Although Heinz and Camby were high-level managers in the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, they only had some approximate knowledge towards their financial situation. They didn't know the exact numbers. Hearing Seabass give them a number that was over 10,000 gold coins, they immediately revealed wide smiles. Especially Heinz, who had a 20% share in the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. If these profits were distributed, it meant that he would have an income of 2,000 gold coins in just a single month. When he was still running his general store, this kind of huge digit only existed in his mind. He never thought that it would become a reality one day. Of course, after being with Su Yi for a long time, his eyes were no longer looking at just the present. Of course, he wouldn't hope that these profits would be distributed right now. Of course, other than profits, the expenses of the company are also quite big. Seabass paused before saying, "The largest is the wages for the workers, with this month totaling 5,761 gold coins. Adding in the additional benefits, we have spent a total of 6,347 gold coins on our workers." That much. Hearing this number, Heinz and Camby were stunned at the same time. One really know the costs if they didn't manage the house. Although the two of them knew that the workers' wages should have cost them a lot, but hearing this large number come out of Seabass' mouth, the two of them were shocked. "It's just that much." Sui looked at them before saying with a nod, "So you two need to think of a way to increase your worker efficiency, making them produce more quality products in the same amount of time." Camby and Heinz looked at each other before revealing difficult looks. The workers are already working very hard, so if you want to increase the worker efficiency, I'm afraid the gains will not match the losses. Heinz thought about it before saying this. "My meaning is not forcing them to be more efficient, rather to use other methods to increase efficiency." Su Yi said. "To give an example, Heinz, do you remember the suggestion I gave you last time?" Heinz thought about it. "You're talking about how you had me move the magic production machines for the screw to behind the people putting them all together? Right. Although this was a small action, it allowed the workers putting the things together to use the screw right after the small magic thread rolling machine finished making it. This was a small increase in efficiency. Based on this example, you should be able to find even more methods to increase worker efficiency. Hines and Camby gave thoughtful nods. Sue then said, "Of course, raising efficiency isn't all about the workers. I have been researching a new generation of production magic machines with great magician Camilla, and if we can successfully develop it, the new generation's magic machines will be several times more efficient than the ones we use now. This can also greatly increase production efficiency. At the same time, I will also research some magic machine tools with Still and the others. Using them will make it easier for the workers to complete their jobs. For example, Still and the others are researching a small magic drill. If this can be made, the workers responsible to drilling in the screws can use it, and they no longer need to slowly twist it in, increasing their speed by several folds." Hines and Camby looked at Sue in shock. "Why didn't you tell us before?" Although Seabass didn't ask, he also looked at Sue. As Viscount Leslie's representative in the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, he needed to understand the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's current actions to properly report to Viscount Leslie. He suddenly heard Sue say that he was researching all these new things that he had never heard of before. If Viscount Leslie knew about this, he definitely wouldn't be happy. Sue waved his hand and said with a smile, "Because these things were only thoughts before, so there was no use in mentioning them. Now with all these magic machines and magic arrays as foundations, we've already built a basic framework. When I come back from Anvilmar, I believe Great Magician Camilla and Still's group will give a satisfactory answer. I'll come find you for the final experimental tests, and then it'll be complete. You just need to wait patiently." Hines and Camby nodded, showing they agreed. After being with Sue for a few months, they were used to Sue making decisions and them implementing those decisions. Seabass thought about it before tentatively asking, "Sir Chairman, as for the new production magic machines and small magic drill you mentioned, should these be reported to the Lord Viscount?" Sue revealed a smile. "You don't need to tell him. I'll be going to Anvilmar with the Lord Viscount tomorrow. I'll find some time to tell him on the way." The three were stunned again. Sue was actually traveling with Viscount Leslie. This was a bit unexpected to them. "The Lord Viscount hasn't been home in a while, so he's using this chance to go with me to Anvilmar. He will go back to see his family while also bringing me along as a guest," Sue explained. Camby didn't have any special reactions, but the expressions on Hines and Seabass' faces couldn't help changing. Sue had said it lightly, but the two understood. Viscount Leslie's actions clearly meant that he had truly accepted Sue planning to introduce Sue to his family. If nothing unexpected happened, this meant that Sue would join the sphere of influence of the family behind Viscount Leslie. Seabass gazed towards Sue became more kind because if nothing unexpected happened, they would all be on the same side. Hines slightly knit his brows before relaxing them again. Although he felt that it was a pity that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce would be a dependent of a large family, this was a matter they were helpless on. On the Signs continent, if one didn't have the support of a large noble family, normal merchants and companies wouldn't have a proper foothold. Since Sue had chosen Viscount Leslie back then, it was best if he didn't change his path. Otherwise, if he chased away everyone, the final ending would definitely be ugly. Sue noticed the changes of their expression and revealed a faint smile. It wasn't hard to guess their thoughts, but Sue wasn't completely like what they imagined. He wasn't completely giving himself up to the family behind Viscount Leslie. Of course, he definitely had to obtain their support, but Sue insisted on maintaining a bit of independence. As for reaching this middle balance, that was a problem Sue had to face. "Seabass, your report isn't over yet. Continue," Sue said to Seabass. "Yes, Chairman." Perhaps it was because he already considered Sue on his side, but Seabass was much more respectful to Sue now. He gave a loud response before looking down at his accounts. After a slight pause, he said with a clear hesitation, "Other than the spending on the workers, the biggest costs are the various investments Sir Chairman has made. This includes the fixed 500 gold coins given to the dwarves and the not fixed material investment currently set at 200 gold coins. Other than that, there is the investment of 1,000 gold coins given to Great Magician Camilla each year, coming to an average of 83 gold coins per month. Then there is the investment to the 3-member research lab of Miss Stills, which added up comes to a total of 57 gold coins last month. Then there's the student aid fund Sir Chairman signed with the Baron Ricto Magic Academy a few days ago, which by my estimates would cost around 100 gold coins per month. Adding this all up, There is no specific number for the investments Sir Chairman has made, but it should be around 1,000 gold coins per month. Hines looked at Sue E in a daze. You find 1,000 gold coins a month too little? Sue E, our company only earns over 10,000 gold coins each month, and we have less than 6,000 gold coins left after paying our workers' wages. If you take off another 1,000 gold coins, that is only 5,000 gold coins left. What? You think that 5,000 gold coins of pure profit is small? Sue E looked at Hines. Actually, I really feel that 1,000 gold coins is just too little. If I had the choice, I would even invest all of the company's income into research. Are you crazy? What would we even earn? Hines couldn't help raising his voice. As a major shareholder of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, he could accept Sue E investing a bit of the profits into research, but he definitely would not accept Sue Yi's idea of investing all their income into research. Sue E shrugged his shoulders. He already knew that Hines's vision was not far, so it wasn't a surprise that he had this kind of reaction. What ideas do Viscount Leslie have? Sue E asked Seabass. Seabass hesitated a bit before looking at Hines and saying with a forced smile, the Lord Viscount said that he has already promised Sir Chairman that he wouldn't participate in decisions for the company. You can do what you want. He won't have any objections. Is that so? Sue E revealed a smile and spread his arms to Hines. His meaning was self-evident. Hines gave a cold snort, but said nothing else. Sue E looked at Hines before suddenly revealing a mysterious smile and waving his hands at the three of them. Actually, I have an idea that will definitely earn the company a lot of money. Do you want to hear it? Hines was shocked. He was very clear on Sue Yi's abilities, and since Sue Yi said this, it meant that he really did have a feasible plan. So Hines immediately perked up and went over to seriously listen to Sue Yi. 2 days later, a companion of 7 horse-drawn carriages slowly entered the Lampuri Kingdom's capital, Anvilmar City. The cavalcade had just entered the city gates and passed the first corner when Baron Hannes jumped down from the first carriage. Leslie, Sue E, I'll be going back home alone first. I'll come find you guys when I have time. That's right, Sue E, perhaps my father will be interested in seeing you. That would truly be my honor. Sue E said with a smile. Baron Hannes knit his brows and shook his head. My father, Forget it. Since it's hard for you to take this trip, seeing more people should be a good thing for you. All right, we'll decide it like this. I'll be leaving first. See you. He waved his hand to Sue E and Viscount Leslie after saying this, and then he turned the corner. Is he going to walk back? Sue E watched as Baron Hannes leisurely walked through the streets filled with people and was a bit surprised. Marquis Thur's manor isn't far from here. Viscount Leslie casually explained before giving an order to the driver. The cavalcade began to move in a different direction. As the capital of the Lampuri Kingdom, how lively Anvilmar City was far from something a small bandit city could compare to. The cavalcade didn't move smoothly, and after spending half an hour, they had only crossed 3 streets. If we didn't bring so many things, we could also jump out of the horse carriage. Walking there would probably be faster. Sue E opened the window curtain and looked at the bustling crowd outside. He thought about traffic jams back in the large cities on Earth. He never thought that he would encounter them in this world too. There's no other way. Anvilmar City is the biggest city in the kingdom, so naturally there are more people here compared to Bana City. Then again, it'll be the Magicians Guild certification exam soon, so there are more people in the city compared to usual. It would be strange if it wasn't this busy. Viscount Leslie also looked out the window, and he didn't look rushed at all. Rather, he had a faint smile. I would frequently wander the streets alone as a child, so seeing this scene brings up fond memories. Sue E shrugged his shoulders. He really couldn't resonate with Viscount Leslie in this aspect. The cavalcade slowly moved forward on the large street, and it was a good thing their destination wasn't far away. Sue E was not in a rush, so he looked out the window in a relaxed manner. It was like Viscount Leslie said, because if it was close to the Magicians Guild certification exam, there were more magicians in their magic robes in Anvilmar City. Some came alone, some wandered in groups of 2s and 3s, while there was also a group of young children who were around 10 years old. Those children should have been arranged by a magic academy. Viscount Leslie looked at the children to the right of the carriage in the same uniforms before looking back at Sue E with a strange smile on his face. Hey, Sue E, I've heard that you've arranged something called the Student Aid Fund at the Baron Ricto Magic Academy a few days ago. Are you planning to trick those students to work at your company? What tricking? Sue looked at Viscount Leslie. I was very clear on the conditions. How could it be considered tricking someone? Then again, it isn't bad for them to come work at our Frestec Chamber of Commerce. The wage isn't low, and we give them a large space to develop. This is such a good thing that some people can't even obtain it if they want it. He pointed at the group of children outside the carriage after he said this. Let me tell you, if it is possible, I want to establish the Frestec Student Aid Fund in every Magic Academy. It's best if all the children of Magic Academies knew about the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Viscount Leslie took a deep look at Sue. Are you planning to change the views of magicians, starting with the children? You can tell. Sue revealed a smile before revealing a bit of a helpless look. There's no other way. It is just too hard to change the views of adult magicians. I can only start planning long-term. Actually, it isn't as hard as you think. Viscount Leslie said in a thoughtful voice. Think about it. Since you could convince great magician Camilla, it means that you can also convince the other magicians. To be blunt, as long as you can give them enough benefits, it isn't impossible to change their thoughts. Of course, if you want to change the thoughts of the entire Magicians Guild, with your current strength, it isn't too likely. Sue gave a sigh. Lord Viscount, you're just wasting words. Viscount Leslie gave a laugh. Anyway, I won't interfere with how the company is managed, so I'm just giving you my thoughts. As for whether you listen or that, that's up to you. Sue rolled his eyes at Viscount Leslie. When he wanted to curse him a few times, there was suddenly a pitiful cry and several shocked calls that cut through their conversation. Following the sound, they saw a large, empty space in front of the horse carriage. There was a man who was wearing a tattered black robe that rolled a few times, landing right in front of the horse carriage. If it wasn't for the driver's fast reactions and pulled on the reins, he would have already been crushed under the hooves of the horse. 3 young men in luxurious clothes came out of the crowd. After looking at the man on the ground, the youth in the middle sent a kick right into that person's chest and cursed. I already told you not to block this young master's path, and you dare not listen? Don't you think you deserve a beating? While saying this, the youth kept sending kicks onto that person. It was unknown if that person didn't dare resist, or if he didn't have the strength to resist at all. Although each kick made his body reel in pain, he only gave a soft grunt and didn't react in any other way. Sue knit his brows. He looked at the 3 youths before looking at the person on the ground, as hesitation formed in his heart. Sue was a bit unwilling to endure, but seeing the luxurious clothes of the 3 youths and how they dared to act this arrogantly on the streets of Amblemar City, they were probably juniors of some noble family. If he rashly made a move, perhaps he might attract some trouble. When Sue was hesitating, the other 2 youths joined in on the beating. With the 3 working together, sending kicks down, the person on the ground opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. It sprinkled on the tiles of the ground and looked very shocking. There were waves of shocked gasps from the crowd. Clearly this had scared them. Some people also revealed hesitant looks, but not a single person came out. It was clear they had the same scruples as Sue. But Sue couldn't take it anymore. He began to move and prepared to jump out of the horse carriage. But as soon as he rose, Viscount Leslie on the side pulled him back. Sue, you want to stick your nose in other people's business? Viscount Leslie asked. Sue looked at him as he said in a cold voice, Lord Viscount, perhaps you nobles are used to this kind of thing, but I can't get used to it. Viscount Leslie couldn't help smiling. I'm just asking you, why are you projecting your anger at me? I'm not the one hitting people. Viscount Leslie shook his head and said with a soft sigh, I thought that with your appearance in Banda City, you wouldn't be this hot-blooded, but I never thought that I was wrong. Sue knit his brows. Lord Viscount, what do you want to say? If it's nothing, stop delaying me from saving someone. After a while, he might be beaten to death. Viscount Leslie laughed. He stood up to push Sue back in his seat before opening the curtain to the carriage to jump out. He shouted to the 3 youths in a cold voice, Victor, Sel, Urget, after not seeing each other in 2 years, I never thought that you 3 kids would still be so arrogant. Why are you not stopping for me yet? Who dares call out to this young master, seeking death? The youth in the middle had just finished a kick and heard someone calling out to reprimand him. When he had just cursed out, he stopped himself and his arrogant face turned as pale as a ghost. The other 2 youths felt it was strange and also looked over. After seeing Viscount Leslie, Their faces had turned as pale as the youth in the middle. Viscount Leslie gave a laugh and said to the youth in the middle, "Victor, you really are brave. You dare say I'm seeking death? Will you accept your punishment? Or will I have to come over to take care of you?" The youth called Victor trembled. His expression changed several times before he finally came in front of Viscount Leslie with a bitter look on his face. Sui was nearby, so he heard him plead with Viscount Leslie in a low voice when he came over. "Big brother Leslie, there are so many people here. Leave a bit of face for me." Viscount Leslie gave a cold snort before nodding. He suddenly raised his foot to kick Victor's stomach. This kick clearly wasn't weak, with Victor bending over in pain, but he didn't dare call out at all. After a while, he stood back up again, but there were a few drops of cold sweat on his face. Viscount Leslie hooked his finger at the other two youths. The two looked at each other before coming over with bitter smiles on their faces. Viscount Leslie didn't waste words as he directly sent out a kick for both of them. Based on the sound, it didn't sound lighter than the kick he had given to Victor. After he finished, Viscount Leslie waved his hand at the three of them. "All right, all of you scram." It was like the three had been pardoned as they moved through the crowd, disappearing in an instant. People had thought that someone's life would be taken today, but someone had suddenly popped out. Those three arrogant, noble young masters instant became mice in front of a cat, easily solving this problem. Seeing that there was nothing else to watch, the crowd scattered and not a single person cared about the person lying on the ground. Sui jumped out of the carriage and wanted to reach out to help that person up, but that person struggled to stand up. He did not even look at Viscount Leslie, who had saved him, and slowly left, dragging his body along. Viscount Leslie saw Sui looking at that person's back and snappily said, "Hey, Sui, you wouldn't be wanting to tell me that you want to be a good person to the end, right? You want to bring him to a hospital and give him some money, right? This fellow didn't even say thanks. I'm afraid it's not worth you doing this." Sui watched that person vanish into a small alley before looking back. He said with a confused look, "Strange. Why did I feel a strange magic fluctuation from him just now?" It didn't seem like magic. Rather, it was more like a magic array. Viscount Leslie was stunned. "You're saying he's a magician? It can't be, right? A magician would be wrapped up in this mess." Sui shook his head. Naturally, he didn't know what the specific reason was. The small incident on the road didn't take much time. Rather, because this matter had scattered the crowd around them, it allowed the cavalcade to move much faster. After 10 minutes, the cavalcade finally arrived at their destination, Banta City's office in Anvilmar City. Of course, this was just what Sui called this place. Actually, this was City Lord Count Sean Samo's other manor in Anvilmar City. Count Sean Samo had a residence in Anvilmar City, but since he was elevated to Banta City's City Lord, he had sold his original residence and changed to this smaller manor. Other than the dwelling the Lord Count used when he came to Anvilmar City, the other small yards was used as residences for people from Banta City the Lord Count sent to Anvilmar City to do things. So, this place was called the Anvilmar Banta City office by Sui. Originally, Sui's trip to Anvilmar was just to take the Magician's Guild certification exam and didn't have the right to live here. However, His Majesty had summoned Sui, so after the Lord Count deliberated on it, he had Sui live in this residence after going to Anvilmar City to make it easier for His Majesty to summon him. This was Sui's first time in Anvilmar City, so he wasn't familiar with the place and the people, so naturally he wouldn't reject the Lord Count's suggestion. Moreover, this made it easier for Sui to reject Baron Hannes and Viscount Leslie's help, avoiding owing them a favor. The housekeeper of the office had already been notified by Count Sean, and seeing the personal letter from Count Sean that Sui had, as well as Viscount Leslie with him, they immediately warmed up to Sui and welcomed him in. But after seeing the 6 horse carriages behind them, the housekeeper and his subordinates were a bit surprised. Those 6 horse carriages were clearly freight carriages, only they were tightly wrapped up so they couldn't see what was inside at all. Looking from the outside, the things inside seemed quite sharp and a bit fierce. "Put these things in a safe place. You mustn't lose them, and it's best if you don't let anyone approach. Do you understand?" Sui pointed at the things in the horse carriages and seriously said to the housekeeper, "That's right. Be careful when you're unloading them. Don't break them." Seeing how serious Sui was, the housekeeper kept nodding. Count Sean's personal letter had said to treat Sui like they would treat him. This housekeeper was a trusted confidant of the Lord Count, but it was his first time being ordered like this. Naturally, he could tell that this normal-looking youth was very important to the Lord Count, so he was very respectful to Sui. After the servants had carefully moved the cargo from the 6-horse carriages and into the storage room under Sui's orders, Viscount Leslie rejected Sui and the housekeeper's idea of staying and directly left. Sui enjoyed a sumptuous meal in the office before sleeping for a while. When he woke up, it was already afternoon. Seeing that it was still early, Sui decided to go out for a walk. He waved his hand to the housekeeper to reject his suggestion of preparing someone to accompany him. Sui left the office and began to leisurely wander around Anvilmar City. Of course, he wasn't wandering around aimlessly. While walking in the street, Sui kept looking around. He was different from the other people wandering the streets. Sui wasn't looking at the beauties, nor was he looking for fine products. He kept looking around, not letting a single corner escape his gaze, as he focused on whether this place was hiding magic machines or not. According to what Sui knew, Banta City was less than 400 kilometers away from Anvilmar City. Based on the scale from Earth, this was like they were next-door neighbors, and they should exchange all kinds of news. But based on the situation in reality, because of the difficulty in transport and the limits on information transfer methods, the magic machines that were all the rage in Banta City that was 400 kilometers away and its surrounding cities had not reached Anvilmar at all. It seems like this place is still virgin ground waiting to be developed. Sui sighed in his heart, not knowing whether he should be happy or disappointed. He was happy because he didn't see a single magic machine in Anvilmar City. This meant that as long as he could sell the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's magic machines here, he could dig out a large market. He was disappointed because of how slow the world was responding to the changes he made. After a few months, there wasn't any signs of changing appearing in Anvilmar at all. Such heavy responsibilities. Sui gave a sigh. After finishing his short market research, he went to a small shop to ask about where the Magicians Guild was and quickly set off. If it was said that one could find magicians wearing their magic robes in any part of Anvilmar City, when Sui came to the Magicians Guild to the west of Anvilmar, he found that there were all kinds of people in magic robes here, and it was very hard for him to find a normal person. Sui looked around and found that not far away was the group of youths wearing uniforms he had seen on the street before. They were currently gathered and were listening to a magician that was in his 40s talking about something. Looking at them, the middle-aged magician was probably the teacher in charge of them, and he was currently telling the students some things they needed to pay attention to. Looking at the excited appearance of the children, a scene of himself in elementary school and middle school going on his Springfield trips appeared in Sui's mind. He couldn't help revealing a smile as he looked at them a few more times before heading to the Magicians Guild. There were just too many people here, and Sui wasted quite a bit of energy before he came in. Unlike most of the other magicians that were here for the certification exam, Sui didn't go to the registration booth surrounded by people. After looking around, he went to a door leading deeper in. Line up there if you're registering. This place is not a place you can casually go in. A white-haired old magician guarding the door saw Sui come over and reprimanded him without any restraint. Sui gave a bow to the old magician with a smile before taking out a letter from his chest. The old magician doubtfully took the letter and looked it over. Then he looked back at Sui and his eyes were filled with even more doubt. "Hey kid, how old are you now?" the old magician asked. Sui was stunned. 27. What's wrong? Already 27. A trace of disappointment appeared on the old magician's face. You're this old, and you haven't even passed the lowest level test. Then that means your talent must be lacking. That fellow Camilla actually wasted one of his precious recommendation quotas on you. Sui was a bit speechless. Is it related to you, who great magician Camilla gives his recommendation quota to? It was a good thing the old magician only muttered a few words and didn't ask too much. After looking over the recommendation again and looking over Sui, he gave a sigh before moving aside. Sui took back the letter and gave another bow to the old magician before moving along the path he opened up. The space inside was much quieter than outside. Sui followed the old magician's directions and easily found the test application room past the first corner. Knocking on the door before going in, he found a female magician who was around 30 years old and a youth who seemed to be 17, 18 years old. The female magician was sitting behind a desk, and the youth was standing in front of the desk. It seemed like he was listening to the female magician telling him something. Seeing Sui come in, both of them were a bit surprised. Sui quickly took out the recommendation letter, and the female magician took it to look over before revealing the same look of doubt that the old magician had just now. But different from the old magician, the female magician didn't say anything. She just emotionlessly gave Sui a form, and after having him fill it out, she put a stamp on it before throwing Sui a badge. The test begins in 2 days. You'll need this badge to come in when the time comes, so don't lose it. The female magician said to him. Sui nodded to show her understood. After waiting a bit, but seeing that the female magician wouldn't say any more to him, he gave her a bow and prepared to leave. Before he reached the door, the youth suddenly broke out in laughter. Hey, uncle, who are you to great magician Camilla? Are his nephew or his grandson? That's right. I heard that great magician Camilla's granddaughter looks quite good. Could it be that you are her lover? Sui stopped and turned to look at this youth with a frown. He found that he had a look of disdain and a look of uncaringness. He then looked at the female magician who was actually leaning over to write something, acting like she couldn't hear the youth at all. Thinking about how the female magician and the youth were talking happily just now, Sui instantly understood. It seemed like this female magician should have some special relation to this youth. Sui looked at the youth with a calm face. Why are you asking this? The youth laughed. This is not nonsense. Uncle, you're already this old, and you haven't even passed the lowest test yet. So with such a low level of magic, your talent must be greatly lacking. To receive great magician Camilla's recommendation like this, how could it be possible for you not to have a special relation to great magician Camilla? So it's like this. Sui nodded. Then for you to be here even though you're this young, it seems like you also have a special relation with a great magician? Bullshit. The youth instantly flew into a rage. Aaron, am a genius. Do you understand genius? Let me tell you, I passed the trivial lowest grade test 5 years ago, and the test I'm taking this year is to become a 4th grade magician. A 17-year-old 4th grade magician. For a genius like me, a great magician specially recommended me. How could I be the same as a piece of trash like you? Sui revealed a faint smile. Aaron, right? I admit, becoming a 4th grade magician at the age of 17 is indeed quite good. But young man, I must remind you that no matter how talented a magician is, he must first learn a bit of respect. Otherwise, people will think that your family didn't raise you well. Sui ignored the youth after saying this and directly left. The youth was stunned. When he finally reacted, he erupted like thunder. This fellow dares say my family didn't raise me well. I definitely won't let him off. The female magician had already raised her head and looked at the door with a faint frown. She turned to the youth and said, he is just a magician here for the beginner grade test. Why do you need to fight with him? Aaron looked over and angrily said, I don't care. He actually dares to shame me like this. I will definitely get him back. After saying this, he took the form Sui had filled without any politeness and looked it over before saying with a cold smile, Humph. Sui, I will definitely not even let you pass the beginner grade test. I'll let you know the consequences of shaming a genius. The female magician looked at the enraged Aaron with a headache. She had the mind to stop him, but she knew it was no use. This fellow was talented in magic and had strong family background. He had already formed an arrogant personality that always kept his promises. He didn't listen to anyone else. She could only pray that Sui was lucky, hoping that he wouldn't suffer too much in Aaron's hands. No matter what, he came here with great magician Camilla's recommendation letter. If anything had happened to him, it would be hard to explain this to great magician Camilla. Sui didn't have the mind to argue with a kid who hadn't grown up yet. After throwing those words down, he left the inner halls of the Magician's Guild. The old magician guarding the door saw Sui come out and shook his head at him again. It was like great magician Camilla giving this precious recommendation quota to Sui confused him and seemed quite pitiful. Sui could only smile at him and didn't have a way to explain anything. The situation in the hall was still the same as when Sui walked in. It was still filled with people and was very noisy. But when Sui came out of the inner parts, he found quite a few eyes looking over at him. Only people who received special recommendations could enter the inner room to enjoy preferential registration. This was a point that many people knew about. After seeing Sui go in and come back out, it attracted their curiosity. It was different from the doubt in the hearts of the old magician and the female magician. These magicians that were paying attention to Sue-E didn't know about great magician Camilla's situation, so they were just envious of Sue-E over the fact that he was able to receive a special recommendation spot. Faced with these jealous looks, Sue-E didn't avoid them at all. Instead, he welcomed everyone's gaze and carefully looked back over them. Based on the situation in the hall, most of the magicians here for the exam were young people. There were only a few magicians that were around the same age as Sue-E. This was not strange. The Lampuri Kingdom's Magicians Guild was only responsible for certification tests of 5th grade or below magicians. 5th grade or below magicians were considered quite low among other magicians, so most of them were young people. The older magicians either had very powerful magic strength, or they were limited by their talent and their magic power was long stabilized. Of course, it was impossible that they were bored and came here to participate in the exam. This hall was around 200 square meters, and with Su-Yi's rough estimate, he guessed that there were around 200 magicians here. Adding in the magicians he saw outside and around Anvilmar City, just in Anvilmar City alone, there were over 1,000 magicians here. He had chatted with the great magician before, and Su-Yi had asked out of curiosity just how many magicians the Lampuri Kingdom had. Great magician Camilla said that he didn't know the exact numbers, but according to the statistics of the Magicians Guild from last year, there were currently over 5,000 magicians in the Lampuri Kingdom. If they added in the ones not in the data, it was likely to be closer to 6,000. As for the entire continent, the Magicians Guild had announced a number 3 years ago. At that time, the recorded number of magicians on the entire continent was 87,467. As for the ones that weren't recorded, it was very likely that number was over 100,000 people. Of course, the magician system was in a pyramid shape. Of the over 100,000 magicians on the continent, there were only 27 archmagi and 501 to 5-star great magicians. The rest of the people were all normal magicians from the primary grade to the 9th grade. In the Lampuri Kingdom, for a 3-star great magician like Great Magician Camilla, he could be considered one of the stronger great magicians. Most people were normal magicians that most people didn't care about like the ones in front of him right now. When Su-Yi was looking over the magicians, he was not thinking about the cruelty of the magician occupation. Rather, he was seriously considering a problem. For strong magicians like Great Magician Camilla, the Lampuri Kingdom would offer special fund to support them. But for the normal magicians under the Great Magician rank, they didn't have any kind of income. What did these magicians rely on to make a living? Based on what Su-Yi had saw in Banda City, the Great Magician Camilla Magic Tower only had less than 20 magicians, and the other companies hired a few magicians as guards. Other than this, with how many people there were under the 5th grade and the lower primary grade magicians, they wouldn't even have this kind of opportunity. Then for these magicians with weak power and couldn't increase their power anymore because of their talent, what was the final outlet for them? Was it really like Still had said? They would find some companions with the same goal and adventure on the continent? It had to be known that this path was very dangerous, and there was an immeasurable number of adventurers that die each year because of this. Thinking of this, Su-Yi's eyes looking over these magicians had a trace of sympathy, while also revealing traces of anticipation and excitement. As the Frestec Chamber of Commerce developed and the output of the 2 workshops increased, they wouldn't be able to hold on with just having the Baron Richter Magic Academy students making the magic arrays. So Director Shearer had complained to Su-Yi about this. He said that he had taken half of the magic department's students to work for him, and it had even affected the planning of the school. Su-Yi was very clear on this point. The main task of students was studying, so they couldn't spend large amounts of time working for the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Su-Yi needed to find some people to take over for them. The problem was that Banta City was a small city and there weren't that many magicians there, so Su-Yi didn't have a way to recruit enough people at all. Su-Yi had been worried about this before, but now that he saw the hall filled with magicians, Su-Yi found that this problem that had troubled him for a long time could suddenly be solved. Su-Yi suppressed the excitement in his heart, and after calming down, he revealed a gentle smile as he walked towards the nearest magician looking over him. "Hello, I am Su-Yi. I'm from Banda City. Can I ask where you are from?" Su-Yi looked at this young magician who was over 20 and asked him this question. The young magician clearly never thought that Su-Yi would come over to introduce himself, so after being stunned for a second, He forced out a smile as he nodded at Sui. Hello, I am Caesar. I come from Wales City. Wales City? That is a beautiful city. Sui immediately praised. I've heard that there are many rivers in Wales City, and the city is constructed on the water. Is that right? It's indeed very beautiful. Caesar casually said before he finally couldn't stop himself from asking Sui. You said you are from Banta City, and I only know great magician Camilla in Banta City. So were you recommended by him? Sui looked back at the door her had just came out of before looking back at the doubtful Caesar and giving a slight nod. Yes, it was indeed great magician Camilla who recommended me for the exam. Then, are you a relative of great magician Camilla? Oh, I'm sorry, I am not doubting you, but only you don't have a magician's badge on your chest, so I think you shouldn't have passed the primary grade test, right? Caesar then asked. Sui looked at his empty chest before looking at Caesar's chest. He found that there was a finely made magician's badge on Caesar's chest. Based on the design of the badge, which was 2 lines under the rippling water, it meant that Caesar was certified as a second-grade magician by the Magicians Guild. That's right, I indeed haven't passed the primary grade test. Sui said with a nod. I think you must be very curious on why I received great magician Camilla's special recommendation, right? Caesar smiled, neither agreeing to it or denying it. The reason why I received a special recommendation from great magician Camilla is not because I have a special relationship with him, and of course it isn't because my talent is outstanding. Rather, it is because Sui paused and deliberately left him hanging. When he saw that Caesar was completely focused on him, he finally replied with a smile. It's because I have some original thoughts in terms of magic machine research. I'm sorry, you said, magic machines? What are those? Caesar asked in a confused manner. With Sui's explanation, Caesar very quickly understood what magic machines were. You're saying that you study magic not to make yourself stronger, but rather to research these magic machines? Caesar looked at Sui with a look of disbelief. This fellow wasn't that much bigger than him, but he actually said he was the chairman of a company in Banda City, and that Frestec Chamber of Commerce actually made magic machines. This was even more strange. What were these magic machines, and what could they do? Don't you feel that being able to allow people to enjoy the convenience magic brings is a very wonderful thing? Sui tried very hard to entice Caesar. Our Frestec Chamber of Commerce is lacking outstanding magicians like you to contribute to this cause. What about it? Caesar, are you willing to join our company? For a while, Caesar didn't know what kind of expression to show Sui. He was currently a second-grade magician and wasn't strong enough to be treated importantly by any company. Now this Sui had appeared to invite him to this Frestec Chamber of Commerce. It actually moved his heart a bit. But thinking about the fact that this Frestec Chamber of Commerce was in a small place like Banda City, producing these strange magic machines, he had a few scruples. I'm sorry, I only want to focus on researching magic right now. My strength isn't enough. Sui suddenly raised one finger. 10 gold coins each month. Caesar almost choked on his saliva. 10 gold coins a month? Although Caesar hadn't been invited by a company before, he knew that many companies invited magicians they liked, and the lowest starting wage was 20 gold coins. Of course, those that companies wanted were ones that were strong enough to be guards, so they clearly weren't weak second-grade magicians like him, but rather at the lowest they were fifth-grade magicians. The price that Sui gave was very fair for a second-grade magician, but after hesitating a bit, Caesar still rejected his offer. I'm sorry, I'm not that lacking in money now. Compared to rushing to earn money, I like to use this to raise my magic level, Caesar said with a serious look. Chairman Sui, many thanks for your good intentions. If we can work together in the future, I will consider your Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Sui was a bit disappointed, but he still retained his smile as he gave a slight nod. All right, since you're not willing, Caesar, of course I won't force you. But our Frestec Chamber of Commerce has our doors open to you always. If you ever change your mind, you can come to Banta City, and I will always welcome you. Caesar nodded with a faint smile. No matter what, it was quite good knowing this Chairman Sui. After Caesar left, Sui realized he had made a mistake. Based on Caesar's clothes, his family background clearly wasn't bad. Without economic pressure, with the common knowledge of the Signs continent, he would of course treat raising his strength as the most important thing, and it wasn't strange at all for him to reject him. Sui wasn't that disappointed. After realizing this problem, He changed his target to magicians that didn't look that well off. After asking 7 people, the results he obtained weren't too satisfactory. Perhaps it was because there wasn't enough acceptance for a new thing like the magic machines. But even though these 7 magicians all seemed like they were in the same situation, Su-yi had only interested 3 people. Of the 3, only one of them promised Su-yi that he would come to Banda City to take a look. As for the remaining 4, they all had pretty much the same reaction as Caesar. Su-yi was helpless about this. To change the situation, he would have to first change the thoughts of all the magicians on the Signs continent. As for this, it was very clear he couldn't do that right now. Aren't you Sui? Sui, it really is you. At this time, a voice filled with pleasant surprise suddenly came from beside Sui. Sui turned around in a surprised manner and found 3 people who were around 20 years old standing beside him. The one who called out was a young man with a head of light red hair. After being surprised for a bit, Sui also revealed a look of pleasant surprise. He punched the young man with light red hair on the shoulder. Erwin, it's actually you. Why are you here? The youth called Erwin gave a laugh before strongly hugging Sui. His lips curled as he said, Aren't you speaking nonsense? Participating in the Magicians Guild's certification exam. Which magician would miss this? Look, didn't you come in the end? After saying this, Erwin looked over Sui and had a surprised look. Sui, looking at your current appearance, you seem like you have some money? No wonder you came to the certification exam. You always said that you didn't have money before. Sui revealed a faint smile. It's all right. This Erwin was a classmate from the Sennheiser school, and they lived in the same dorm. Although Sui was older than the others in his dorm, they were all still young people, and it was easy for him to get along with them. Adding in the fact that Sui was more mature than them, had more knowledge, and had high talent in magic, he became the big brother for these people. Thinking about his other roommates, Sui looked at the 2 youths behind Erwin before asking, After graduating, have you been in contact with Roy and the others? Erwin shrugged his shoulders. We all drifted apart after graduation. We can't contact each other even if we wanted to. If it wasn't because I bumped into you today, I wouldn't even know what you were doing. That's right. What are you doing right now? Did you find a good job? It's been just a few months, and you already have enough to participate in the certification exam. Sui smiled without responding before looking at the other 2 youths. You're not going to introduce me to your new friends? Oh, I almost forgot. Erwin patted his head before pointing at the tall and buff youth with a righteous face and saying, These 2 are my adventurer comrades. He is Rooney. Then he pointed at the thin and somewhat short youth to the right. This is Bob. Hey, Rooney, Bob. This is my classmate from the Sennheiser school. His name is a bit strange, he's Sui. But he's a good person and was a good friend when we were back in school. Rooney and Bob shook hands with Sui while Sui looked at their chest. He found that Rooney's magician badge was the same as Caesar and Bob's magician badge only had a single ripple, showing that he was the lowest primary grade magician. Erwin was the same as Sui. He didn't have a badge on his chest to represent his rank at all. Seeing Sui's eyes fall onto their chests, Rooney and Bob also looked at Sui's chest. Seeing no badge at all, they couldn't help revealing surprised looks. Erwin keenly noticed this point and quickly explained, Hey, you too, don't look down on Sui. Don't think that he's bad because he doesn't have a badge. His talent is actually really good. He was already almost a grade 3 magician when we were back in school. Whenever we called him to participate in the exam, he always said he had no money and rejected us. No money. Rooney and Bob's eyes looking at Sui filled with even more surprise. Rooney couldn't help asking, Erwin, the students of your Sennheiser school wouldn't all be the same, right? All unwilling to participate in the Magicians Guild's exam. Hey, don't compare me to Sui. He had no money and I couldn't pass. It's completely different, all right? Erwin corrected him. Sui patted his shoulder. All right, no matter what the past was, since you came this time, you just need to pass. Erwin, I think that with how you are now, you should have confidence in passing the 2nd grade magician exam, right? Pretty much, there should be no problem. Erwin confidently replied. After saying this, he looked at Sui. Don't just talk about me. You were called a rare magic genius back in school by the teachers. After not seeing each other for half a year, your strength should have increased quite a bit, right? Tell me, are you planning on passing the 4th grade magician exam this time? Hearing Erwin's attention, although it caught Rooney and Bob's attention, They weren't that surprised. Sui looked to be several years older than them, so it was normal that his magic power was stronger than theirs. Pretty much. Sui very casually nodded. This is not important. Erwin, why did you become an adventurer? Don't you think that it is very dangerous? Erwin gave a sigh. So what if it's dangerous? I'm not a fellow with incredibly good talent like you. Being able to quickly become a high-level magician and not having to worry about food or board. If I become an adventurer, what do you think I can? With my bit of magic, I'm not even qualified to be an assistant to a great magician. Rooney and Bob on the side revealed depressed looks. It was obvious they faced the same problems as Erwin. Sui looked over the three of them and thought that the problem he thought about earlier wasn't baseless. It really did exist. Erwin, what if I told you that there is a work where you don't have to face any danger and you have spare time to research magic, where the work itself is related to magic and can increase your magic power? Would you be willing to take it? Sui asked. Erwin laughed. Hey, Sui. After not seeing each other for half a year, when did you learn to boast? How could there possibly be such a good job? You don't need to tell such lies even if you're trying to comfort me, right? The eyes of Rooney on the side twinkled. Ash said, the job you're talking about, how much money can it give? Sui raised one finger. That depends on the situation, but it won't be less than 10 gold coins per month. 10 gold coins per month? That is not much, but there is no danger and there is spare time, so the conditions are quite good. Erwin rubbed his chin and looked very satisfied. Hey, Sui, this all sounds quite good, but aren't you just playing a joke? Such a good job, can you give me it? Sui revealed a faint smile and gave a serious nod. That's right, I'll give it to you. When the moon rose in the sky, Sui leisurely walked back to the office. The housekeeper had long prepared dinner, but it had already gone cold since Sui came back so late. But thinking about how the Lord Count ordered him to give him special treatment, the housekeeper wanted to order the kitchen to prepare a new set, but that was stopped by Sui. When he was walking in the streets, Sui had found a small roadside stall to take care of dinner, so naturally he didn't need to eat again. Housekeeper Lam, you don't need to waste all this effort. It is very likely I'll be eating outside most of the time during this period, so there won't be many times when I eat here. You don't need to specially leave a meal for me. Sui gave an order to the housekeeper. Housekeeper Lam thought about it before nodding in agreement. Sui had arrived here today with Viscount Leslie, so it seemed that other than having a special relation to the Lord Count, the other connections he had here weren't normal. That's right, Chairman Sui. According to the Lord Count's orders, the news of your arrival has already been reported to the Agricultural Department and the King's Special Guards. If nothing unexpected happened, there should be a notice coming in 2 days. It's best if you don't go too far in the next few days. If you are going out, it's best if you tell me where you're going so it's easier for me to find you. Housekeeper Lam then said, All right, I'll be careful. Sui was a bit helpless. There were no cell phones in this world, so it was truly hard to find someone. After talking to Housekeeper Lam, Sui prepared to head to his room to rest. While he was walking, Sui remembered today's experience and was quite satisfied. After his preliminary inspection, he found that Anvilmar City really was a blank market. As long as Baron Hannes successfully set up the Anvilmar Times or the Anvilmar Morning News, he could depend on this to easily take part of the market. Compared to a small city like Banta City, Anvilmar had a larger market without a doubt. Just based on the people Sui saw when he was walking around, he could tell that Anvilmar City had several times more people compared to Banta City. The magic fan could sell 10,000 units in Banta City, so with a conservative estimate, it could sell over 50,000 units in Anvilmar City. Of course, Sui had already decided to give out the basic manufacturing techniques for the magic fan, so there would be many competitors for the Frestec Chamber of Commerce next summer. But Sui was not worried at all. Just in terms of magic fans, there were many aspects where he could easily defeat the competitors. Not to mention that this technology all came from him, which was equal to having the competitors' lives in his hands. It was very easy for him to counterattack them if he wanted to. Other than this, the success that satisfied Sui was the most was that including Erwin, Rooney, and Bob, there was a total of 8 magicians who were interested. They had a desire to come to Banta City to see the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. 8 magicians perhaps weren't that important, but Sui was very happy to see a trend in them. It was that they were weak magicians who couldn't advance like Erwin, so they were willing to take another path. With the appearance of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, perhaps it will give these magicians a new path to work hard in. It was like this to begin with. It's not like every magician can become powerful great magicians or archmagi. So what is bad about working for a living? Thinking about the strange expressions Irwin's group of three had when they heard he started a company and were producing magic machines, Sue-E couldn't help smiling. Thinking about the magic machines, Sue-E thought about the things in the storage room. He stopped moving and started heading towards the storage room. Those things were related to the success or failure of this trip to Anvilmar City. There definitely couldn't be any accidents that happened. As soon as he saw the corner of the storage room, Sue-E suddenly saw a spark appearing in the darkness. There was a roaring flame that suddenly exploded and instantly surrounded the entire storage room. The next morning, Viscount Leslie, who received the news, was standing in front of the burned black storage room with a dark look on his face. "How are the losses?" After a while, Viscount Leslie finally asked a question to Sue-E beside him. "I noticed early, so there weren't that many losses." After Sue-Ye's reply, he slightly knit his brows and looked a bit confused. He had personally saw the spark explode before the flames instantly surrounded the entire storage room. It didn't seem like a simple fire. Rather, it looked like someone had set the fire on purpose. But Sui had just arrived in Anvilmar City yesterday and didn't know that many people. Naturally, he didn't make any enemies. So why would someone suddenly move against the things he brought over? Hearing Suyi's doubts, Viscount Leslie was silent for a bit. He suddenly waved his hand and signaled to Housekeeper Lom and the others to move back. When everyone was far away, Viscount Leslie gave a sigh and said to Sue-E, "Sue-E, I'm the one who implicated you." Sue-E was stunned. "Lord Viscount, why do you say that?" Viscount Leslie looked northeast wall of the yard, and a bitter smile flashed across his face. "Because some people don't welcome me back, and this is a warning for me." Sue-E's mouth opened wide, but he didn't ask anything in the end. Based on Viscount Leslie's tone, there must be a complicated reason for this. With Sue-Ye's current status, it would be best if he didn't take the initiative to involve himself. "It seems like it's not safe putting this here. How about this? I'll help you find a safe place to put it." Viscount Leslie thought about it before saying this. Sue-E shook his head. "There is no need. Since it has already been burnt, this means that the other side must think the things are broken and won't come to make a move again. Not to mention that this is a warning against the Lord Viscount, and since the warning has already succeeded, the results are not important. I will have Housekeeper Lom increase the guard around here, so there should be no problems." Viscount Leslie knit his brows. "Sue-E, these things are important for your audience. Why do I feel you aren't nervous at all?" Sue-E laughed. "I was nervous before it burned down, but after seeing the fire from yesterday, I suddenly thought it through. These things are not that important. The most important thing is what these things represent. There would be no problem if these things were destroyed because our Frestec Chamber of Commerce can make them again. Unless those fellows can use a fire to burn down all of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, it doesn't have any significance." Viscount Leslie couldn't help smiling. "You really are unrestrained, but you aren't afraid that you can't take anything out when you meet the king?" "I am." Sue-E gave a serious nod. "So, Lord Viscount, you must help me with something." After sending Viscount Leslie off, Sue-E returned to the storage room. Seeing everything that had been burned black in front of him, Sue-Ye's relaxed face gradually sunk. In front of Viscount Leslie, Sue-E didn't completely tell the truth. When the fire appeared last night, Sue-E clearly felt a trace of magical fluctuations. It could be seen that the person who set the fire last night was a hidden magician. To send a magician for this small matter, it could be seen that this was very important to the other side, and they had made the resolution to succeed. If it wasn't for Sue-E coming along and promptly using water-attributed magic to put out the fire, neutralizing the magic destructive might inside the flames, even if the things in the storage room wasn't destroyed, it would have been damaged still. After thinking about it, Sue-E walked to another room in the distance. This room used to be a guest room, but because the storage room was burned down, Sue-E had Housekeeper Lom put the things in here. Opening the door, he saw 6 strange-looking machines inside. Outside was stained from being burned by the flames, and it looked very fierce, really not looking good at all. The 6 machines were specially brought here by Sue-E. They were 6 agricultural magic machines which included the small magic harvester, the small magic plowing machine, and the small magic excavator. Being summoned by the king this time, Sui planned on demonstrating the powerful uses of these machines to the king. The nobles in Banda City had already been conquered by these machines and had sent their orders to the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, so he believed the king wouldn't be different. If the king was moved and promoted these agricultural magic machines throughout the entire Lampuri kingdom, not only would it bring large amounts of profits for the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, it would accomplish the first step of the plan in Suyi's heart. Sui took a towel and carefully wiped the surface of these 6 machines. This work took quite a bit of time, but Sui was not assured in giving these machines to the servants to handle, so he could only personally take care of them. After spending half an hour, he finally finished wiping the surface of the 6 machines. He took out a few magic crystals and placed them into the 6 machines before preparing to flick the switch to test them. As soon as he flicked the switch of the first small magic harvester and the plow in front began to turn, there was the sound of footsteps coming from outside the room. Chairman Su, Chairman Su. Housekeeper Lam's shouts came from outside. He turned off the small magic harvester and walked out in a confused manner. When he came out, he saw Housekeeper Lam leading 6 people over. These 4 were all wearing the same fine work uniform, and they seemed like they came from the same organization. As expected, after Housekeeper Lam gave introductions, Sui knew that these 4 came from the agricultural department. After learning that Sui had come to Anvilmar City yesterday, they came to meet Sui early in the morning. The one leading them was a middle-aged man who seemed to be past 50 with graying hair. After hearing Housekeeper Lam's introduction, he said with a slight nod, "Chairman Su, where are the agricultural magic machines you brought? Give them to us to take back." Sui knit his brows. This Lord Fisher's tone seemed very calm, but whether it was his expression or tone, there was a trace of disdain and indifference that wasn't concealed at all. It was like coming here to see Sui was already giving him quite a bit of face, and it was natural for Sui to hand the things over. Sui thought that the agricultural department coming over the next morning after receiving the news last night meant that they were very serious about the agricultural magic machines, but it didn't seem like this. "Lord Fisher, when have I said that I would hand these things over to the agricultural department?" Sui said with a frown. "You want to keep it?" Lord Fisher's voice became a bit higher. He looked at Sui and was a bit impatient. "Chairman Sui, since you have reported that you have brought agricultural magic machines over, then of course you have to hand them over to us and let us bring it back to study first. If these really do help improving farming, the agricultural department will give your Frestec Chamber of Commerce a commendation." Commendation? Sui's voice instantly became angry. He had come here this time to promote the agricultural magic machines. He thought that with even the king summoning him, the agricultural department would treat this very seriously. But he never thought that these 4 agricultural department ministers would have this kind of appearance, not caring about him at all. Based on their appearance, if Sui really gave them the agricultural magic machines, perhaps they would shelf this matter and not care about it anymore. "Your Excellency, allow me to ask a question. I remember that in my correspondence with the agricultural department, you had me come here this time was to hear my farm transformation plan and our Frestec Chamber of Commerce's farmer support plan. It didn't mention anything about me handing over my magic machines, right? Other than that, I've never said that I've brought any agricultural magic machines with me. So how do you know about this?" Sui looked right at Lord Fisher as he asked this. A look flashed in Lord Fisher's eyes before he looked right at Sui and said in a loud voice, "Chairman Sui, this is not something you should ask. You don't need to care this much. I am representing the agricultural department to ask you to immediately take out the agricultural magic machines for us to study. Could it be you can't agree to this?" Sui looked over the other 3 ministers with Lord Fisher and found that they had fierce-looking faces. It was like if Sui dared to reject them, they would immediately move against them. Seeing the appearance of the 4, Sui paused for a second. He wasn't afraid. He just felt that something was fishy. If the agricultural department didn't place importance on him, they definitely wouldn't run here this early in the morning. If they did place importance in him, why would they show this kind of appearance? Thinking about it, Sui shook his head. "Your Excellency, I'm afraid I can't agree to your request. I have other uses for these machines, and if I had them over to you, it will disrupt my plan." Lord Fisher's face instantly sunk as he said with a cold snort, "Disrupt your plans? If you don't give us these machines, it will disrupt the plans of our agricultural department. Do you think that your plans are more important or our agricultural department's plans? Su Yi revealed a faint smile. Your Excellency, there doesn't seem to be anything to compare there. Perhaps your agricultural department's plans are important, but that does not mean I must give those machines to you. Audacious, Lord Fisher instantly flew into a rage and pointed a finger in Su Yi's nose as he roared out. Su Yi, you are just a small merchant. You actually dare go against the request of our agricultural department? Do you know that if it wasn't for your company's whatever farmer support plan being a bit of use, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to talk to us? Sui knit his brows and pressed down Lord Fisher's finger as he maintained his calm voice to say, Your Excellency, if you maintain this kind of attitude, I think our talk can end here. Suyi's calm tone enraged the other three agricultural department officials and enraged Lord Fisher even further, but since he was older and more stable, he raised his hand to stop his companions from charging forward. He looked at Su Yi and said with a serious face, Chairman Su, you really are planning to go against our agricultural department's orders? Su Yi said with a faint smile, Your Excellency, first, our Frestec Chamber of Commerce doesn't have a superior and subordinate relationship. A word like orders, it doesn't seem like it's used here, right? Second, can you really represent the agricultural department? Seeing Lord Fisher angrily leave with his three companions, Housekeeper Lam came beside Su Yi and said in a worried voice, Chairman Su, is it good for you to treat agricultural department officials like this? Didn't the Lord Count give an order that he hoped to see you working together with the agricultural department to promote the things you've done in Banta City? Su Yi pointed in the direction of the four people leaving. Did they seem like they wanted to cooperate? Housekeeper Lam was instantly speechless. Lord Fisher's group of four had been arrogant and bossy since the beginning, completely treating Su Yi as a subordinate. They even ordered Su Yi to take out the agricultural magic machines. This really didn't seem like they wanted to cooperate at all. It had to be known that Count Shan had been filled with praise of Su Yi in the letter, writing in words filled with courtesy. It could be seen that Chairman Su was not a normal commoner. Adding in his close relationship to Viscount Leslie, it was very normal for Su Yi to completely disregard four officials from the agricultural department. Housekeeper Lam, why are you sure those four were agricultural department officials? Su Yi suddenly asked. Housekeeper Lam was stunned before replying. Even now Su Yi still doubted the identity of the four of them. He quickly responded. Their uniforms are the uniforms of the agricultural department, and they even had the agricultural department's badge. In Anvilmar City, nobody would dare impersonate officials. Su Yi nodded before not saying anything else. Rather, he returned back into the room to continue examining the 6 machines. The examination results were considered optimistic. These 6 machines were after all made of iron, and they were made with Su Yi's strict quality control, as well as the dwarf's craftsmanship. So these 6 machines were very firm and hard to damage. Other than some damage to the magic array of the small magic excavator causing it unable to start, the other 5 machines could be considered in perfect condition. Su Yi didn't have the repair materials on hand, and there were no suitable materials in the other yards. Su Yi could only leave after informing Housekeeper Lam and go out shopping in Anvilmar City. Compared to yesterday, there were even more magicians in magic robes on the street today. No matter where you looked, there would be groups of magicians that entered your eyes. If one came to this world during these 2 days, one would definitely be mistaken that all the people in this world were magicians. Su Yi found magic material shop to find some materials to fix the magic array, but he had to wait an hour before he finally bought some. One could tell just how busy it was. When he was about to leave the street, specially selling magic-related goods, there was a person that staggered out of the small shop in front of him. I've already said that no one will like this broken toy of yours. You're not allowed back here at the future. A young salesman charged out of the store and roared out at him before sending a kick at his butt. Only then did he go back into the store. Watching the person hobble away, Su Yi suddenly felt that he was a bit familiar. After thinking for a bit, Su Yi finally remembered. This person was the person he had saved when he came to Anvilmar yesterday. Watching him hobble down the street, Su Yi suddenly had a thought and followed him. After that person left the street, he turned into a small alley and found a quiet, remote corner. Without any scruples of how cold the stone tiles were, he directly sat down. He took out a pitch-black round thing that looked like a piece of bread from his chest and slowly began to gnaw on it. He was clearly very hungry, but he ate very slowly. After he finished gnawing a mouthful of black bread, he chewed it several times in his mouth before swallowing. It was like that piece of black bread that no one would care about if it was thrown on the floor was the most hard-to-obtain delicacy. Sui watched him from not afar for a while. Thinking about it, he left the little alley and bought some things before walking in front of him. "Hey, you'll be very thirsty just eating bread. Have some milk." Sui squatted down in front of that person and gave him the hot milk he had bought from a small shop by the side of the road. That person was stunned for a bit before looking up at Sui. Sui immediately revealed a gentle smile. That person looked at the hot milk in Sui's eyes, and a look of desire appeared in his eyes. Sui put the milk in front of him, but after a swallowing sound came from him, he lowered his head and didn't have any intent on taking the hot milk. Sui was a bit surprised. This person's appearance, his head was like a crow's nest, and it seemed like it had been many days since he's eaten his fill. No matter what, he looked no different from a beggar, but he never thought that he would actually reject him. Thinking about it, Sui said with a smile, "Hey brother, this is not a handout. I am a merchant and I want to do some business with you. So this hot milk is just a greeting gift." The person looked up again, and a look of doubt appeared on his dirty face. Sui pointed at his chest. "I saw you walking out of the store a moment ago and heard what that salesman. So you should have been wanting to sell the thing in your chest to the store, right?" "Oh, that's right. Other than being a merchant, I am also a magician. I can feel that the magic array on the thing in your chest is very strange, so I am interested in it. Can you take it out for me to see? If I am satisfied, I can buy it." That person hesitated a bit before suddenly reaching his hand out and taking the milk from Sui's hand. He swallowed it in a single breath. That hot milk was still quite hot, so his burns weren't light. Sui patiently waited for him to recover before taking out the delicacies in his other hand that he had bought earlier. That person didn't reject it this time. He took it and swallowed it like a wolf, like with the hot milk. Only when there wasn't a single drop of milk left and not a single crumb left of the food did that person let out a long breath. He then looked at Sui and finally said, "You want to buy it?" Perhaps it was because he talked very little to others, but just these 3 words took quite a bit of effort from him. Sui shook his head. "I don't dare say that I will buy it. I am a merchant. Before seeing a product first, I will not easily make my decision. Of course, if my feeling isn't wrong, I'll probably buy it." That person nodded and dug in his chest a bit before taking out a round crystal ball. Sui took the crystal ball and carefully looked it over. He found that the surface of this crystal ball was no different from the toys little children had, but after using magic to check it out, he knew that there should be a wind-attributed magic array attached to the surface of the crystal ball. "Can I give it a try?" Sui pointed at the foundation of the crystal ball and asked this. That person nodded. He looked at Sui curiously as if he was wondering what Sui was prepared to do. Sui focused his mind and sent a trace of magic from his palm into the foundation of the crystal ball. The magic array at the foundation of the crystal ball instantly activated, and a light breeze came from it. The debris inside the crystal ball that was supposed to resemble snowflakes began to float, and it looked like the crystal ball was filled with snow. When it started, there wasn't anything strange about it. The wind-attributed magic array at the bottom kept releasing a stable breeze, and it was no different from a normal magic array. But after a while, the wind from the foundation suddenly changed and suddenly blew in an oblique angle. The debris that had already been blown into the air instantly began to dance. It wildly danced inside the crystal ball, making the scene that was considered stable inside the crystal ball become like a blizzard. After another while, the magic array at the bottom of the crystal ball suddenly stopped blowing wind. Rather, it suddenly stopped, and the floating debris naturally fell down again. When the debris had completely fallen down, the magic array at the base was activated again. This time it blew out jets of air from the bottom in different places like a fountain, not blowing continuous wind. So the debris that covered the bottom was suddenly shot up before falling down again. The jet stream from the bottom was fast and slow, sometimes shooting in a single stream and sometimes blowing from the entire bottom. The debris inside the crystal ball danced in the air, creating a beautiful scene. This process lasted for 2 minutes before the base once again blew a small breeze like in the beginning. Sui took back his magic and the crystal ball became calm again. The process will keep repeating, right? Su raised the crystal ball as he asked the man. That person was a bit surprised before nodding while asking. You can tell. Su revealed a smile. He looked back at the crystal ball in his hand, and his gaze gradually began to burn. This crystal ball didn't seem all that amazing, but Su was very clear that the wind magic array at the foundation of the crystal ball would be enough to create a revolution. Before this, the magic arrays that Su learned and had contact with all had a set effect once the magic array was laid out, and it was always a single effect, without changing at all. For example, the revolving wind array in the magic fan. When it was set into the foundation of the magic fan, the might of the wind was already set. Then it would be used to power the blades, which moved at a determined speed, blowing out wind that was also at a set volume. As for the second-generation variable speed magic fan, that was actually 3 different revolving wind arrays at the bottom of the magic fan of different power. When one changed the speed of the magic fan, they were just changing to another revolving wind array. But for the wind magic array on the bottom of the crystal ball in Su Yi's hand, he had maintained a steady stream of magic, but the effects had actually changed. Not only did it change wind speed, it also changed the wind direction, the area of release for the wind, the frequency, and many other aspects. If one were to describe it, the wind magic array on this crystal ball could even be said to have a taste of programming to it. The word programming passed in his mind. Su Yi's gaze looking at the crystal ball became even more passionate. This fellow that looked like a beggar clearly didn't know what kind of value was in the magic array he designed, but Su Yi was very clear on this. If his guess was right, this fellow designed magic arrays like programming to set them ahead of time, allowing the magic arrays to change function in between use. This would very likely change the entire magic industry and greatly pull together the disparity in terms of industrialization between Earth and the Science continent. You're the one who set the magic array on this. Su Yi asked this person to confirm it. That person nodded as an expectant look appeared in his eyes. What do you think of this thing? Su Yi pushed down the excitement in his heart and gave a slight nod. Not bad. But since you can draw magic arrays, that means you should be a magician. How did you end up like this? That person's eyes dimmed again, and he shook his head, not saying anything. Seeing that he didn't want to answer, Su Yi didn't force him. He raised the crystal ball and asked, if I had you draw the magic array on this again, can you do it? Of course there's no problem. That person heard another meaning in Su Yi's words, and he couldn't help revealing a trace of excitement in his voice. That's good. I'll introduce myself again. I am Su Yi from Banda City, and I'm the chairman of a company in Banda City. Right now I want to invite you to do some research for me in terms of magic arrays, and the wage will be set at 10 gold coins per month. Will you accept these terms? Su Yi looked at him and spoke in an honest voice. 10 gold coins per month? That much. The person looked at Su Yi like he couldn't believe it. You're this young. Are you really the chairman of a company? You're not lying to me, right? Su Yi said with a smile. What value is there in me lying to you? If it was just buying this crystal ball, I think 10 gold coins would be enough, right? That person was silent for a bit as he lowered his head to think before slowly giving a nod. All right, I promise you. But I don't even have a copper coin right now. This is not a problem. Since you are a worker for my company now, I'll take care of your basic living expenses. Su Yi looked around before saying, based on your appearance, you shouldn't have a dwelling or family in Anvilmar City, right? How about you come with me now, and I'll take care of your food and board. When I finish my work here in a few days, you can come back to Banda City with me. Actually, he already had no other paths. He was almost about to starve to death. Su Yi had suddenly appeared to hire him and gave him a salary of 10 gold coins per month. This was a chance that he couldn't let go. All right, let's go. Su Yi stood up and reached out to pull that person up. That's right. I don't even know your name yet. Santo. Sanchali. I am called Sanchali. Su Yi looked at him and thought that since this person's response was so hesitant and he even changed his words, it meant that this was probably a fake name. But he didn't care that much right now. Anyway, his reason for hiring this person was just to obtain the method of setting the functions of a magic array beforehand. It didn't matter if he hid his identity or not. Su Yi was about to leave the small alley and head back to the office to clean him up when several figures appeared at the end of the alley. One of them pointed at Sanchali and said in a loud voice, "It's him. Young master, is that right?" Su-yi looked up in a daze and saw three familiar figures: Victor, Sel, and Urgit. It was actually the three young master who had violently beaten Sanchali in front of the horse carriage yesterday. After looking at Sanchali, Victor gave a cold laugh before saying in a sharp voice, "It's this fellow. He actually dared to make this young master lose such a great deal of face in front of a crowd. If we don't take care of him, this young master can't swallow this offense. Sel, Urgit, watch from the side for now. When I finish venting my anger, it'll be your turn." Sel and Urgit on the side couldn't help complaining. "Hey, Victor, don't beat him to death, or we won't be able to vent our anger." Victor spat into his palm and rubbed his hands as he said with a cold laugh, "Relax. How could I let him die this quickly? If I don't properly torture him, how could I vent the anger in my heart? Hey, that fool over there, what are you standing in a daze for? Why aren't you scramming yet? You want to also be beaten by this young master?" The final words brought Su-yi back to his senses. Su-yi knit his brows. He never thought that after obtaining this pleasant surprise with great difficulty, this kind of accident would appear. He turned to look at Sanchali and noticed that he was trembling slightly. It was clear that he was a bit afraid. Su-yi couldn't help feeling angry and finding this funny. This Sanchali was beaten miserably yesterday by Victor's group, but he didn't show any trace of fear then. Now that he hadn't even been beaten yet, he was already afraid like this. The difference in reactions was just too big. Then again, he is also a magician, so why was he afraid of these three noble young master who had nothing other than strong bodies? Su-yi looked over at Victor and took a step forward to move in front of Sanchali. Seeing Su-yi's action, Victor was surprised before flying into a rage. "What? This young master wants to teach this beggar a lesson, and a kid like you wants to butt in? Are you tired of living?" Su-yi revealed a smile as he bowed to Victor and said, "Young Master Victor, this person is my friend. Can you give me some face and let him go?" Victor was stunned. "You know me?" Then he angrily said, "What kind of thing are you? Why should I give you face?" Su-yi was silent for a bit before raising his hand and slowly approaching Victor. When he was less than 2 meters away from Victor, he saw Victor tighten his foot, and Su-yi knew that he couldn't approach anymore. He stopped and said in a low voice, "Young Master Victor, I was in the same carriage as Viscount Leslie yesterday." Although Victor was domineering, he wasn't a fool. After being surprised for a bit, he understood Su-yi's meaning. He looked at Su-yi before looking at Sanchali behind Su-yi and saying with a dark look, "You are Big Brother Leslie's friend, so I can give you face and not care about you standing in front of me. But this fellow has caused us three brothers to lose face in front of everyone. We can't let him go. Move aside." Su-yi revealed a difficult expression and took another step forward towards Victor as he said in a low voice, "Young Master Victor, I won't hide the truth. He is now a worker for our company. As his boss, I can't just watch him being beaten by someone. That wouldn't be proper, don't you think? If you think that he has made you lose face, I can have him apologize to you, and I can give you some compensation. What do you think? Worker? Boss?" Victor looked at Su-yi in a daze with a confused look on his face. "Hey, are you mistaken? This fellow is just a poor beggar. When did he become your worker? What can he even do for you? Sweep your floors." Su-yi revealed a smile and didn't reply to this question. Seeing that Victor was much less angry, he directly reached into his chest and took out a pouch before leaning over, blocking everyone's sight and secretly handing it over to Victor. "Just a small gift. I ask young Master Victor to accept it. If you're still not satisfied, we can still discuss this. What do you think?" Victor hesitated a bit before he looked at the bulging purse in Su-yi's hand. He gritted his teeth as he reached out to take it. He carefully opened it and was instantly stunned. Golden light flowed out of the purse. It was actually filled with gold coins. Although he couldn't tell exactly how many there were, but with a rough estimate, he could tell that there were at least 50 gold coins in the purse. Victor's breathing instantly became rushed. Although he was a noble young master of Anvilmar City, there were many noble families in Anvilmar, and there were all kinds of noble young masters like him. Not to mention that he didn't have the right to inherit the family. For an unimportant junior like him, he only received an allowance of 20 gold coins each month and didn't have any other sources of income. Now that this large amount had suddenly appeared in front of him, it made him a bit excited. Seeing his reaction, Su-yi couldn't help finding it a bit funny. It seemed like the lives of the noble young masters of Anvilmar wasn't good. If it was the officials of Beijing back on Earth, not to mention this bit of money, it wouldn't enter their eyes even if they were offered 10 times this amount. Young Master Victor, this is only a little gift. Of course, it can't be considered a full compensation. How about we find a place to sit down and talk? He reminded him. Victor quickly came back to his senses and gave a soft cough. He didn't reveal anything as he put this purse away before pointing at Sanchali behind Yi and shouting, "Consider yourself lucky. This young master on account of this." Yi quickly said, "I am Yi, the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's chairman." Victor nodded before continuing. "On account of Chairman Su's face, I'll let you go. But it's best if you never appear in front of this young master again. Otherwise, this young master cannot promise you'll leave in one piece, understand?" Hearing Victor's words, not only was Sanchali a bit confused, Urgit, and their two servants were all confused. Didn't they say that after finding this beggar that made them lose face, they would properly beat him up to vent their anger? Why did Victor suddenly change his mind? Victor was too lazy to explain. He patted Yi's shoulder and loudly said, "Chairman Su, since you are Big Brother Leslie's friend, then you are our friend. If you ever meet any trouble in Anvilmar City, you can just give the names of us brothers. No matter what. Cool. Not mentioning any big troubles. There shouldn't be any problems with small troubles, and we promise to take care of it for you." And Urgit suddenly revealed looks of understanding. So this Yi person who appeared out of nowhere was actually Viscount Leslie's friend. It was no wonder suddenly gave him face and changed his mind. Yi revealed a faint smile. "Young Master Victor is too polite. I haven't encountered any problems yet, but I was looking for someone to do a bit of business with. I wonder, is young Master Victor interested?" After 2 hours, Yi and Sanchali returned to the office. Housekeeper Lam saw Sanchali, who looked no different from a beggar, following Yi, and his heart was filled with doubt. But he was an experienced person, so he wouldn't ask about it. He followed Yi's orders and had the servants help Sanchali wash up and change clothes. He followed Yi and said with a serious look, "Chairman Su, the special guards of the king has just sent a messenger saying that His Majesty will be summoning you the day after tomorrow at 5 in the afternoon. It's best if you prepare yourself. You should wait here ahead of time, and people will take you into the palace when the time comes." "The afternoon of the day after tomorrow? It's quite fast." Yi nodded. "I thought that His Majesty would be busy with other matters, and I would need to wait several days before being summoned." Housekeeper Lam immediately said with a smile, "Chairman Su, you are underestimating yourself too much. The messenger who came was His Majesty's personal clerk, so sending him to contact you, it can be seen that His Majesty has placed great importance on you. I even asked that clerk, and he said that since His Majesty has set the appointment for 5 in the afternoon, it means he wants you to stay for dinner. This is a rare honor. You must prepare yourself mentally." "Oh, His Majesty has placed such importance in me? That really makes me feel flattered." Yi laughed before knitting his brows. "Since it's like this, what is going on with the agricultural department? His Majesty has placed such importance in me, and the agricultural department is this rude to me. Don't you find it a bit strange?" This, Housekeeper Lam looked around before suddenly moving to Yi's side and said in a low voice, "Chairman Su, the current agricultural department head is Marquis Sitek, and he doesn't have the same political views as Viscount Leslie's father, Duke Stag." Although this was a simple reminder, Yi immediately understood what Housekeeper Lam meant. But understanding was just understanding. Yi could only reveal a helpless, bitter smile. Actually, he just wanted to research magic machines and keep inventing new magic machines to increase the lives of the commoners. Now, without doing anything, he was caught up in the battle of these important people. He really didn't want this. But this was something Yi had already expected. Not to mention this world that was controlled by the nobles. Even on Earth with its democratic and equal system, businessmen couldn't completely stop themselves from being involved in politics. Not to mention the larger countries on Earth where politics were controlled by the large businessmen. According to this, wouldn't it mean that I can't receive the support of the agricultural department? Yi knit his brows. Although by receiving the support of His Majesty, Yi's plan to promote agricultural magic machines can be accomplished, the concrete parts of the plan would still involve the agricultural department. If the agricultural department were to obstruct Yi's plan for political reasons, that would create many problems. Chairman Su, you don't need to worry about this. The agricultural department is the most important department in the country. It's not just controlled by Marquis Sitek alone. Housekeeper Lam comforted him. Sui thought about it and could only give a shrug. I hope it's like this. When he was about to give some instructions to Housekeeper Lam, a servant quickly ran in. Sir Housekeeper, there are two people claiming to be officials of the agricultural department here to see Chairman Su. Housekeeper Lam and Su Yi were stunned at the same time. Didn't the agricultural department officials already come? Why are there two more now? After 5 minutes, Su Yi went to see the two agricultural department officials in the main hall. The two were wearing the same uniform as the other four officials from before, but there was a bit of a difference in the badge on their chests. The two officials were a man and a woman who both looked quite young. The man seemed to be around 30 and the woman was in her early 20s. They were far from being able to compare to a 50-year-old old man like Lord Fisher. They were different from the aloof Lord Fisher. These people looked more gentle and approachable. When they saw Su Yi, the male official took the initiative to stretch his hand out to him. Are you Chairman Su? I am Harvey. I have long heard of your fame. Now that I'm finally meeting you in person, I am truly filled with excitement. Su Yi was confused as he shook his head. You know me? Harvey laughed. Of course. I have already done quite a bit of research into the farmer support plan your Frestek Chamber of Commerce has proposed. I have to say, Chairman Su, your plan is a work of art. Not only does it help the peasants make a living, with the efficiency of the agricultural magic machines your company has produced, the citizens of Banda City has drastically increased their number of tiller fields. According to Count Sean's report, if nothing unexpected happens, the harvest next year in Banda City will be greatly increased. As an official of the agricultural department, I am very happy about this matter. If the situation in Banda City can be shared across the entire kingdom, the amount of food harvested can be greatly increased, and it would solve a major problem for our Lampuri kingdom. Therefore, our agricultural department had placed great importance in you and your Frestek Chamber of Commerce, reporting this matter to His Majesty immediately. His Majesty has also placed great importance in this matter, so he has decided to summon you for a meeting. Su Yi looked at him with a bit of surprise. You say your agricultural department has placed great importance in this matter? Why can't I see it? Harvey was a bit stunned. He could tell something was strange from Su Yi's tone. Why do you say this? Su Yi looked at Housekeeper Lam to the side and paused for a bit before saying, Before you came, in the morning, there were 4 other officials from the agricultural department who were here. They didn't show any manners at all and immediately told me to hand over my 6 agricultural magic machines to them. Agricultural department officials came? Harvey was stunned. After looking at the female official who had been silent the entire time, he asked Su Yi in a serious voice, Chairman Su, who was leading them? He called himself Lord Fisher. Su Yi said, Lord Fisher. Harvey gave a slight nod and said nothing else. After being silent for a while, he said with a serious expression, Chairman Su, I want to explain something to you. Our agricultural department has many responsibilities and for contacting your Frestek Chamber of Commerce and for any future cooperations. It is all controlled by the Kingdom Agricultural Reform Committee under the Agricultural Department, which is formed of only me and her. Harvey pointed at the female official beside him. Lord Fisher is an official of the Agricultural Department, but he has no authority in this matter, so you don't need to worry about him. Su Yi knit his brows. Only you two? Then how should I believe you? Harvey thought about it and revealed a bitter smile. This is something we haven't considered. But Chairman Su, I think after you see His Majesty, you'll have your answer. Su Yi spread his hands. All right, after I see His Majesty, I'll come talk to your agricultural department. For now, I don't know who I should believe. This? Chairman Su, before you meet His Majesty, we want to see the 6 agricultural magic machines you bought at work and summarize it in a report for His Majesty. So we hope that you can cooperate with us and bring the 6 agricultural magic machines out of the city now to perform a demonstration for us. Harvey said, Why should I believe you? Su Yi looked at Harvey and said, What if you are the same as that Lord Fisher and just want to confiscate my magic machines? Harvey didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chairman Su, how about? If the agricultural department really wanted you to hand over the 6 magic machines, would you hand it over? The female official who had been silent the whole time finally spoke to cut Harvey off. Once she spoke, Harvey immediately closed his mouth. Based on this, Sue immediately understood. Although it seemed like Harvey was in charge, the real leader here should be this younger female official. Actually calling her an official made her seem too old. Actually, she was just over 20, and even if she didn't look as shocking as still, she had very gentle features and a close to perfect figure. When one looked closely, they couldn't help feeling a bit of affection for her. But her aura revealed a strong confidence and nobility. She clearly didn't have a normal status and had been properly educated since she was young. This kind of outstanding girl, this was not something a normal noble family could raise. At the very least, she came from some large noble family. No wonder the Agricultural Reform Committee Harvey mentioned was only composed of him and this girl. Harvey already looked like he wasn't simple, and this girl's background was probably even stronger than his. Perhaps their backing was the king himself, so they didn't need to care about Lord Fisher at all. If the agricultural department has enough reasons, for example wanting to study how these 6 machines function, as well as how they increase efficiency, then I can hand them over. But if it is someone like Lord Fisher who arbitrarily orders me to hand them over, then I'm not willing to comply. Sue honestly answered. The girl gave a slight nod. For this kind of unreasonable request, of course you don't need to accept. But Chairman Sue, we hope that you can give us a demonstration of these 6 magic machines now, letting us understand how these magic machines function, so we can let His Majesty understand more easily how they work. I think you wouldn't reject this, right? I think that since you've brought these magic machines from Bana City, of course you don't hope to keep them in a storage room, unable to demonstrate their true use. Sue thoughtfully looked at the girl. The other side's eyes didn't turn at all, looking right at Sue. Her eyes were clear, not having a single trace of guilt at all. Your eyes are truly beautiful. Sue suddenly praised with a smile before suddenly standing up. All right, I'll choose you, believe you. But I need to remind you first that you shouldn't be scared by how powerful they are.